Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Death Enraptured by Richard Amos, narrated by Cooper North. Chapter 1. A rogue necromancer killed my kissing time. Wanker. I broke away from death, tears still leaking down my cheeks as the man came running toward us. Death emitted a growl beside me. I aimed my gun at the rogue's head. "Freeze!" The man froze, pointing a gun of his own right back at me. "Oh, this is no fun. Let's reset, turn, and draw. See who gets who first." He giggled manically, waving the gun around. Having a license to kill rogues, and a clean shot, I put a bullet between his eyes. His body hit the ground with a sickening thud, his ghost climbing out of the corpse. The translucent-ish man looked down at his dead self, no hint of a giggle now. "That's not fair." Rogues were broken necromancers. Because of Death not actually performing his duties for the past 20 years, necrotic magic kept changing, increasing in power. The minds and bodies of a necro aren't really built for it, so we have to take necrotic neurological assistance formula, commonly known as necro juice, a concoction of liquidized chaga mushrooms and powdered hematite, a substance to be injected directly into a vein every 72 hours, sometimes more frequently than that, to keep a necromancer nice and stable. But for some, necro juice wasn't enough. The necrotic magic was just too much. When the nasty liquid mushrooms failed to protect a necro, it resulted in a complete breakdown of the mind, with often violent and difficult consequences. "Not fucking fair!" the rogue ghost screamed. Green energy lit up my fingertips. I grabbed him with the binding thread of my power. 3 green rings pulsed up and down his ghostly body, his head tilted back, commanded to keep his mouth shut. "I need a second necro to release him," I said to Death, my hands shaking a tad. "Call someone," he said. He could easily send the ghost to Sanctuary, but that would only result in questions and lies, more of me spinning bullshit to my teammates. I was already keeping Death a secret from everyone. I pulled out my oval-shaped e-scroll, still shaking. So much to deal with. The whole revelation of Death and me, and the appearance of my 2 new threads of power, bringing my 5 skills up to 7. The power to summon up a graveyard, and the power of resurgence. Those 2 threads sat within me as strange aliens, making my head spin. I had to take my necro juice once a day now, on my boss Emma's orders. The High Necromancer of Westminster was now filling the empty role here in Oakthorne, seeing as Nicholas West was a lich and a complete piece of shit. "It's okay," Death whispered to me, his voice a soothing balm that didn't quite reach my soul. I dialed a necro on call. Peter picked up on the second ring. "Is everything okay?" "I need some help with ascending." I explained the details. "Bloody hell. We're heading over right now. See you soon." "Thanks." "All good?" Death asked as I hung up. I pocketed my e-scroll. "Yep, What are you doing now?" My heart ached simply looking at him. Tears wanted to break free again. "I'll wait here," he replied. "What? Why?" "Because we're not done." But what? What if someone sees you?" Up went an eyebrow. "They can't, remember?" He could do that, keep himself hidden. This rogue didn't know he was here, which also meant it sounded like I was talking to myself. Great. Death smiled, reaching for me, then pulled his hand back. "Your touch. How I want your touch every second of the day." I released an almighty sigh, closing my eyes against the night's bitter wind, drifting into memories of cities burning, me dying again and again, the rest of the world paying the price of our love. Damn. Just damn. What was I supposed to do with it? Death? Me? Love? Love through the ages. "No!" a man cried. "Not my bro!" My eyes shot open, my gun ready for action at the sound. Another rogue charged from the shadows, brandishing a gun. He fired the weapon several times into the air, then aimed it at me. I hit the ground, bullets striking the concrete inches from my head. Shit! I jumped to my feet. "Are you shot?" my lover asked. "No, I'm—" Death pulled his scythe from nowhere, the curved blade white with a hint of green, its handle comprised of what looked like white woven leather. His eyes were twin fires of gold as he darted forward, swinging the scythe with some seriously sexy grace. "Fine," I muttered. The scythe took the rogue's head off, his body engulfed by an inferno of green and white magic. Sparks, like a dozen Catherine wheels going off at once, spat into the air. Then the body was gone, no ghost left behind. My heart leaped into my mouth. "What?" Death ran at me so fast I barely had time to blink or breathe. A finger pressed to my lips, his face moving closer to mine. "Don't say a word, Marcel. Our ghostly friend over there saw and heard nothing." I glanced at the rogue locked in the green rings, my power still holding despite the drama. "He's at Sanctuary," Death added. Oh, good. A nice, unexplained surprise for them. We Necros were supposed to do that, not him. "And the body?" I whispered. "Gone." A ghost mysteriously turning up at Sanctuary with no body, and I had to act as shocked as everyone else. Great. In all our years together, I'd never seen him use his scythe or move a ghost on. When he used to give the dead the afterlife, even when he was with me, he was everywhere else, across the world, doing his job, kissing me at the same time. I never really understood that, and I guess I wasn't really meant to do anything but accept the global presence of his power. The rogue trapped in the rings would have heard the gunshot, the call from his bro, be that an actual brother or a friend. Being bound didn't muffle his hearing. "Everything will be okay," Death said, his breath wafting over my lips, his sandalwood scent arousing every nerve ending. "Kiss me." I shook my rising horniness off, pushing everything down as deep as it would go. I was a professional necromancer with a rogue ghost bound and in need of sending. No room for anything else right now. A car roared nearby. Moments later, it hurtled up the one-way road leading out of the car park of my building. The car came to a stop, Peter and Trish jumping out. Necros had to work in pairs when on duty, a rule to be obeyed at all times. Trish came to join me, Death backing off to watch from a distance. "Okay," she asked, offering me a friendly smile. When I first met my teammates, they never offered me anything but a negative attitude. But times had changed, and now Trish's light brown complexion shone with a warmth I needed to see. I nodded. "I'm okay." "These rogues are such a headache," she complained. "Ready?" Together we said the words to send the ghost on. "This spirit we hold must be released," we chanted together. "Send him to Oakthorn Sanctuary." The rogue ghost vanished. "All good?" Peter asked, patting me on the back. "I'm fine," I replied. "Thanks." His fair face turned an angry red. "Getting dangerous with these poxy rogues. What the friggin' hell is wrong with this town?" "It's crazy," I replied, my mouth becoming sandpaper. "Want us to take you somewhere?" Peter asked. "I'll be fine inside," I replied. "I should go to bed, really. Just came out for some fresh air." "It's even dangerous to do that nowadays," Trish said. "I'll say," Peter agreed. "Are you sure you're okay?" Trish checked with a bucket load of concern in her voice. I nodded, smiled. "All good." "We'll see you inside, mate," Peter said. Mate? We'd moved on from him despising me to mate. After Charlotte and Mario were killed by Nick, I thought the hate for me would intensify. I was wrong. These two now had my back. I felt so bad for Charlotte and Mario, caught in a nasty crossfire. They still patrolled, despite having zero necro power now, the only ghosts allowed on the streets at night under the curfew. At least for now. I led them into my building. Should I still knit them something like I'd planned to do in order to win them over? Maybe there wasn't any point now. Peter patted me on the back again outside my door. "Checking you're good one more time?" "I'm fine, really. If anything else happens, call us straight away." "I will. Thank you." They left, and my shoulders sagged with relief as I closed the door. God, I was tired, but hours away from sleep. A knock on my door. I spun, pressing my eye to the peephole. Oh, I opened the door for Death, though he didn't really need me to. So polite. "Did you forget me, Marcel?" "Sorry about that." "Not a problem." He strode past me, giving me another dose of his incredible scent. I closed the door, resting my forehead against it for a second. Damn. "Do you want some tea?" he asked. I pushed off the door, turning to face him. "Tea won't cut it. Let's crack into the wine." His grin always melted my heart. "I'm glad you said it first." "I just need..." My body was still covered in the traces of him from our sexy time before the ruby fell. It glinted against his chest, the red nestled against his bronze skin in that open V of his shirt, hanging on a gold chain. "What do you need?" he asked, giving his words naughty connotations without even trying. I rubbed at my throat, heat flushing in every corner of my body. "I need a shower." "An Arctic one." "I'll wait." "Come with me." "Okay, I won't be long." We held a stare a little too long, my feet twitching to spring me forward into his arms. I went to the bathroom alone. Not wanting to freeze my bollocks off, I cleaned the night off me under a hot spray, drifting through memories of my past lives again, the terrible destruction, the anguish and the heartbreak. Once again, I broke down, my tears joining the hot water running down my face. Chapter 2. Done with sobbing in the shower, I hurried into my bedroom and threw on a pair of grey sweatpants and a baby blue jumper knitted by me, faced myself in the mirror, combing back my damp silver hair. There, comfy mode activated. I felt anything but comfortable. With a deep breath, I joined Death in my little kitchen. "Thirsty?" he asked. "Absolutely. Why did I sound so damn husky?" He smiled, corkscrew ready. "Thank God for red wine." Death popped the cork of a bottle of Merlot and got to pouring, watching me with his magnificent molten gold eyes. They were smouldering, disarming weapons against my reason. One look enough to get me naked. "Is that one of your creations?" he asked. "The jumper, I mean." I tugged at it gently. "Yes, you like it?" "You're a talented knitter, Marcel." "Thanks." "Are you okay?" "Nope. I'm fine." "You're shaking." I was shaking. Still, doomed love revelations would do that. All of those past lives I'd lived, finding death in each one with a terrible ending. They stung like a scorpion with a serious anger problem. Our love was forbidden, and I never knew why. But I did know we had to break the cycle this time. Stop before we took the town of Oakthorn down because of our hearts. God, I loved him so much. More than George, my ex-fiancé who dumped me for another guy. He paled in comparison to Death. Big time. Everyone did. I sighed, running my hand through my hair, watching the rich burgundy liquid fill the wine glasses. Even this is wrong, I said. Wine? He sniffed the top of the bottle. This is a good Merlot. I bought this. I couldn't help but laugh at him. You're a plum. He offered me a glass. If you say so, Marcel. His deep voice dripped with honey-dipped sex. I consider myself more of a cherry. Cherry? I prefer them to plums. I shook my head, taking the glass. Thanks. We shared a love of red wine, a new addition for this cycle, along with my penchant for knitting. Cycle? For God's sake, my life wasn't a cycle, some trivial thing. It was full of things that made me Marcel, like my family back in London, my ambitions, everything. But now it felt so confusing. I know what you meant, Death said. About the wrongness. Even me being here in your kitchen is dangerous. But the ruby makes it different this time. It really does. How? Where did you get it from? I eyed the red stone warily. My contact, a mage. The one you mentioned before, the one helping us with the death sheen. Yes. Within a cave system on the outskirts of town, the deepest one, known as Marigold, was a pond covered in death sheen, a deadly substance made by the Lich to protect his phylactery. One drop of the stuff would cook anyone alive, no antidote to stop it. We were all trying to get it cleared without much progress. Destroy the phylactery, destroy the Lich. She made me the ruby based on what I wanted, Death continued. To keep you safe. It took us 6 months to make. Many roses consumed. Roses? Of all colors. Mage magic used herbology and power drawn from what mages called a sphere, which was connected to the earth. Lots of potions and stuff made from flowers, herbs and plants, dirt, petals and those sorts of things. Not anything I really understood completely because I wasn't a mage. Only mages had the full scoop on how their magic worked. The same as us necros, really, though we shared a loose connection with mages in the liquid mushrooms, an energy linked to the earth. You trust her? I responded. I do. That's good. I sipped my wine. Can I ask you something I always seem to ask you? Ask me whatever you want. Why does this happen? Forbidden love, he answered, his finger tapping on the stem of his wineglass. One of his gold rings chimed on the glass like a bell. Always the answer? I shook my head. But why? Why is it forbidden? Because I am not supposed to love a mortal. God, that pissed me off. And you accept that? Does it seem like it? Right. Him being off the job gave me that answer. It's so unfair. And there's more to this. He didn't say anything. Are you keeping something from me? I wondered. He shook his head, then smiled. At least not physically. That set me off, a spark for my anger. Don't do that. Don't play with me. Not this time. Oh, I love to play with you, he purred. His seductive tone failed to drag me under his spell. For fuck's sake, stop! Just stop! My voice boomed around the kitchen, louder than it had ever been before. I can't. Damn, I need answers. I need to understand this. Deep breaths. Calm it down. Death took a step forward as I performed my breathing exercises, a valuable tool in my complicated life. I'm sorry, Marcel, he said. I'm sorry. Easy. Easy. Why can't you answer me? My voice returned to a normal level. That's the only answer I can give you. Forbidden love? Yes. I gulped more wine, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. You're keeping something from me. Yes, I am. My forehead creased, chest tightening with surprise. You're admitting it? Little details I can't talk freely about. Tell me, I pressed. I can't talk about it. Literally. You're sworn to secrecy by some sort of magic. He nodded, my bronze-skinned, timeless love staring at me. My attention wandered to his dark hair adorned with copper lowlights, the stubble on his chiseled jaw, the perfection of his muscular body. But it is forbidden love. Damn this. Damn all this caution and whining. I wanted our clothes off, to be naked with him again. He could take me here in the kitchen or any room he liked, just as long as he was kissing me, making my body sing from his touch. Until the ruby falls off. My eyes grew hot again. I drank more wine, forcing my sadness back down. Let's not do this, I said. Sorry, I yelled. I don't want to argue. Glad to hear it. I'm sorry for pissing you off. You should go. You should stay. Stay forever. We need to talk about Leon West, I said, steering the conversation to a hard left. Okay. Shall we move somewhere more comfortable? Good idea. I went to my bedroom to grab some knitting. God, did I need to put needle to wool? Very comfortable. Death stood in the doorway, gently swirling the wine in his glass. I rolled my eyes. We're not talking in here. I was just grabbing this. I held up my incomplete blanket of pastel blue and pink. Living room, he suggested. Absolutely. He walked away. Puffing my cheeks out, I followed. He was already sitting on the blue sofa, sipping his wine. I took a pew beside him, immediately getting to work on my blanket. Leon paid me a visit before you got here, and the rogue shit kicked off, I said. Is that who I saw? He responded. Yep, it was like he was there, but not really. You know, the same as the time he popped up before. Death nodded. 2 places at once. He conjured a phone to his hand with his skill, started to type. What are you doing? I asked. Messaging my contact, seeing if she can help. It has to be magically related. Now we know Leon is a mage. Oh, what's her name? All in good time, Marcel. That's your answer? For now it is. He put a hand on my thigh. I know you think I'm being difficult, but I'm not. Okay. Don't be mad with me. I'm not. I almost jabbed my palm with a knitting needle. His phone vanished. I have an agreement with her, Marcel. That's all. You might meet her one day. You might not. It doesn't matter. Just know that she is on our side. The guilt of having a sniffy attitude gnawed at me. Sorry, I'm a tad sensitive. His hand remained on my thigh, so warm, so close to... You would be, after everything you've been through. It was a strange place to be in. I mean, I was Marcel August, but also this man whose soul kept finding itself reborn into a new decade, a new age, making the same mistake, loving this immortal too hard. It can never be too hard. Maybe now is the time to put a stop to it, break this stupid curse against us, fulfilling a destiny to meet again and again, bringing terrible disasters and many deaths. Why? What did it mean? That couldn't be our destiny, to love and destroy at the same time. I went to put that to him, but held back. What was the point? What was the point in any of this? Yes, the ruby did make things different this time, but the danger remained the same. One fuck-up, and so many paid in blood. Destined to always make the world suffer. This had to stop. I can't do this again. Anyway, back to Leon, I said, my voice cracking. He said something about an onyx key. Do you know what that means? Death's jaw tensed, his eyes narrowing. Do you know what that means? I pressed. No answer. Death. He opened his mouth to speak, his throat bobbing. A choking sound followed. I grabbed his bicep. What's wrong? I can't say it. Say what? Is this about the key? Yes. His voice was so hoarse. He held his breath, his skin flushing red. Death? What's wrong? He gasped, clutching at his chest. Sorry. I'm sorry. You physically can't talk about it. I understood. Kind of. The same secrecy thing. He nodded. I have to find Leon, I said. Yes, he replied. Easier said than done. Leon and Nick were both missing, probably cloaked by magic. There hadn't been any trail for us to follow for either of them, which you'd expect from a lich. They fed on ghosts, leaving ghostless bodies behind. But Nick probably took more precautions now the cat was out of the bag. Damn. And the wanker was looking for something buried deep and far away. What the hell did that even mean? John, the poltergeist, had told Death that, offering no more detail. I fished out my civilian phone, opened my music app, and played the album No More Shall We Part by Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. Along with knitting and my breathing exercises, Nick Cave's music got me through, well, life in general. As the intro of the first track, as I sat sadly by her side, played, Death stood up, offering me his hand. What? I questioned. Come here. What for? Dance with me. I snorted, my cheeks flushing hot. Shit. Sorry. His lips quirked into a sexy grin. Your snorting is cute. Against my better judgment, I put my knitting down and took his hand. One dance. Okay. His hands moved to my hips as I locked my arms around his neck, our faces so close. We swayed in a slow circle, saying nothing while the music enveloped us in its dark beauty. I pulled him closer into a hug, still moving to the music, our bodies pressed together. He felt so warm, so incredible, so safe. He always did. You're my home, I said, my face buried in the crook of his neck. He stroked my back, breathing me in deep. I love you, Marcel. I love you too. But... He released a shuddery breath. I read it as expectance. I released one of my own, summoning my bravery, my heart aching. This isn't fair. No, neither is mass death. We need to stop this once and for all, I said, my voice full of glass. I hate saying it, but we have to do the right thing this time. Death held me, saying nothing. You go back to your job, I continued. Let the ghosts move on, and I'll... You'll what, Marcel? He asked softly. I'll move on too. God, that burned my throat to say. To another love. How did I answer that? I don't know. I'm not really thinking about that. He pulled back, a rueful smile on his face. I won't go back to work until things change. He traced the pad of his thumb across my cheek. That's my rule. If we can't be together without all this pain, I won't perform my duties. And my power will continue to grow until I burst. I didn't voice that. How does it change? I asked. I don't know if it ever will, but I must make a stand. God, the sadness in those lovely golden eyes broke my heart. He was fighting for us, for a possible future outside of this loop. I'll never go back, he added. But you have to. Why couldn't I say this to him? I guess I'd have to show him by ending this, by being the catalyst for change. Another love. Now that I remembered our pasts, he was my one and only. How could another man ever compare to an immortal like him? How could anyone touch me the same, bug me the same, make me feel so safe like him? No one. Ever. But I'd have to settle for second best. "Whatever you choose, Marcel," he whispered. "I'll respect it." The ruby kept us hidden, stopped the damage. It wasn't enough to stop the guilt, to cool my fear. "Too dangerous," I whispered back. "We're too dangerous." He stopped our dance, cupping the back of my head with his warm hand. His eyes bore into mine, the sadness shattering my heart again. "Take the risk." "I'm so sorry," I said. "This is where we end." He cocked his head to the side, his smile so full of pain. "Then so be it." He didn't drop his hand, didn't make a move to break us apart. A war raged inside me. Death went to so much effort to make things different, and I wanted to throw it away. Things could be different. We weren't dickheads. We could manage being careful, being safe. Only when it came to sex, we lost control. One false move again, and things could turn to shit so quickly. I pulled him to me. "I love you so much." "I love you too." "But this is the end." He held me tighter. "I understand." Tears broke free again, splashing his shoulder. "I'm so sorry. I can't do this anymore." "I know," he soothed. "I know." Had I ever known my heart and soul to hurt so fucking much? "We'll be okay. We will." He didn't answer. "Because we have to be. And we have to be strong." He kissed my cheek, a soft brand tingling there when he took his lips away. "Death." "Marcel." You don't have to say anything else." He stepped back, breaking contact. "This is the end." As strong and as powerful as he was, his aura radiating godliness, in that moment, he looked so lost, so defeated. He gave me his charming smile, his adorable dimples, but they were a moth-eaten veil. I devastated him, along with myself. "Death." I took a step forward. He put 2 fingers to his lips and blew me a kiss. "Goodbye, Marcel." "Wait." He walked past me, straight for the door. "Wait." A pause at the door, looking back at me. "Wait, please." I let him go. Didn't run after him as the door clicked shut. I ran to my balcony, waiting. This is how it has to be. He walked out of the building, heading down the one-way road, not turning to look back. I gripped the metal balustrade so tightly I thought my hands would break. Hot rivers burned down my cheeks. I couldn't breathe or move or do anything but watch him walk out of my life. "I need you," I whispered into the cold, late September air. Tomorrow would be October. A new month for a new life. A fresh start. The world really didn't need forbidden love to fuck with it. Chapter 3. Death. I'd lost him again. Though he still lived, I'd lost him again. My love. My Marcel. What was I supposed to do now? Return to the life I lived before, and each time he slipped out of existence, wandering the world, drinking too much, letting the years roll by. Even in this time, with my refusal to work and the ruby in play, I'd still managed to lose him. I didn't turn back to look up at him, even though I felt him there on his balcony. I couldn't bring myself to it, even though I would have to at some point because I still wanted to help him with the lich. I wouldn't walk away and leave him to deal with these things, not when I could be useful. A discussion for later. He would probably want to communicate through texts and emails. My heart ached, my mind spinning through the centuries of memories, replaying every single moment I lost him, the destructive force of our love. Isn't that what mortals call being kicked when down? Before this time, I mourned him and carried on with my duties, reaping souls, moving the dead on. Everywhere at once, a soothing presence for each ghost in every corner of this world. I was always there to transition them to the spirit plane, to face their new lives. My home, the realm of my palace and throne. The last time I lost Marcel had been in the 1980s, at a hotel in London. We were hiding, locked in a room, making love, and hoping for things to be different. No cataclysmic events had occurred since we'd found each other a year before. We were okay, hopeful even, though we knew the curse against us worked differently each time. Sometimes it reacted quickly. On most occasions, it took its time before it unleashed its fury. Judging by the ruby falling off and the instant reaction to us in my room at the manor, we were facing a quick response phase. Our complacency caught up with us in that London hotel. The building burned to the ground, killing Marcel and 30 other guests in the process. I'd gone out one Saturday morning for a magazine and a newspaper from a shop around the corner. It took 10 minutes for the hotel to go up in flames. I tried to get to him, but the smoke and fire was so fast, intent on death. When I did find him, burned, spoiled by the touch of fire, dead again. It wasn't long after that, a decade or so, exhausted and too broken to be able to endure any more of it, that I walked away, left my palace in the spirit realm, taking my horse, Pegasus, my motorbike, Pegasus 2, and my mirror-born friend, Winnie, with me. The council wraiths came after me, of course, demanded I return on behalf of their council masters, tried to make me see their reasoning. They were the masters of me and of life, our managers without the power to force me back. Watchers, hidden away. I refused their demands time and time again, even when they told me they couldn't help change what was set in stone. Because Marcel and I were meant to love, not to suffer. I had to believe that, even in the face of despair. And so I settled in a house outside of London, as crumbling and abandoned as Oakthorne Manor, waited for his soul to show itself, watched the chaos of the dead not moving on. For a moment, for them, the torment of being caught in the web of living when dead. But if I couldn't have what I wanted, then this was how things would be. Marcel always revealed himself to me at 19, remembering me at 21, and exposing himself to the council and the curse. Having acquired the ruby before his 21st birthday, wearing it made sure he didn't remember me at all, hiding us both in the process. Unless it fell off my neck or broke. I had really believed things would be better this time, that we would have the chance to be together with no death or pain, at least until he reached old age. I hated thinking about that scenario. Maybe this was the right course of action to take. Walk away from so much sorrow. Break the cycle. The ruby falling off my neck tonight showed doom would always be our wretched shadow. And what of him aging? What happened when he reached his later years and I remained the same? What fresh suffering would that bring? This is right, I told the night. Marcel made the right decision. As I walked home, hidden from the view of the town, I held back my tears, determined not to cry. I'd wept so many of them over time, this same heartbreak greeting me like some twisted old friend. Could I face him again, even if it was helping him bring down Nick? I had no choice. Go back to the palace. No, I told my brain. This didn't change things. I wasn't sure how things could be changed, but I had a point to make. Stubbornness is a powerful, frustrating thing. So is the denial of true love. A black feather landed before me in the middle of the pavement running alongside the cemetery, where Marcel had been shot to death, recovered and revealed new power. Growing power because of you. You could be hurting him. Wonderful. I stopped, folding my arms, eyes on the feather. The feather stretched, growing in size to become the hooded wraith smothered in heavy black robes. Yellow eyes manifested, burning in the darkness of its hood. "Death," the wraith said in an icy, whispery voice. I shuddered under the sound. Didn't we just have a little chat? It didn't answer. Wraiths were messengers of the council, terrifying figures built to frighten myself and life if we stepped out of line. They scared me as much as chewing gum. "I'm not going through this with you again," I said. "So please, leave me alone." "We will not stop until you return to your seat of power," it finally answered. "For now, we must discuss the Onyx Key." "You heard about that?" "Yes, we need your help in retrieving it." "But no one knows where it is, not even the council. That's the point." It hurt my tongue to say even this much about it. The wraith's yellow eyes flared. "The Lich seeks it." "Does he know where it is?" "You know no soul does." "Then it's safe, isn't it?" "He seeks methods to find it. Magical methods we fear he may be successful with." "That would not be good. Do you know where he is?" "No. The Lich is cunning." "Indeed." "You must stop him, Death." If only my sensing power worked on Nick, but it was a gift exclusively bound to Marcel, a lover's bonus. "I thought you wanted me back in the palace," I responded. "Isn't that my sole duty?" A pause, the shifting of its body slightly to the left. "This is different." "Is it?" "Helping us helps you. Then you must return to your duty." If anyone ever found that key. "I'll help you," I said, "but I'm not coming back to work. Not until—" "He has rejected you," it said, hunched over. "We feel it. We feel the fracture in this foolishness. It is over. He understands the consequences. He is not a selfish mortal." They felt it. Then the ruby's power had weakened. Being able to find me here on the street while I wore it clarified that further. No, he was perfection, a better man than I could ever be. "Find a magical solution," the wraith said. "The Lich is probably cloaked." "Then unravel it." "Why don't you?" "I need to destroy the phylactery." "Then do it." I refrained from showing my irritation. "Is life helping?" "Life is busy with her duty." Of course she was. A ghost ran through the cemetery railings in panic, stopping in the road to glance back. A rogue jumped the railings, a demonic grin on her face.
"I love the chase, ghosty."
"Leave me alone," the male ghost cried.
"What are you doing out after curfew?"
I tutted to myself. "Excuse me, Wraith."
"You are a slave,"
the rogue declared.
"You will—"
Rage spiking to collide with my frustrations, I conjured my scythe and flung it through the air. It spun through the air, slicing the rogue in half, removing her body in a blaze of green and white light, sending her ghost to sanctuary. Another bodiless rogue ghost turning up at sanctuary in one night. I had to keep a lid on this nonsense before I went on a spree. "Fucking rogues," I said. "Because of you." The hunted ghost's eyes were wide, scanning his surroundings. "What happened?" He couldn't see or hear me. "Is anyone there?" The wind rustled in the oak trees in answer. "Screw this." He ran away, hopefully for his home or sanctuary. The wraith watched the whole thing, as still as a rock. "You are hurting, Death." "Thank you for pointing out the obvious." "You should not hurt. You should be as life. Death is death. Life is life. There is no room for anything else. Come back. Close off these feelings you should not be burdened with." I thought you wanted me to find the onyx key.
We do,
the creepy bastard answered. My priority should be killing the Lich first.
Can you?
Once the death sheen is cleared, yes.
Then do both, if you must.
Were we done here yet?
The onyx key must be moved before any killing,
the creature added.
We do not know who else may seek it, or know of such forbidden knowledge.
How did Nick know anything about it?
The Lich is powerful, the Wraith said. He has the help of mage magic.
He does.
Find the key, do what is asked, then come back to your duty.
With that, the Wraith returned to a black feather, flew upward, and disappeared. Bye, I muttered, continuing with my walk home. The Lich, the onyx key, the council afraid. At least I had a distraction to see me through this heartbreak. Marcel, his light olive skin, those radiant blue eyes. My love was always beautiful, from ancient Rome to now. The same soul with many faces singing to my heart. Reaching the grounds of the manor in the forested hills in the north of town, Pegasus came to greet me. I stroked his luminescent white head, moving on to his flanks. Hello, you. I rested the side of my face against his warm body. Would you like some apples? He made a gentle bray. Come with me, I told him. I led him to the west side of the manor and his stables. From a shed attached to the wooden stable, I gathered 3 large red apples, glistening like rubies. Ruby. Pegasus took each apple from my palm, crunching happily. How am I supposed to let you go, Marcel? Chapter 4. I spent most of the night crying, unable to do much of anything else. I went through a whole box of tissues, lying on my sofa with a broken heart. Waking up from about 3 hours' sleep, I blinked at the sunlight streaming through my balcony doors. Shit, I hissed, sitting up. My head pounded, my body worn out, but not letting me drift back off to sleep. Damn it. It didn't help that I'd left the balcony doors open overnight, the cold air turning my flat into a freezer. Damn it, times infinity. I hurried to close the doors and turned up the thermostat, rubbing my arms. And the award for Dickhead of the Year goes to... My e-scroll vibrated in my pocket. It was Emma Lackey. Just what I needed. Good morning, ma'am, I answered. Good morning, Marcel, she replied brightly. How are you today? I'm good, thank you, I lied, keeping my personal life out of my work. Excellent. She always sounded so insincere. I want you to come in to see me at HQ. Yes, Mum. Be here for midday. Don't be late. Yes, Mum. She hung up. Rude. Pocketing my e-scroll, I got to making coffee, black, no sugar, and finding food. What I really craved was some of my Mum's freshly made croissants, slathered with butter and jam. Yum. Lacking in her delicious pastries and possessing rather rubbish cooking skills of my own, I popped some bread under the grill and rifled through my fridge. Cheese, eggs. I could manage eggs. Baked beans. Death. Where was he? Still at the crumbling Oakthorn Manor or somewhere else? Had he left town now we were over? I wanted to puke. 2 breakups in less than a year. And the award for... I quickly shut the inner bullshit down as my bread burned. Damn it! I barked, tossing the charred mess into the bin. On round 2, I made scrambled eggs with cheese, golden toast, and a hefty helping of baked beans. The combination of food and coffee gave me the energy I needed to face the day and my meeting with Emma. Just not the strength to face the rest of my life. God, so dramatic. Sick of being stuck indoors with 3 hours to kill, I headed to the Necro gym to burn away some of my emotions. Us Necros had to keep physically fit as well as mentally healthy. I did some weights, ran on a treadmill to the music of Janet Jackson, working up a decent sweat. It didn't stop my heart from hurting. Freshly showered again, I walked home, listening to Nick Cave, enjoying the cold yet sunny day. Past people going about their business, ghosts living their fake lives, stuck here with nowhere else to go, able to interact with objects and talk and even cook, but not touch the living. A cruel rule, a cruelty caused by death. Would he now get back to work? I kept my fingers crossed.
"Marcel!"
A familiar voice cried. Louise Bell, my ghost friend, came running up across the star-shaped town square where my building sat, aptly named East Square, being on the east side of the star-shaped center square it and 3 others orbited. I clicked off Nick Cave and removed my earbuds, giving her a wave. She'd been staying at Oakthorn Sanctuary, living quarters for ghosts who lost their homes, complete with lower cells for naughty ghosts, for some time out. She hadn't lost her home, living with her still-alive mother over by Oakthorn Lake, but after being kidnapped and almost eaten by Nick, she wanted some respite. I didn't blame her one bit. I stopped myself from opening my arms. No hugs for this friend. "It's good to see you, Louise." She came to a stop, adjusting her blue beanie hat with a pink kitten on the front.
"And you."
She was pale, blonde hair always poking out from under her hat. Walking sunshine, always so happy to see me.
"How have you been? I've missed you."
"Okay, dealing with things, you know." She blinked, stepping closer.
"What's wrong?"
"Sorry."
"Something happened."
"I'm fine." She folded her arms.
"You're not. Talk to me."
I can't really talk now. I have to get ready for a meeting."
"After then, we can go for a walk or whatever you want. If you want to talk, that is, because talking helps. But you have to be ready to talk when you're ready to, because—"
And she went on like that for a good minute. Louise, queen of the chatterboxes. "Louise?" She stopped.
"Yes?"
"Come over to mine at 3. We'll chat then." The ghost nodded enthusiastically.
"Brilliant. I'll see you then."
Her forehead creased.
"I didn't do it."
"Didn't do what?" She cleared her throat.
"Bonjour, Marcel. Ça va?"
I laughed. She loved that I spoke French, having a French mother who insisted me and my brother learn the language. "Ça va bien, merci. Et toi?" She clapped.
"Très bien, merci."
The delight in her face was a pleasant balm against all the rotten crap. "You've been practicing," I said.
"I learned it at Sanctuary. I've decided to fulfill my ambition of speaking another language. Should have done it when I was alive, but never mind. I have the chance now, right?"
"Right." It hit me hard in the guts, the realization that if death returned to being death, Louise would be gone, moved on out of my life. Sure, I'd be happy for her, but I'd also miss the hell out of her ramblings, the kindness she'd shown me when I arrived here. Should I tell her about death and me? The whole story? "Okay," I said, in need of more coffee. "I better go. See you at 3.
"Oui,"
she cried, startling a ghost walking by. I laughed again. "Very good. Bye for now."
"Au revoir."
I headed back to my flat, settled down on my sofa, gulped coffee, knitted some more, then dressed for my meeting. All in black, as necros tended to dress when on a job, even though I wasn't on shift. Appropriate for my current state of affairs, the color of mourning. "Damn," I told my reflection. I sat in Emma's office at the Necro HQ, once Nick's beige office, but with more plants and a framed painting of a coastal sunset.
"Now, shall we get down to business?"
she said. Emma's fair, freckled complexion always looked healthy, well moisturized. Her silver bob style was so sleek and perfect it could rival Anna Wintour's iconic haircut. She had the kind of foreboding, brown-eyed gaze that made even the hardiest of personalities squirm. I always hated meeting with her. "Yes, Mum." She opened her laptop and began to type as she spoke.
"Have you used your new threads of power since the last time?"
Considering I'd been killed by Nick that last time, nope. My resurgence had brought me back. Then I'd summoned up a graveyard for half a minute before the magic broke. Not the best of times, and not a scenario I wanted to repeat. "No, Mum," I said.
"Has there been any notable change?"
"No."
"No abnormal sensations?"
"Nothing so far, Mum."
"Sickness?"
"Only from walking away from the love of my life." "No."
"Good."
She stopped typing, steepling her fingers.
"I have been discussing you with colleagues and the next steps we are to take."
She and other high wardens didn't know what to do with me, forcing me on this sabbatical, afraid of my new powers.
"It seems all I ever talk about nowadays is you."
Somehow she made it seem like my fault. "Sorry, Mum." She didn't do anything to change my way of thinking.
"Meeting after meeting, day and night, endless speculation on what you are becoming, if other necromancers will receive the same upgrades."
Why not stab me with the letter opener and get it over with? I kept my mouth shut.
"But we have come to the conclusion that you must be put on the schedule."
Thank God for that.
"As I said to you before, Marcel, we have a lich on the loose and a rogue problem. Thus Oakthorn needs all the help it can get."
"Thank you, Mum." She ignored my gratitude.
"What is Nicholas West up to?"
A question for the ages. Liches were humans changed into undead creatures, totally self-inflicted by using a concoction of deathcap mushrooms, grave dirt, and the bone dust of a necromancer. The deadly concoction killed them, but then brought them back to life moments later. Some disturbing sacrifice thing, gifting the wankers with eternal life and access to necrotic power. "Oh, shit. Sugar," I said.
"What is it, Marcel?"
"If I've got these new powers, can a lich access them? I mean, can Nick evolve? Is that the right term?"
"Believe me, we have been over this issue many times," she said. "The same applies to rogues."
What a sickening thought. I nodded. "Have you found anything on Leon West, ma'am?"
"The husband is off the radar,"
she replied, tapping her crimson fingernails on the laptop keys.
"Listen, enough of this speculation. Let's concentrate on learning more about you, shall we? For now, we want you to keep it to yourself. The ghosts of Charlotte and Mario were witnesses to your powers, but they are loyal and will keep it to themselves."
I nodded. A good little necro. I was just happy to be getting back to work.
"Keep taking your daily doses of necrotic neurological assistance formula," she added. "Take more if need be. I want you to keep a diary from today. Email me your entries in reverse Latin at the end of each day."
What a ball ache. Reverse Latin was specially designed for necros to know fluently, a language used to encrypt messages between us.
"If you do reveal your powers by accident," she said, "I will deal with it, but you must contact me at the first convenient moment. Is that clear?"
"Very clear, Mum."
"The ghost curfew Nicholas implemented is still in place, as you know. Any ghost breaking it must be sent to Sanctuary immediately, with no exceptions. Apart from Charlotte and Mario, though I'm considering revoking that exemption."
I nodded. Her e-scroll buzzed. She picked it up, then cut off the call.
"What else is there? Oh, of course. Your routine is the midnight to midday shift. I'm thinking of having the shifts change every week or 2 weeks so everyone is working both patterns."
More nodding from the dutiful necro known as me. With her here in town, things would not be the same as they were under Nick. Before he showed himself to be the murdering lich, his methods were warmer. We had to follow his rules, yes, but nothing felt micromanaged or, well, terrifying. I was used to Emma, as she had been my boss back in London, but it just seemed weird having her here in this small town. I guess she wouldn't be retiring from her role anytime soon like she wanted. A role I'd been working toward landing before my life fell apart. I shuffled in my seat, thinking about death. What would she say or do to me if she ever found out about us?
"Our new teammates are arriving today," she said. "We have a very capable necromancer arriving from London in—" She checked her watch. "He should be here within the next 20 minutes. He'll be moving into your building with his partner, Robert Jones. He's from the borough of Southwark. Do you know him?"
"Can't say I do, ma'am." I knew some necros from outside Westminster. Necros from the academy, but this guy didn't ring any bells.
"I believe his flat will be on the same floor as you," she added, checking her laptop screen. "Yes, 2 doors down."
"What happened to Mr. Pickle?" I asked.
"He died. Decided he didn't want to keep the property, so I authorized a purchase for necromancer housing. It's now ours."
"How did I not notice him die?"
"You had a lot going on, Marcel. Don't worry."
"You don't know the half of it. Poor Mr. Pickle. He was such a nice man. Elderly guy who went to the newsagents in East Square every day without fail to get his newspaper." Her e-scroll pinged with a message this time. She read it, her smooth brow furrowing. "Is everything okay, Mum?" Her eyes snapped to me.
"It seems Robert Jones is running late. Rogue problems he has to deal with. You won't be meeting him just yet, then?" She eyed her laptop. "Hopefully he'll be here before your shift, seeing as I've paired you up with him. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm sending you the new work rota now." Tap, tap, tap. As she hit those keys, I called upon some inner bravery. "Ma'am, have you heard from Jen?" She stopped, holding me with an intimidating glare. I swallowed. "Ma'am? Why are you concerning yourself with Jen?" "Because she's my bestie." I'm sorry, I just thought I'd ask." She picked up an ornate silver pen. "As I told you before, she is taking time to heal with her new boyfriend and her father. She wants to be left alone, and I want you to respect those wishes. Do I make myself clear?" My bestie, my ride or die. I was just supposed to let her walk away, to not have her in my life anymore. "Marcel?"
"Ma'am?"
"Do I make myself clear?"
"Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry for bringing it up." She hit a key, my e-scroll pinging.
"Rota," she said coolly. "Read through it. I'll see you back here at midnight."
"Yes, ma'am."
"But before you go, I must tell you 2 rogue ghosts showed up to Sanctuary overnight. We're not sure how or why, so make sure you keep your ears to the ground." She rolled her eyes. 2 ghosts. Had death killed another rogue? Emma returned to her typing, done with me. I said my goodbyes, got up and left, hurrying home as quickly as I could. Chapter 5. "Mon papillon," my mum greeted me on my laptop screen, blowing me kisses from the kitchen table. "How are you?"
"I'm okay, maman. You? Hi, Dad."
"Hello, son,"
he replied, pushing his spectacles up his nose.
"We're both fine."
Mum nodded, sipping a cup of tea.
"We went for a lovely walk this morning, had breakfast, enjoyed the sunshine. What's the weather like there?"
God, I miss my family so much. "Sunny, too. I've just had a meeting with Emma. Back to work at midnight." Mum's smile failed to disguise her anguish. She hated my job, powerless to do anything about it. I was powerless myself. Necromancers were born, not made. Our fates mapped out for us immediately, especially nowadays.
"I'm pleased to hear that, mon papillon," she said, her voice squeaking.
"Merci, maman."
"How do you feel about it?"
Dad asked. "Gets me out of the house," I said. "I'm sick of being stuck inside. Stuck inside without death, pining for him. I really had to break free of it, to focus on other things. What had Death's life been like without me each time? What did he do with himself? Questions I should have asked him. Get him back. Fuck this, I barked.
Marcel, Mum yelled. Language.
Sorry, maman. She shook her head.
Terrible.
I quickly changed the subject. How's Henri? My younger brother texted me earlier, moaning about his university work. He was studying to be a doctor. After your mum loaded him up with croissants this morning, he was fine, Dad said. He'll be down in a sec. Mum chuckled.
He ate 7, mon papillon.
I'm sure he had room for more. That boy has hollow legs.
That he does.
She sipped more tea.
But you are well?
Oui, maman. Looking forward to getting your package tomorrow. I couldn't believe it hadn't even been 24 hours since I remembered my past lives, since I broke up with death. It already felt like a damn lifetime.
Call me as soon as it arrives, she said.
I will. We talked some more about the weather, Dad's Sunday paper crossword, Mum's plans for an epic roast dinner later. I wish I was there, I said, not meaning to sound so sad. Mum leaned forward, touching her screen.
I miss you so much, mon papillon.
Her eyes glistened. Dad stroked her back.
It's not fair, she continued. Emma shouldn't have sent you away like that. Who does she think she is?
The High Warden of Westminster, I answered. I have to do what she says. Mum snarled, backing away.
She's a bitch.
She picked up a napkin and dabbed at her mouth. A rant was brewing.
I'm here,
Henri declared nosily, plonking himself in the chair next to Dad.
Fresh as a daisy.
He waved at me, then looked to Mum.
Maman, what's wrong?
Emma, Dad answered. My brother nodded, raking a hand through his damp, black curls.
Shit. Henri,
Mum boomed. He winced.
Sorry.
I smiled at him. You a little less stressed? I asked.
A bit. Good food and a hot shower always helps.
He reached over and patted Mum's hand. She liked that, getting to her feet and kissing the top of his head.
Did you use my shampoo?
The colour drained from his face.
I guess I did.
You guess? I did. Really did.
I see.
She tapped his head with a finger.
Sorry, maman,
he cried suddenly, throwing himself at the mercy of the Mum court.
It's just so much nicer than my shitty coconut stuff.
Mum was precious about her shampoo, but to be fair, it was awesome stuff.
It's also expensive, she countered. And language.
The last part made me jump.
If you want to use that brand, you have to buy it yourself, she said.
Yes, maman. Henri would use it again in a few days. He couldn't help himself. Mum sniffed his hair.
You do smell delicious, though.
She kissed him 10 times on the crown and stroked the side of his face. She then went to make more tea. She was pissed off. Not really with Henri, as shampoo gate was a permanent back and forth between them. Her frustration came from wanting me home, from not being able to give Emma a piece of her mind. But powerful people like my boss weren't to be fucked with, not even by raging mama bears. Mum would come off much worse if she raged at the High Warden.
What about Christmas?
Mum asked, sitting down with a fresh tea. I'll have to tread carefully nearer the time, I replied. Butter her up. God, what an impossibility.
She can't deny you a Christmas day with your family.
Dad and Henri nodded in agreement. Christmas was the last thing I wanted to be thinking about. Let me get through the next month or so, prove myself to her some more. That's what she wants. That's what she responds to. Then we can see where we go from there.
You don't have anything to prove to her,
Mum said. Maman. Marcel can handle this, Dad chimed in. Thanks, Dad.
Marcel rocks,
Henri added. I rock.
Yeah, you rock. Why wouldn't you when you're related to me?
He winked. Wait, is that your head swelling up? He glowered at me.
I'm deducting rock points.
Is that a thing?
Course.
In Henri's world. Got it. He laughed. Sounds like a reality TV show. Will you be eating rhino bollocks?
Marcel,
Mum scolded. Sorry. Disgusting, Dad said. It happens, I replied with a shrug. Dad groaned. Doesn't make it right or entertainment. One person's trash is another's rhino bollock.
Mon papillon,
Henri snorted. This is your fault, I told my brother, the giggles bubbling up. Oh no. His face went a shade of beetroot, silent laughter taking him over. I followed, trapped in the same giggle loop, trying to shake it off, unable to look my brother in the eyes. Every time I did, we collapsed into hysterics. Dad chuckled. Mum didn't see what was so funny. It took us 10 minutes to get over ourselves. Mum rolled her eyes, then smiled.
My boys are just as silly as one another, she said in French. It makes me happy to see. I wish I could hug you both like this.
She grabbed Henri in a bear hug from behind. Dad joined in, crushing my baby brother with love. I laughed. I hurt. I wanted to jump in my car and floor it all the way back to London. To hell with Emma, with necromancy. Get myself a new job. Leave all this shit behind. In this case, dreams did not come true. After Henri broke free, we talked some more, eventually calling time on our video call. Let us know how your first shift goes, Dad said. Will do.
And call me when you get your package,
Mum added. Of course, Maman. Love you, Henri contributed. Love you more.
Miss you more.
I made a heart sign with my hands. He made it back. It took us another 5 minutes to finally admit defeat and get on with our afternoons. As much as I agreed keeping me here in Oakthorne was pretty cruel and totally unnecessary, I'd assimilated into this pocket of society now, and I'd see my duties through, with the goal of stopping Nicholas West my main focus. And death? Switching on some shitty reality TV show and picking up my knitting, I decided I'd have some chill time. When Louise came over, I'd chill with her, and then I'd chill some more until midnight, maybe even try and grab a nap. An hour into some show about a famous family living in Los Angeles, with plenty of manipulated drama I was kind of getting into, a bang came from outside my door. I leaped to my feet, immediately going for my gun, hurrying to the peephole to see a necromancer bending over a box. Fucking box, he yelled, kicking it. I opened my door to the man with golden skin and buzz-silver hair. Green eyes immediately met mine. Oh, all right, bro. He straightened, offering me a hand. I'm Robert Jones. He tapped his hair. Fellow necromancer. I shook his hand. Marcel August. Thought so. He looked me up and down. Nice to meet you, partner. He was stacked with muscle. Not overly huge, but impressive all the same. Those arms. Wow. Do you want a hand? I asked. He bent back down to pick up the box. Nah, I'm good, bro. Other half is right behind me. He looked over his shoulder. At least he should be. Is everything okay back in London? I asked. Emma said there was a rogue problem. All good, bro. All good. Cool. If you do need any help, let me know. Thanks for the offer. How about getting together later before we hit the streets? Sure. About 8. It would give me a chance to try for that nap. Good with me. Better get on. Nice to meet you. You too. The elevator doors pinged open, and a man carrying a box stepped out. About bloody time, Robert called. I barely heard him, grabbing the doorframe to stop myself from sliding to the floor. Shock hit me like a bulldozer. No, I breathed. George stood there, staring at me with his handsome smile on those lips I used to dream about. Marcel, he said, it's good to see you. Chapter 6. Death. I opened the text message on my phone. Come to market. I sent Yvonne, my mage friend, a reply telling her I'd be there soon. Winnie? The iridescent goldfish appeared in the glass of her gilded mirror above the fireplace. My familiar, my advisor, my dear friend. She swam back and forth, a creature of the spirit plane. The mirror-born were rare, not often appearing in the glass. I was lucky to have her. They were precious creatures, loyal and non-judgmental. They offered advice and companionship, expressed concern when needed, and this mirror-born fish remained by my side in all things. Even here in this mortal realm, dragged away from all she ever knew, her loyalty never wavered. 2 centuries of friendship. 2 more to go, a lifespan 400 years. I dreaded the day when she'd fade away.
"Are you okay?" she asked.
I'm fine.
"I know you're not okay, dear one."
Correct, but I have a job to do.
"Job?
I'm going to London. Would you like to come?
London?"
She responded, swimming closer to the edge of the glass. To meet with Yvonne. Winnie blinked her emerald eyes at me.
"I see. Yes, I'll come with you."
I conjured her gilded pocket mirror to my palm, opened it for her. Thank you, I said. I'd like you to listen in from now on, since things are taking interesting turns. Keep the minutes, as mortals say.
"I'm happy to help."
The scales shimmered, then she vanished from the glass. Moments later, she reappeared in the smaller mirror. I put her on the bed, leaving the seashell-like compact open. I drank the last of my wine, then put her shirt on.
"When do we leave?" she inquired.
As soon as I've buttoned this shirt and fed Pegasus.
"A lovely colour."
Thank you. A burgundy colour today. Okay, oats for the horse, and then we go. I closed the pocket mirror and put her in my pocket. She slid easily into the tight leather, snug as a... what was the expression? A bug in a rug? I would hate to have bugs in my rugs. With a quick glance around the room, the space still smelling of Marcel's caramel scent, I closed the door and fed my horse. We'll be back soon, I told him as he tucked into his favorite oats. Then I'll take you out for a ride. Content. A very happy horse. Good boy. I patted his flanks. Leaving him to his food, I headed into the manor's garage. I clicked on the solitary bulb hanging in the center of the ceiling. Anemic light revealed cracked floors, walls, and ceilings. Cobwebs draped in the corners, dust piling up, the space in need of love and paint, yet still serving as storage for my motorbike, Pegasus 2, a Harley-Davidson of black and gold. The bike always felt strong between my thighs, a beast of the roads boasting an aura of speed and freedom I loved. Back on the spirit plane, I would take it out for many rides in the wilds of the realm, opening up its full power for endless stretches, the wind in my hair, blowing at my sorrows, taking me out of my grief, if only for fleeting moments. Marcel. I revved the throttle, ready for London. I can fix things, Marcel. The Hidden Market, a place of shady magical dealings and nefarious characters, a place to find accelerant type B, a banned healing substance, and other potions blacklisted by the government and the Order of Mages. To access the market, you had to know how to get there. No signs, no maps, no details unless you were a trusted visitor. That took many hoops to jump through and much scrutiny from those in charge. Luckily for me, I was on the good list. I parked Pegasus 2 in an overpriced car park in Victoria Park, then made my way to a house on Roman Road, number 8, with the red door and the hanging flower baskets. I rang the bell. Barbara, no last name, answered. A tall woman with dark brown skin and glossy chestnut curls. She smiled warmly at me.
"Hello, sexy bum," she greeted me.
Her long nails were a vibrant pink today. Greetings, gorgeous, I responded. She looked me up and down, licking her full lips.
And As fine as always.
Likewise.
Give me a twirl.
I obeyed.
That arse, though. She chef-kissed. If only.
Harmless flirting. A silly back and forth, mainly from her side. It came from a mutual respect and affection. She was the guardian of the hidden market, welcoming all sorts to her door, letting them cross the threshold of her haven. Hidden beneath her knee-length cardigan were 2 guns and a dagger, and she knew how to use them. I didn't envy her role. "How are you?" I asked, opening my arms. We hugged.
I'm good, babes, she replied, patting me on the back. You?
Barbara didn't know my true identity, only that I was a friend of Yvonne. Not too bad, thank you. The hug broke.
Good to hear, she said. Seeing Yvonne today?
I am.
Come in.
She stepped aside, allowing me access to her pine-walled hallway. The scent of floral air freshener filled my nostrils. She closed the door.
Fancy a cuppa before you set off?
I can't really spare the time today. Sorry.
No worries, babes. I'm not too hurt.
She patted my left bicep.
You sure you're all right? You look a bit rattled.
I'm okay, I answered, hating my face's betrayal. She didn't seem convinced.
Talking helps.
Not with you, I'm afraid. If she knew I was death, she would bombard me with opinions and questions I had no desire to listen to. Honestly, I just need to get to Yvonne, but I will stop by soon for tea and that wonderful shortbread of yours. She made her own shortbread. It was nothing short of glorious, but having to sit in her kitchen today, as I had done many times, would try my patience, and that wouldn't be fair to her or her hospitality.
You better, she answered. I've got so much gossip to spill.
Oh? Usually about her many conquests. She wagged a finger.
You're getting nothing now.
Fair enough. Halfway along her hallway were 2 doors. The one on the right opened into her living room. The one on the left, her basement. She opened the latter, gesturing for me to enter. Thank you. I gave her another hug.
Always welcome, sexy bum.
I stepped inside the narrow passageway, the ceiling low enough to force me to duck. Barbara closed the door behind me, plunging me into darkness. A tangle of fairy lights blinked to life seconds later, twinkling their way down a crooked stairwell. I followed the usual route, the temperature cooling the deeper I went. After 5 minutes, I reached a closed wooden door. Always unlocked, the hinges squealed like 6 startled piglets. Stepping through, I reached a floor of black and white circular stones. A certain pattern had to be followed to reach the closed door on the other side. One mistake, and the magic of this route to the market rejected you, sent you into a tunnel over an Hackney Wick. Even I had to face this test. No shortcuts were offered to any being. It was a tool against spies, any potential raids. With the pattern memorized, I took the path to the door, then climbed a set of stairs up to a tunnel, then another set down until I reached a metal gate with the sounds of the market ringing from the darkness beyond. I entered a passcode into the tiny keypad fixed to the bars, and the gate clicked open. A short walk through the dark took me into the underground wonderland. Heavily cloaked by magic, shimmering yellow vines forming a tangled shell around everything, the market hummed with activity. Ghosts were blocked from entering the market, the magic thick and impenetrable. Many mages contributed to the protection of this place. I wandered through the crowd, passing many market stalls with tarpaulin roofs and sides, focused on the far left corner of the market. Potions, ingredients, all the magical things were traded. A lot of money was exchanged here daily. I tapped the compact mirror. Be sure to listen to every detail. This wasn't about trust, but more about having a backup pair of ears in case I missed any nuances or crucial details. My brain wasn't exactly dripping with high perception right now. The faint sound of Winnie's voice told me she was ready for this. I rapped my knuckles on the purple tent door in the far left corner of the market.
"Come in,"
Yvonne called. Pushing back the flap, I ducked inside, dropping to my knees on the welcoming orange cushion.
"Hello,"
Yvonne said. A pale-skinned woman with a messy tangle of greying auburn hair and a taste for wearing ponchos, Yvonne sat cross-legged on the other side of a low table between us. A teapot spewed steam into the air, 2 cups ready to be filled.
"Tea?"
"No, thank you," I said. She poured herself some into a plain white teacup. "Why here?" I asked her. We usually met at her flat in Canning Town.
"I have business here,"
she answered, not elaborating. Mage-client confidentiality agreements applied.
"How is the ruby working?"
she asked, adding milk to her tea. "There was a problem," I said, shifting to match her cross-legged stature.
"What happened?"
I told her. She sighed.
"I'm so sorry."
Yvonne knew Marcel and I were cursed, having enough of the detail for her to be able to help. I'd met her in a small Soho bar one night, then on subsequent nights after that. Our conversations were deep, about magic and philosophy, of art and all manner of things. After 5 months of talking, she finally admitted she knew who I was and that I seemed so terribly sad. A further 6 months later, I told her about Marcel. She offered me the ruby at the cost of £1 million worth of gold bars. I stole them from a bank, walked in there one night, opened a vault and helped myself to the loot. Anything for Marcel.
"He might come around,"
Yvonne said. If this is what he wants, then... I didn't finish.
"Understandable. So, what can I do for you? Is this about the death sheen? As I said, I'm still working on something which may help with that."
"No, it's something else," I said.
"Leon West?"
"Him as well."
"As well?"
"Do you know how he's showing up like he does?" She nodded.
"Astral projection. It's difficult magic to sustain, though."
"I think he's trying to help." She nodded again, saying nothing. Another part of the mystery to solve. I turned to my reason for being here. "Can you look for objects?" I asked. She added sugar cubes to her tea.
"Scrying for something? Yes, you can. The potions work the same as scrying for living beings, but they are costly and break much easier. Any results they reveal last seconds, so blinking isn't an option."
"I thought as much," I said.
"Easy to make, though. How many do you want?"
"Say 3 for now."
"No problem."
"How much?"
500 each," she said. "Care to tell me what you're looking for?"
My teeth ached even at the mere hint of discussing the onyx key before Yvonne. Sharp pain in my gums.
"A sensitive subject?" she wondered.
I rubbed at my throbbing jaw. Very. Would the onyx key even be detectable? The Wraith, on behalf of the Council, seemed to be under the impression a magical solution would reveal it.
"Consider it done,"
Yvonne said, not one for pushing a subject. From under the table she brought out a card reader. I conjured a credit card and tapped it, paying her the £1,500. "When can I expect them?" I asked.
"Within the hour. Feel free to wait here or wander the market."
She gulped a tea, then wiggled backward.
"See you shortly."
She turned and crouch-walked to the back of the tent, disappearing through another panel. Normally, I would be happy to have a browse. Today, in this moment, I wanted to be still, to not have to think about anything other than the passing of time. until Marcel's smile flashed across my eyes. I can't let you go. Chapter 7. You... I tried, on the verge of hacking my guts up. George couldn't be here. He just couldn't be. Why? God, I was going to pass out. I can explain, he said. I'd heard that before as he stamped on my heart, told me my life was over, confessed to being a cheating piece of shit. What's going on? Robert asked. Robert wasn't the man George left me for. That was Craig, the fitness instructor, not a necromancer. I didn't understand. George came closer. I can explain, he repeated. Why does he look like he's about to faint? Robert demanded. Can we talk? George responded, though I wasn't sure who he said that to. Shit. I have to go. I backed into my flat. Marcel, please. I slammed the door, trying to breathe. George Behrens was here in Oakthorne. How? Why? What the actual fuck? And moving into my building with another new man. I balled my hands into fists, backing away from the door. You wanker, I whispered. You absolute wanker. This wasn't happening. George was not out there. I heard his voice, heard Robert's, but that wasn't my ex. No way. I must be hallucinating, messed up by the weekend's drama. But I knew better than that. What did I do? Who did I call? I'd fall apart on the phone to my family, and Jen wasn't around anymore. Louise couldn't pick up a phone. For some reason, ghosts and phones did not mix. Shaking, I pulled my e-scroll from my pocket and dialed my boss. Marcel? He's here, I said. George is here. I know. I just got word they arrived. Did you know about George and Robert? I asked, every swallow painful. My brow dripped with sweat as if some little creature inside me flipped the heating on. How is that any of your business? Seriously? Yes, I knew. Of course I knew. I have the appropriate paperwork for all my staff. Confidential paperwork, I must add. Who Robert is in a relationship with is none of your business. You could have told me, I cried, stepping out of line. Excuse me? Sorry, Mum. You just what? Come on, Marcel, speak. Waste my time as much as you like. Cruel, deceitful, uncaring. What was the point of sending me here under the pretense of healing, only for her to throw this curveball at me? Was this some kind of test? I don't understand, I said. What is it you don't understand? Why you couldn't have told me. This was too much wading into dangerous waters with her. Do I work for you, Marcel? No. Do I have to answer to you? No, Mum. Exactly. Listen, I didn't tell you because it isn't my business, and it is none of yours. You're no longer with George, and he is free to love who he wants. Him living in the same town, let alone the same building, means nothing. It is only about Robert being here to help us. Was she actually on something? It may seem cruel, but think of this as a test, she added. Show me you are capable of rising above these things, that you are up to standard. After all, you're the one who told me you weren't exhausted, weren't letting your personal life hinder your performance. Like she actually fucking listened to me. Isn't that right, Marcel? Lost for words. So lost for words. At least all the angry ones I wanted to throw in her face. Right, Mum, I agreed reluctantly. My necromancers do not let trivialities undermine their work. You might have been hurt, Marcel, but forget about it. Robert is an excellent man to be partnered with, and that's that. She hung up. I held the e-scroll in front of my face, staring at the screen. It was a test. It wasn't enough for her to ruin my life, but she had to pile on more bullshit. I really was her lab bunny, a necro with new powers to monitor. Was she that evil? I ran to the bathroom, falling at the toilet bowl and bringing up my breakfast. George was back. Chapter 8. Death. Exactly an hour later, Yvonne crawled back into the tent. She placed 3 purple potions on the table.
"Done,"
she said. Thank you so much. I took the potions to use back at the manor. There wasn't really any point in Winnie being here. I was paranoid, a fool as usual.
"You're welcome,"
she answered, feeling the side of her teapot.
"Still drinkable."
The mage poured more tea. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, I said, going to leave.
"I can help you with Marcel, but it will cost you."
My backside returned to the cushion. She smiled, resting her hands on the table.
"There is a potion many mages do not know about, and if they do, they wouldn't brew it. But I'm me."
She winked an amber eye at me.
"And I can make it happen."
I'm going to need some context, I said. Yvonne lowered her voice, beckoning me to lean closer.
"Daisy Pocket."
Again, I really need you to provide context.
"Probably the most complex potion in the world. It creates special pockets existing beyond the rules of time and space. Small alternative worlds, if you like."
I stared at her for long beats. You're being serious?
"Why wouldn't I be?"
It sounds ridiculous.
"Says the immortal being who made ghosts get stuck."
Touché. Yvonne took a slow sip of tea before she spoke again.
"The rules of these pockets are designed by you, wholly created by your specifications."
That sounds too good to be true.
"But true anyway."
Things really had taken an interesting turn.
"The potion is extremely difficult to make," she continued, "requiring some expensive ingredients and extreme care so to not upset the sphere."
Leon's magic had upset the mage sphere recently, something mages strived not to do. Now I was glad Winnie sat in my pocket. I gather a daisy is one of those ingredients, I said.
"Yes, the easiest thing to harvest. I'm missing a key ingredient."
A place designed of my own rules. A place for us.
"Yes."
Why didn't you say anything before?
"Because you had a ruby. Because of the ethical issues surrounding the key ingredient. Because of the risks to myself in making the potion. One false move in the brewing, and I'm dead."
Of course. You enjoy building me up to things, don't you? She laughed.
"An endearing quality, some would say."
Frustrating, more like. What is this key ingredient?
"A poltergeist."
An icy tongue licked up and down my spine. I'm sorry?
"The energy of a poltergeist enables the cut into the pocket, kicking the door down, if you like. The poltergeist is sucked into a vessel of some kind, usually a special mage gem, then transferred into the potion. Once the poltergeist is absorbed into the mixture successfully, it is ready. Brewed wrong, that energy explodes and takes out anything within a 5-mile radius."
And what happens to the poltergeist?
"Oblivion. Rubbed out of existence either with a successful potion or a wrong brewing."
No afterlife?
"No."
That's cruel, I said.
"Terribly cruel, but also a mercy."
You're destroying someone's essence completely.
"Again, isn't that a mercy for a poltergeist?" she suggested.
Once a ghost became a poltergeist, it was lost to rage, dangerous, needing to be locked away in a facility. Before I changed the rules of dying, poltergeists did exist. They tried to escape me, but I always found them, sent them on to be absorbed into the spirit plane. There was no coming back to any stable existence for them, the rage far too consuming. So they became the winds and rains of the spirit realm instead, still part of existence in a new way. But John, a poltergeist in the deepest parts of Marigold, had managed to curb his anger. He existed alone, in complete solitude, never leaving the darkness of the caves, never allowing the bright struggles of the world beyond to infect him. He'd broken through his terrible rage. Others could do the same.
One poltergeist's torment ended to give you and Marcel happiness,
Yvonne added.
Think about that.
A selfish choice, and one I found myself craving to make.
I can make you a daisy pocket, she said, but I'll need your help.
To get a poltergeist. She smiled.
Yes, and who better than you to get me one? You won't even need a gem. That scythe of yours will suffice in trapping it.
It would, but I shook my head. No.
Just like that.
I can't destroy a poltergeist for my own selfish needs.
Yet you wear that ruby, she countered. That's all that stands between love and destruction.
That's different.
Is it? It's still selfish, even if the ingredients don't pose the same moral problems. You're still willing to walk a dangerous line.
I sighed, flashing back to the moment it fell from my neck, the cracks forming in my bedroom at the manor, the torment on Marcel's face.
You removed his memories, Yvonne continued. You spun him a lie. Was he angry when he found out?
My eyes narrowed into a glower. Are you trying to goad me into something?
No, I'm making you see reason, she replied. If you're having a crisis of morality, you shouldn't. A poltergeist is...
There are dormant poltergeists, I cut her off.
Rarities.
But a reality.
What about the scumbag ones?
Sorry.
You know, those who committed terrible atrocities in life, now dead and lost to rage because they can't go around killing or raping or whatever it is they did.
A dark turn.
What about them? She pressed.
I read between the lines. What are you not telling me? Another long sip of her tea.
I'll get to the deal.
Deal?
You help me, and I'll help you.
I'm listening. Her demeanor darkened.
I have a list of poltergeists at the North Somerset facility, she said, complete with their crimes. I have a copy here.
She pulled a paper file from under the table, offering it to me. I didn't take it. Yvonne, let's not do this.
You would kill a rogue without question, but the poltergeist of a serial killer is where you draw the line.
That's different. The rogue ghost gets the chance to change.
I don't want to hear it, she snapped. Your fucking moral compass is broken. I'm talking about the real bottom feeders, those who are irredeemable, and I know you know who I mean.
I did. I really did. Fuck, I breathed.
I'm giving you the chance to be with the man you love without interference.
Why are you so angry? Her jaw clicked, her head shaking back and forth in quick succession. She drank more of the tea, closing her eyes for half a minute. Yvonne. A heavy, raspy sigh.
One of the poltergeists on the list murdered my twin sister 30 years ago.
I would have been there to move her on. What was her name?
Linda Barker.
I cast my mind back through my index of souls. They were all in a special filing system built for my mind, memories of the dead for me to pick through when I needed to. Linda Barker, 13 years old, the same auburn hair and pale complexion as Yvonne, those same amber eyes, kidnapped and murdered by a terrible man she called Jeff. Little Linda had been so upset, so worried about her twin sister, about her parents. Like many ghosts whose lives ended under such dark and traumatic circumstances, she was afraid, not ready to move on. Not when so much life should have been before her. I'd taken her hand, guided her to the other side, soothed her, lessened the hurt. "What happened to her killer?" I asked. She sniffed, taking a moment to answer.
Police couldn't find the scum until 10 years ago. He got caught in Portishead trying to take another girl, his first since my sister. He ran from police, fell and hit his head in the wrong place on the pavement. Concrete took him out.
Another sniff.
His rage twisted him up after that. 6 necromancers sent him off to the North Somerset facility, 2 of them badly hurt in the process.
Poltergeists were truly deadly spirits.
"I want him ended,"
Yvonne continued.
"Jeff Hunt. I don't want him to be moved on, to have anything other than complete oblivion. You make that happen, and I'll make you happy. No other charge than that."
So much to process. How long were you going to sit on this for? She shrugged.
"I don't know. Until an opportunity like this arose, I suppose."
A monster like Jeff Hunt deserved to be removed from existence, as did the others on her list, I was sure. I took the file. A weak smile spread across her lips, one wreathed in grief.
"Thank you."
I'm taking this with me to read. Was I to become a vigilante of sorts? A new kind of death? It was a can of worms I held by the ring pull. Or was I simply giving her some peace of mind in exchange for being with my love?
"Here."
She placed a new ruby on a gold chain on the table. "What's this?"
"A replacement. No charge."
I can't take this.
"Just take it."
I took it, not needing much convincing, replacing my faulty one straight away. "Thank you."
"You're welcome."
"I'm so sorry, Yvonne," I said. "About your sister." Her eyes glistened with sadness.
"How was she at the end?"
"At peace."
"Did she—"
She shook her head.
"No. Peace is enough."
A deep sniff.
"I'm going to need whiskey in my tea. Anyway, you go and have a think and read. I've got some work I really need to sort through. Text me later."
"Are you?"
"Please, leave."
I did as she asked, stepping out into the market once again. Chapter 9. Louise sat with me, listening to me tell her about George. I left out the death stuff. I didn't have the mental energy to drop that on her yet.
"That's terrible," she cried.
If I wasn't working later, I'd be drinking my weight in Merlot. "There's nothing I can do about it, though," I said. "Just have to get on with it." She shook her ghostly head.
"What a strange coincidence."
"Some divine deity hates me."
"Don't be silly."
"They must do." I jumped up from the sofa. "Okay, that's enough whining."
"You can whine to me. Not that you are whining, because you're allowed to feel what you feel. You know, valid feelings, riding the wave, and—"
"I've spent so much time crying over that wanker," I said. "Correction, I've wasted so much time over him." I blew out a long breath. Why does he have to be here? It was bad enough sharing a big city with him, but I could avoid him there. Now I have to see his face, hear his voice, know he's fucking that man 2 doors away from me. Why do you care? He's not dead. Only he'd still been part of my life. I'd still loved him and been stung by him. "Wanker!" I snapped, pacing.
Do you need something? Louise asked.
A bazooka and an alibi? A translucent hand went to her mouth. I'm choking.
Oh, thank goodness.
Anyway, bazookas make too much noise. I went to the kitchen, pouring myself half a glass of red. One wouldn't hurt. Louise followed.
I'm really sorry you're hurting.
This would have made an awesome hug moment. Not what you were expecting when you came to visit, was it?
Certainly not.
She glared at the wall.
I'd like to charge through there now and give him a piece of my mind.
I'd like to see that. Ghosts could walk through walls or lean on them, depending on their motive.
I'll do it now, she said.
I was joking.
You were?
I knocked back the wine. Yep, but thanks for the support.
What are friends for?
Want to watch a movie? Her beaming grin gave the bright sun outside some competition.
I would love that so much.
Cool. I need a distraction from so many things, especially the tempting wine. After watching 2 Disney films back to back, Louise particularly loved Disney animated movies, she left me to nap. I managed 2 hours before my brain got to buzzing again. Whatever, I was used to running on little sleep. I'd gotten used to it since the breakup, my body adjusting to the lack of it. I made some toast, slapping on some of Louise's strawberry jam, and settled in to watch the Japanese horror movie Ringu. All that Disney required some counterbalance. The creepy tale of a videotape and a girl in a well blew away the sparkles and songs of the previous movies. Much better, I said, eating my way through a 4th slice of toast. George. Death. Fucking MR, the heartless High Warden. Wanted to test me, did she? Thought she could blow her trumpet and we'd all dance to her tune. Well, yep, that's exactly what she did. She wanted the best, an army of machines without feeling, full of focus. Why couldn't the creepy well girl on screen go pay Emma a visit? I'll give you 50 quid, I told the movie. I laughed at myself, picking up my knitting. To my amazement, Robert knocked on my door at 8. Hesitantly, I opened it. Hi. All right. He wasn't as stony-faced as I'd expected. Fine. You? In shock. Same. He folded his big arms across his big chest. You're the X before the X. I am. Fucking weird. Want to come in? Yeah. I stepped aside, letting him in. Robert sighed, eyes scanning my home. He's a complete twat for keeping this to himself. That's being kind. Emma knew. I know she did, he responded. He called her when I told him your name before we left London, apparently. He asked her to keep things quiet so he'd a chance to talk to both of us about this, because I didn't know you were engaged to him once. He's never told me your name. Fuck. He sat on the arm of my sofa. He hasn't. No, just said he was with someone he hurt. More than hurt. Right. Is Emma nuts? Shouldn't she put the best interests of her necromancers first and foremost? I shrugged. You'd think so, especially after the lectures I've had to endure. He nodded, glancing back at my balcony. Fuck this. You don't have to worry, I said. He faced me again. Good, and I'm not. We're so over. He told me he cheated on you. A new detail I learned today. He admitted it. He did. Said he regrets it. Really? He could have let me know. What happened with... I hesitated. Did he know about Craig? Robert stood up. The other ex. He wants to talk to you about it, and I've decided that's cool. Right now, the dickhead is in the doghouse, but whenever you get the chance, sit down and talk with him. He wants to... He paused, shaking his head. He wants to make things right. They could never be right. Let me just say, he added, that me and him got together after he left the other one. That's all I'm saying. He can clean his own soul. Okay, I think we should leave it there. See you for our shift tonight. Yep, was all I could manage. I found myself starring in some surreal play of my life. George was here, living 2 doors down with his new man. Thanks so much to the playwright in the sky for making all this possible. Wanker. Chapter 10. Death. I sat at the dusty table of the old dining room, the silver drapes pulled across the window with moth-eaten, a thick layer of grime covering almost every inch of the space. Over in the left corner, a patch of mold crawled like an army of shadows up the wall. I rarely used the other rooms in the manor, but sometimes I didn't want to make a mess in my bedroom. Despite the new, foreboding cracks, I like to keep it tidy. I poured the first purple potion into a clean mixing bowl, mentally requesting to look for the onyx key. The liquid swirled. I leaned over the bowl, waiting for the vision, for a sign. A flash, an image of a figure, quicker than a blink, nothing more. I tried the second potion. This time it showed me the onyx key, a jaggedly cut instrument, but nothing else. The third attempt showed me the figure again, hunched over. Nothing more. No additional hints. I'd need more potion. A lot more than 3 vials. Returning to my room, frustration churning my insides, I opened a bottle of Chateauneuf du Pape, filling a glass to the rim. Sat down on my bed as Winnie manifested in the mirror. "Hi," I said, taking a big gulp of the red liquid. She opened with,
"Have you made a decision yet?"
Still a no.
"I thought as much."
We'd had the same conversation since leaving the market, running through the pros and cons, going over the same details again and again. It wasn't up to me to rid the world of evil mortals, only move their souls on. Yes, I'd intervene with Marcel, killing rogues to protect him. And I was hunting Nick and the Onyx Key, though he wasn't a mortal, so that made things different. What right did I have to give Yvonne her revenge? None. What should I do? I asked her. Again. Winnie swam in a circle.
"I think you should do what you think is best, dear one."
That's not an answer.
"I can't make the decision for you. But allow me to put it to you this way."
I poured more wine. "I'm listening."
"What if this is the change you need?" she said. "Take that irredeemable soul, have the pocket made, and get what you want. Maybe then you can balance your purpose with your love."
Purpose, not job. I'm sure the council would love that, I countered.
"Maybe that will force their hands, force a change."
"What if they can't?"
"Then you tell them this is how things will be. You get Marcel, the dead get to move on."
Was it really that simple? What if the same forbidden love rule applied within the pocket? "It's still a risk Marcel won't take," I said.
"Then you have to talk to him."
I wanted to do more than talk. And go through the same pain again.
"I don't believe you are destined to be together in suffering. That is too cruel a fate."
"The fate of an immortal being resisting his nature," I said. "Maybe it is time to face facts." My statement already began to crumble. I'll never give up on our love. "I don't see life pining over a mortal," I added. Winnie's emerald eyes flashed.
"Because she is about as exciting as wilted lettuce."
"But life is the embodiment of, well, life." That sounded odd on my tongue.
"She's a pain in my fins."
I smirked. Winnie wasn't wrong there. But you see my point?
I do. Do you see mine, dear one?
I finished the wine and spread out on the bed, folding my hands behind my head. I need to think.
You need to communicate with Marcel.
I angled my head to face her. You're feistier than usual.
Sorry?
Don't ever be sorry for feistiness.
I hate seeing you so hurt, dear one.
I returned my gaze to the cracks in the ceiling, my memories a maelstrom, random pieces of time exploding to the forefront, taking me down lanes I'd tried to block. The first time our hearts met, his first death in Pompeii, the endless love and pain, the chaos, the time spent wandering, so lost without him while still being death, trying to find a solution, desperate for his kiss in my every step, failing every cycle, never able to change a thing. Love and doom. Doom and love. But things were different this time. So very different. A ruby, a special potion, tools we'd never had before. I really needed to talk to him, but the thought of his rejection kept my spine fixed to the mattress. Chapter 11. The first shift since the shit hit the fan, patrolling the streets of Oakthorne with my ex's new man. Robert and I were working tonight, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, along with another 4 necros who'd arrived in town from Bristol and Manchester. We met them briefly before being sent off to patrol. A quiet, cold night faced us, a bit of mean wind licking at our faces. "Wish I'd brought my snood," I said. Robert grunted, nodding, not looking at me. So now things would be awkward. Excellent. Another necro of Oakthorne who didn't want to be around me. Fucking George. He ruined everything. "What are you into?" I tried as we worked a series of residential streets in the southwest part of town. "Into?" he responded gruffly. Hobbies?" He stopped, eyes on a house. "Can you see that ghost up there?" I followed his gaze. Sure enough, a ghost stood in the window of a 2-story red brick house, watching us. What about it? I wondered. I got ready for him to make some profound point. "Just saying." He carried on walking. I hurried after him, keeping pace again. "What's wrong?" He shot me a creased forehead and mean eyes. "You're asking me that question?" "George. Good to see you keeping up, bro." My turn to stop. "Don't do that." He paused, facing me. "Do what?" "I'm trying to gloss over shit. Make things work," I countered. "I thought we were okay." He huffed. "Make things work while there's a fucking enormous elephant in the room? Nice one." 2 thumbs up. Nope, he wasn't getting away with that. "Want to play the moody I'm so hard done by game? I'll win. George screwed me over, not you. He cheated, he left me, and then suddenly he's back in my life again. Not with the man he left me for, but with you, my new work partner." God, the anger bubbled like soup left on the hob too long. "How do you think that makes me feel? Full of rainbows with a spring in my step?" He opened and closed his mouth. It feels really, really shit. I hate it. I hate him being here. I hate having to work with you. I hate Emma for not telling me. And I hate George for breaking my heart. I know he's your fiancé, but you opened this can of worms." Deep breaths. In and out. In and out. He puffed up his cheeks, released a sigh. "I'm a dickhead. I'm sorry." I was actually shaking. "I don't want to fight with you. I don't know you, but I'm not in the wrong here." "I know you're not." "And you know what else? We should be getting on with our work, but to hell with it for a moment.
I don't want to hate him. I'm tired of it. It makes me sad. I shook my head, a mind full of death. George is nothing compared to you. But I need answers. I need to put this to bed, I said. What I don't need is you giving me shit. I know you're as pissed off as me. I know it must really suck finding this out, but I'm not against you or whatever's going through your head. Like starting up with my man again, he responded. My stomach lurched. God, I couldn't think of anything worse. Oh, no offense, but burn me once like that and I'm done. Just the way I'm wired. He nodded. Me too. I'd cook his bollocks in duck fat if he ever cheated on me. I swallowed a laugh. I hope he doesn't. So do I. Do you trust him? Let's keep moving, bro, he said. We walked and talked. I do trust him, he answered my question. He knows he did wrong. I don't think he'd ever try going back to you. He'd have better luck marrying a boulder. Robert chuckled. Weird. True. I really am a dickhead. Yep. I get it. Maybe the trust is thinner than I thought. We turned a corner onto another street, everything quiet aside from a car passing us and parking up a few feet away. Quiet, Robert said. It is. A silence fell between us, ending in the next street. I've had an insecure moment, he broke the silence. But I really do think you should meet. Sort this out. Hear him out. Now that I've cooled down a bit. I'm not sure. I thought you wanted answers. I do, but what? I'm scared to talk to him. I'm too angry. He sighed. I get that. I really do. But George is a good man. He is. At least, at one point he had been. I don't know. Have a think about it. No pressure. Talking things through would be really good. I knew that. Until spending too long in George's presence changed that. Me committing murder might be a consequence Robert wouldn't appreciate. I wouldn't survive prison. I will think about it, I said. Good. So, are we good? I tried. He stopped. We have to be good and professional. You know, mature about these things. Agreed. He groaned. Oh, I hate this town already. It's not so bad when you get used to it. We started walking again. Are you used to it now, then? He asked. Not really. He nodded. Making the most of a situation, are you? Yep. Shall we get some hot chocolate? On me? Sure. Thanks. Let's aim for the 24-hour cafe over on Albion Street. It's on our way. There's a 24-hour cafe? I questioned. Yeah, bro. You've been in this town longer than me and didn't know. I didn't. I haven't really worked this area. Well, I'm bloody freezing. The sooner we get over there, the better. Then it's a plan, I said. Things were going to take time to smooth out between me and Robert. I mean, I didn't know if he truly meant what he said. He seemed genuine, but so had Nick. Things were changing all the time, so maybe him and George would be back in London before I knew it. Out of my life, planning their wedding. Fucking George. Even now, with knowledge of my dramatic past, he still managed to squirm through me like a maggot. We carried on, weaving through the streets, finding nothing but silence and the sense of unease that smothered the town of late. Eventually we came to the cafe in question, the only shop open in a little row of 6. Never thought a town like this would have a cafe open all day and night, I said, following Robert to the door. Thank fuck there is. We entered the small place with 6 tables cramped together, 2 men eating and reading newspapers as a TV played the 24-hour news channel. Another man stood behind the counter. Evening, gents, he greeted us. What can I get you?
Robert ordered 2 hot chocolates, 2 Cornish pasties, and 2 double chocolate cookies for extra energy purposes. I didn't complain. Cradling our hot chocolates, a plastic bag with our other goodies swinging from Robert's arm, we returned to the streets. "Ah, bliss," Robert declared after his first sip. It was good hot chocolate. We ate and drank our supplies, and as we turned the corner, we bumped into a ghost in a complete state of panic. "Oh, thank goodness!" he bellowed. I almost dropped my drink. "What are you doing out?" Robert barked. "There's a curfew." The man flapped his arms, hopping from foot to foot. "I've been looking everywhere for a necromancer." "What's wrong?" I asked, my tone much softer than my partner's. "Rogues," he panted, ceasing his flapping. "Where?" "In a house a few streets over, having a meeting, roping ghosts into stuff." "Stuff?" I said. "A ritual. They have a couple of necromancer ghosts." "You what?" Robert asked. "Charlotte and Mario," I answered. "Oh, them. Fuck." "Did you escape?" I asked the ghost. "Is that why you're here?" He nodded his head. "I snuck out the back. If they realize I'm missing..." He backed away. "Why do they keep taking us? I was heading home for curfew. I still live in the house I bought when I was alive. Always obey the curfew. Keep my head down. Never do anything to anyone." His bottom lip trembled. "Cancer got me at 32, but I just took my death and waited to move on. But you don't need to know that." "I'm sorry that happened to you," I answered. Ghost stories were hard to hear a lot of the time. An unfair fate, time cut short. Many lives lost because of your doomed love. "A rogue snatched me on my doorstep," the ghost added. "I live on the other side of town. There's, I don't know how many there are. Too many, and I don't know what they want with us." "To build an army." "Can you tell us the house address?" Robert asked the ghost, his voice softer. Good to hear him on the same page. I like to approach things calmly first, with an iron fist second. Ghosts were prone to a lot of anger, and too much of it sent them spiraling into poltergeist territory. I, the man answered. "I only know the street name, Trent Road, not the number." "Okay, then can you show us, please?" Robert asked.
Yes."
"Thanks. What's your name?" I asked.
"Phil Collins."
I held back cracking a joke about the name he shared with the famous musician, cross with myself for the inappropriate thought. "Nice to meet you, Phil," Robert said. "You don't have to go near the house. You can go home."
"Can I stick with you for a bit?"
"You can, but you're not coming anywhere near the house."
"Never again,"
Phil replied. Charlotte and Mario were caught. God, the poor pair, going from having the power to help to being victims of rogue insanity. Rogues wanted to rise up against necromancers, saw us as their enemy. Some even believed the blood of a necro would cure their broken minds through some kind of blood ritual. It wasn't a thing, but try telling that to a rogue with the ridiculous spread of misinformation polluting their broken minds. Robert cracked his knuckles. "You ready for this?" "I'm ready." I fired a message off on my e-scroll to Emma to keep her informed. She called back. "Hello, ma'am," I said.
"The ghost is still with you?"
No time for niceties. "Yes, ma'am. He feels safe with us."
"Send him to Sanctuary as soon as you can."
"We will."
"Address?"
"Trent Road. We don't have the house number yet." I'd already told her this.
"The ghost won't say?"
"He only knows the road name."
"Charlotte and Mario are there?"
"I'm assuming so."
"I'll have backup on standby. Be discreet. Assess the situation. Scan the house. Do not go inside unless I give the order."
"Yes, ma'am."
"Give the e-scroll to Robert."
I did as she asked. He offered her a string of yes mums and then handed me the device.
Do not take any risks, my boss demanded.
Understood, ma'am.
Message me the house number as soon as you arrive.
Yes, ma'am.
She hung up. I pocketed the e-scroll.
You good with that? Robert asked.
Her orders?
Yeah.
Of course. He nodded. But if we need to act, you'll act, right? We cut through a small street comprised of 5 red brick houses and a 2-story block of flats. An oak tree sat in the middle of the tiny roundabout that didn't really serve a purpose. Oakthorne was famous for its red brick houses and oak trees. What are you saying? I asked, the leaves of the tree rustling in the bitter wind. Getting things done sometimes means bending the rules, he said. Or going against the orders of a high warden. That too. Right, because being chewed out by Emma was always so much fun, wasn't it? But I guess he had a point. If the situation called for action, then action there had to be. That reasoning didn't stop the somersaults in my stomach. We eventually stopped at the top of Trent Road. From here, the dipped street looked like the curve of a particularly bent banana, lined with a series of semi-detached houses. Posh, Robert muttered. You see that house with the fir tree? Phil asked. The only front garden to have one, a house in the middle of the left row. That's the one, I wondered. Yes. I watched him rub at his biceps, taking a step back. Please don't make me go back there. We wouldn't, I said. We'll send you to Sanctuary. I'm scared. It's okay. Phil shook his head, backing off some more. I can't go down there. I can't. Easy, I tried. Take a deep breath. A strange suggestion for a ghost, but sometimes it worked. Come on, bro, Robert joined in. Let's not. But the ghost turned and ran. Shit. Leave him, Robert said, a hand on my shoulder. I stepped to the side, his hand sliding off my jacket. What if he gets caught by more rogues? Don't worry. But I am worried. Focus, Marcel. Life is so fucked up sometimes. Tell me about it. Ready? He asked. After I smack you in the mouth, sure. I'm ready. Wearing black helped us creep through the shadows between the streetlights, inching closer to the house. From behind a car, I clocked 2 silver numbers on the green door. 44. I sent the detail to Emma. The house was dark, no hint of light in any of the windows or the door. Its front garden sat behind a brick wall, slightly elevated from the street. The fir tree swayed in the wind, but nothing else happened. A case of too quiet. Using our scan power risked alerting rogues, seeing as they were necromancers and sensitive to our magic. Emma messaged again, ordering us to head back to the top of the road. She didn't like the situation. Robert had other plans, moving toward the front gate. I grabbed his left forearm. What are you doing? I can't crouch here and ponder. We're to go back that way, I hissed, jutting up the road with my thumb. He shook me loose. I never got anywhere by pissing around. We're not. Emma said. Fuck Emma. Fuck all this shit. Great. Just what I wanted to deal with. Look, I'm annoyed with her too, but only annoyed. More than that, but come on, let's not be stupid about this. He crept closer to the gate. Shit. Robert, please. He glanced back at me. Shame you don't work under the High Warden of Southwark. He's much looser than that tightly wound ice cube. Lets me run with things. Reckless. But I'm going in. He grabbed the top of the garden wall just before the gate. Come if you want. He hauled himself up and over. Shit. I looked back up the road, pressed against the wall, my nerves performing river dance. Why did I have to be paired with a wannabe hero? Why couldn't this just be a simple first night back to work? With a groan, I climbed over the wall, ducking into a crouch beside the big fir tree. Robert was tucked under the front windows, listening.
He gestured for me to come forward. Seeing as I'd gone over the wall already, I scurried across the grass to join him.
"What are you doing?"
I whispered. He put a finger to his lips, pointing up at the window, then at his left ear. I listened, hearing muffled voices, picking out 0 words. I messaged him on my e-scroll. "Can you make that out?" He pulled out his e-scroll, dimming the brightness. He looked at me, then sent me a message back telling me he couldn't. Me. "Now what?" Him. "We go around back." Me. "Let's get out of here." No matter who pulled the trigger on this, I could guarantee Emma would blame me. Call it necrotic intuition or experience with my boss and his shady ways. Him. "Not a chance." Me. "This is reckless." Him. "This is our job." Robert pocketed his device and hurried around the side of the house, keeping low. A tall wooden gate blocked his route. He tested the handle. Locked. Looking back and forth, he straightened to his full height, grabbed the top of the gate, and went up and over. Damn this. Not wanting him to collide with trouble alone, I followed him over, landing in a side alley. 2 wheelie bins sat beside a dark door. Robert stood, listening. He shook his head at me, darting past the door to step over a short gate leading to a back garden. Again, I followed him. The garden was half-paved, half-green, with a table and chairs, a pond, and 2 fir trees at the far end. Tall fences ringed it, hanging bird baths in each panel. 2 sheds were built into the structure of the house beyond a large back window and a door on my right, partitioned off by 2 large garden chimneys. My scalp prickled, every muscle in my body tense as hell. Robert waved for my attention, ducking under the dark back window. He pointed to his right side. A basement well window under the big one. Faint light flickered within the grimy glass. Voices again, though still not clear. My necro partner fired off a message. Him. "I'm going in through the door." Oh, hell no. Me. "We didn't even check for cameras." Him. "I did." That made me the crappier half of the team then. Me. "Please, let's get out of here." He shook his head. Light flooded the window. We pressed harder into the wall beneath it, hearing louder voices. My heart became a jackhammer, my muscles tenser than ever. Shit. Times that by 1,000,000. The door handle jangled. Oh, God. Here came the fighting. I reached for my gun. Robert grabbed me by the wrist, nodding his head over at the chimneys. He dragged me over, the 2 of us ducking behind the fat, grey concrete structures just as the door opened. I couldn't breathe, my heart trying to break out of my chest. "Chilly night," a male voice said, the click of what sounded like a lighter. "What's the plan?" another male asked. "We wait." "I hate waiting." "Who doesn't?" Shoulder to shoulder, the chimneys barely covered us. One false move and we'd be spotted. I checked the positions of our shadows. Mercifully, we were good, out of sight for the time being. A sniff from a rogue. "Can't wait to cut them up, play with them." Giggling. "Messy." Further giggling. Blood everywhere, and so much to drink." Jump rope intestines. "Gross, I love it." The giggling sent a chill racing up and down my spine. No, one of the men said. "We have to be good here. Hold it together." A thumping sound. "Stupid fucking brains." Rogues, 2 of them. Sometimes a rogue could have a perfectly ordinary conversation about how cold the night was, or even about their favorite book. However, they never lasted, always tumbling into violent longings or long rambles, basically descending into chaos. I often thought it was really sad, all necromancers dangling over the void they'd fallen into. "Can I have one of those?" one of the men asked. The giggling had stopped. "Sure." Click. Inhale. Exhale. They stood there smoking in silence, the smell of the tobacco drifting over toward us. Neither me nor Robert attempted to take a look. At least I hoped Robert wouldn't try for a glance. There might be only two here, but I'd heard more than two muffled voices at that basement well window. The door closed, the light going off, plunging us back into nighttime. I released a sigh of relief, twisting to peer over the top of the chimneys. No rogues in sight.
"Can we get out of here now?"
I whispered. "After hearing about them playing with someone's insides," he answered. "Don't think so." My e-scroll buzzed with a call from Emma. "Don't answer it," Robert said.
"She'll go nuts."
"We've got this."
What exactly was my problem here? Why was I allowing this man to lead me astray when my goal was to prove myself to Emma? This didn't serve my cause.
"No," I countered. "You're not dragging me into this.
I'm going back."
"Then go."
"You can't be serious. We shouldn't be talking, no matter how quiet our voices."
"I'm deadly serious," he replied. "I'm going in."
"Please."
But he darted out from our cover, heading to the door. If only my bind power worked on fellow necros, especially ones like this idiot. Not wanting to abandon him, I followed. Imagine if I left him to it. My God, Emma would hang me out to dry, another mark against me. I'd be that necro who got his partners hurt or killed. Not a reputation I wanted. By the sounds of it, these rogues desired some serious violence. But who were the ones they wanted to hurt? Were there any living people inside? Necromancers? Blood for their blood ritual? No, Emma would have said if anyone was missing. Robert tried the door handle. It wasn't locked. Pressing all the way down, the door gently swung open, thick heat wafting out. I tried again with Robert, my last attempt at reason. He shook his head and stood up, pushing the door fully open slowly with his boot. Drew his gun, ready for action. He took one step inside. I drew my weapon. Robert kept going, moving into the dark warmth. I followed him into a large kitchen with a dining table and chairs. A radiator behind the table gave off terrific heat, the central heating on full blast. Fear slithered across my senses, slimy and cold, planting images of slugs into my brain. I wanted out of here. This was wrong, so damn insane. Yet I had no other choice but to follow Robert into this pit of central heated hell. Damn, damn, damn. I focused, ears tuned into my surroundings, eyes scanning the shadows for the slightest disturbance. Robert turned a corner at the end of the kitchen, stepping into a dark hall lit by the glow of a fish tank with a door to his left, a staircase directly behind him. He turned to point his gun up those stairs, sweeping the darkness. I hung back at the kitchen door. The front door of the house sat directly opposite me, a thick black curtain pulled across it. I slowly stepped into the hall, performing my own checks. No one waited on those stairs or in the dark living room with a soft lamp flickering in the corner. More black curtains blocked the light from being seen from the street outside. What about the kitchen? No curtains there. Did that not count? Robert pointed to the stairs, joining me back in the hall. Where the hell was the basement entrance? There was no sign of a door anywhere. I mouthed that to him. He shrugged, pointed upward again. I shook my head. We had to get out of there. We'd already crossed the line. My e-scroll buzzed. Emma again. Robert snarled as I held up the device, placing one foot on the bottom step. Hello again. I spun to face the owner of the voice, gun pointed at the ghostly form of Phil Collins standing by the front door. What are you doing here? I hissed. He didn't appear so scared now. The ghost grinned at us. Welcome, arseholes. He threw out his hands, a blast of kinetic energy slamming into me. I flew back, crashing into Robert. He went down face first onto the stairs with a heavy bang, kicking out his legs. hit me in the side of the head, sending me spinning into the wall. I dropped my gun, brains rattling in my skull. Robert barked something, a flash of green necrotic magic following. Kinetic energy put a stop to that. Voices from above, heavy footsteps. I took another blow to the head, blacking out moments later. Damn my life! Chapter 12. I came to on my back, eyes heavy with haze. I blinked them awake, my surroundings slowly coming into focus. Lifting my groggy head, I spotted 2 tall lamps in opposite corners of the dark room. Then shapes, the faces of men and women, of the living and the dead. The ghosts sobbed or looked pained, the rogues holding them darkly happy to see us. Shit! Sharp pains shot through my skull as my brain caught up. I struggled against tight binds on my hands, legs, and across my chest. "Robert," I tried. No answer.
"Don't you worry yourself about him,"
a woman said, placing the back of her hand on my forehead. I thrashed against her touch. She recoiled. A man slapped me across the face, fresh pain screaming to join the throbbing in my head. What a... I blinked, struggling. It was then I noticed Charlotte and Mario amongst the dead.
"Your blood will help us as we rise up,"
the woman who'd touched me said. I prepared to unleash my magic. How many rogues were here in what I presumed to be the basement? 10? A lot to go up against. Seeing as I wasn't getting out of these binds, I had to try my luck at breaking rogue binds on the dead and using a ghost to get me free.
"Brothers and sisters," the woman spoke. "Here they are, with us, a gift from the universe, sacrifices to aid our cause."
She placed a knife to my left cheek and cut me. I sucked in air between clenched teeth.
"The first blood is drawn,"
she continued, placing a finger to my wound. First, Robert next. Still alive? I summoned my magic, the green light not something I could hide. A man pounded his fist on my right hand 3 times. "Fuck you!" I roared.
"We will rise,"
the woman waffled on. Were my fingers broken? No, just hurting like crazy. You have to be quicker.
"We will rise and break the enemy. For too long we have been spurned, called the Broken Ones. Rogues, is that our fault?"
A collective no in response.
"We are a different breed, a new race born from the power of necromancy. Evolution taking its first steps. Better than them, ready to take our place at the top of the pile."
Gods, this was insane. Rogues really were evolving, only without any benefit to the world or themselves. Even strapped to this bed, I felt bad for them. My sympathies didn't hinder my fight. This was it. Make a move to take control of a ghost. But which one? My eyes scanned the dead, trying to lock on to a decision. Not Charlotte or Mario, not the man there or those 2 women over there. Phil. Yes, he was the only ghost smiling, radiating arrogance. He didn't need to be controlled at all, working with these rogues willingly. I'd find out the connection later. For now, he was the flaw in this operation, an opening ripe for probing. The woman started speaking in reverse Latin, just like the rogue who dragged me to Marigold, spoke the words of the completely useless blood spell.
"Blood of the enemy, give me the blessing. Give me the power to heal my hurting mind."
My magic erupted to life again, the thread of control hitting Phil hard. Immediately, I ordered him to throw out as much kinetic energy as he could muster. After a scream, powerful force tore through the room, sending rogues flying. One fell on top of me, tilting the bed. "Again!" I cried. A second wave sent the bed crashing to the ground, my entire body rattling on impact. The rogue spilled away from me, banging his head on the concrete floor. My binds strained as I hung there on my side, trapped on the bed, my weight working against me. Damn, did this position hurt. "One more!" I cried. A third burst didn't come, but the binding on my left wrist broke. "Phil," the leader woman spoke, coughing afterward. I freed my right wrist, opening a tight buckle. Then my middle bind, bracing myself with my left hand on the ground. Blood ran across my lips, my head protesting, my right hand aching to high heaven. But adrenaline was powerful stuff. Before anyone could stop me, I had my ankles free and grabbed a dropped knife, crouching behind the bed. I reached out for ghosts, the magic of the rogues preoccupied. So many of them were moaning, asking for the friends. "Regroup," the head woman commanded, followed by a coughing fit. Charlotte and Mario appeared, crouching on either side of me. "Is the way out clear?" I asked.
"We'll make it clear,"
Charlotte said.
"Robert, we think he's upstairs,"
Mario answered.
"Exit is at 10 o'clock from this position. Don't know where your guns are."
The knife would have to do. The two ghosts jumped up. I locked them into my control to give them extra protection. Wave after wave of kinetic energy raged through the room, a chorus of screams and satisfying grunts following. I took off for the door. The other ghosts, free of the necro hold, ran with me, passing through me and the closed door. I grabbed the handle and yanked it open, meeting a spiral staircase going up. With haste in my boots, I took them two at a time, pushing through my pain, the rising nausea. Flung another door open to arrive in the upstairs of the house. Close to the stairs Robert had tried to climb. Time to find my partner. Mario appeared behind me.
"I'll go this way."
He pointed left, taking two doors at the end of the hall. There were 3 doors on this end. The first one opened into a bathroom, the second a bedroom, the third another bedroom with Robert bound and gagged on a 4-poster bed. "Shit," I hissed, and got to work freeing him. Unbuckled the binds, removed the gag attached to a leather strap. He cleared his throat, stretching his mouth as he got to his feet. There was a cut across his forehead, leaking blood across his eyebrows. "You okay?" I asked.
"Yeah."
He eyed my knife. "You got another one of those?"
"No."
"Fine." He picked up a lamp from the dressing table, unplugging it from the wall. "This will do." I liked his way of thinking, at least when it came to makeshift weapons. Reunited, we moved back to the stairs, Mario suddenly jumping in point. He checked the coast was clear and gave a nod. I ran past him, Robert hot on my heels. The front door was locked, the key still in the lock. Moving quickly, I got it open, hurrying outside just as a gun fired, a bullet bouncing off the ground inches from my feet. "Shit!" I leaped to the side, Robert rolling in the opposite direction.
"I'll fucking kill you!"
The heightened voice of the head woman tore from the house. She fired off the rest of her shots, the bullets hitting the tree as we remained on our respective sides of the door. The rogue ran outside, followed by 5 others. I sprang into action, landing a punch in her chest, driving my knife into her heart. I had no choice. Pulling my weapon free, blood spurting in my face, I jumped onto the back of a man holding a machete, wrestled him to the ground before he could cleave my head in half, punched him in the mouth, stuck my knife in the side of his neck. Leaving him to bleed out, I grabbed his machete. A woman kicked me in the side. Shit! I managed to keep hold of the machete, adrenaline still raging through me. Drove it into her shin, then pulled off a sweeping kick to send her to her arse. I rolled toward her, pulling the machete free, brought it down on her neck, taking off her head. Robert took down the others. We looked at each other, covered in blood, panting. There were 5 more still in that house. "No!" the ghost of the head woman screamed. I took hold of her, but one of her comrades hit me with kinetic power. Sailing backward through the air, I cursed this night again, as well as Robert and the rogues and everything about this damn town. A holiday somewhere hot would do me good right now, and I'd never come back. I landed on the hood of a parked car, my back slamming into the metal. I roared at the pain, rolling off to land between it and the rear of another stationary vehicle. My spine really didn't like that. I tried to get up, the wind knocked out of me. Please don't let anything be broken. Everything started to spin. Hello, dizziness. I tried getting up again. Nope. Needed a few more minutes. Vehicles approaching. The shrieking of brakes. The cavalry. More rogues. Gunfire. Flashes of green. Emma's voice. Thank God for that. She found me between the cars. "Marcel, are you okay?" "Hurting." I managed to sit up. She fired a shot, the crack of the bullet setting my ears to ring. The High Warden offered me a hand. I took it, and she hauled me to my feet. I winced from the pain, but nothing seemed to be broken. My spine survived another day. Her helping me up could have made things worse for me if I'd sustained injuries back there, but no point worrying about shit that didn't happen. I drank in cold air, leaning on a car. The bruises were going to be nasty and plenty later, but at least I hadn't passed out. Charlotte ran up to Emma. "All clear, Mum." She nodded at me and ran back to the house. The neighbours were appearing in their windows, at their front doors, all wearing dressing gowns and nightclothes, trying to get the lowdown on the drama in their street. Moments later, the second wave of cavalry arrived, sirens wailing. "We'll get you checked over," Emma said. "And then we'll talk." "I'm sure we will." "Is Robert okay?" "Seems to be." 2 ambulances rolled into the road, blue lights flashing. "Come on," she said. "Lean on me." 2 hours later, patched up and pumped full of painkillers, Robert and I sat across from Emma in her HQ office, waiting for her to stop typing on her laptop and actually look at us. No discussing the violence at the house, the death we'd dished out to those rogues. I was still shaking, reeling from taking those lives so damn brutally. But why would Emma care about that? We had to brush it off, be strong, move through life as her necro machines. After 10 minutes of listening to the clattering keys, she stopped, closing the laptop. "Well, isn't this an interesting night?" she said, resting her elbows on her desk, steepling her fingers. "And don't answer that, because I'm not done." A dramatic pause before continuing. "I gave you both clear and direct orders, and you went against them. Do you think you know best? Are you High Wardens?" Neither of us answered. "Well?" "No, Mum." We spoke at the same time. "No, you are not." Her mean eyes snared me first. "I am deeply disappointed in you, Marcel. You, of all wardens, should know better, especially considering your recent history." I actually hated this woman. She'd yet to take our statements, already dishing out her usual crap. I guess I wasn't that special, despite my power upgrade. Eyes to Robert now. "Did you follow him into the madness?" "No, ma'am. He followed me." She cocked a left eyebrow. "I'm sorry?" "He followed me," Robert said. "Marcel wanted to obey your orders. I didn't. I apologize." A glance to me, her focus quickly returning to the newbie in town. "You led this effort?" "Yes, Mum. I hated waiting around. I'm used to a different way of working. Again, I apologize for my behavior." Oh, dear. "You come into this town and think you can disobey me?" Emma seethed. "Would you do that to your High Warden?" "No, I just—" She slammed her hands on the desk, getting to her feet. "A different way of doing things? Like what?" He tried to explain, but he sounded too cavalier. "Pathetic," she cut him off. "Is that really how Clive runs things?" "We have a good rep for—" "Do not speak," she roared. "I thought you were one of the best." "I am," he retorted. "Hence my decent record." "I don't care about your record." "You did enough to drag me to this town." Wow, he had bigger balls than me. Emma stared at him for painfully long beats.
Your power went to your head. Do you know how dangerous that is? Do you want to break your mind and become a rogue?
God, she was so condescending, but also made a good point. Busting into that house had been a stupid thing to do. This isn't on Marcel, Robert replied. He came after me because he wouldn't leave me behind. She didn't look at me.
I'm so disappointed, and it's only your first shift here.
I'm very sorry. He didn't sound it.
You should be.
But so should you, he added.
Oh, God. Excuse me, she questioned.
You should have been more transparent about George and the whole situation.
I see. Is that what this is about? A rebellion?
Honestly? In part. Mostly because I hate sitting by doing nothing.
So you freely admit you pose a risk to my team?
He didn't answer.
Because of pettiness regarding your personal life, she added.
Again, he stayed quiet.
Such disregard.
Exactly, he countered. Such disregard for the feelings of others. Don't you think Marcel's been through enough? Where was the courtesy for him? For me? And where is the aftercare?
Aftercare?
We've been through a scary experience. Silence from her. It doesn't matter what our job is, he continued. We still have emotions to keep in check. What about keeping those healthy to stop any rogue issues popping up? Ever thought about that? I had to jump in to back him up.
I agree, Mum, I said. There needs to be a more caring attitude.
She glanced between us, her eyes full of fury, her cheeks flushing an angry red. We waited.
Appalling behavior, she finally said.
5 minutes later, she locked us in the cells at the basement level of the building. Dusty and cold, out of use for years until now. Bright strip lights spilled painfully bright light into every corner. I sat behind bars on a metal bench, shivering, Robert next door. I'm sorry about all this, bro, Robert called. I couldn't help myself. She pissed me off. It's okay. I feel better for getting it out, though. Don't worry. How you holding up? Need to sleep it off, I answered. You? Same, bro. Kill or be killed is head fuck. It is. I looked down at my hands, the power they and my body contained. Strong enough to slaughter, to keep myself alive. God, I really wanted wine and sleep. I'm sorry I messed up, he said quietly. Could have got you killed. But you didn't. It's fine. I'll be fine. Have to be. Thanks for jumping in back there. I slumped forward, elbows on my thighs. No worries. You really didn't have to. We're partners, right? I got you into that mess. I owe you one. Big time. I smiled. Get me a disgustingly large Chinese takeaway and we'll call it even. He laughed. Done, bro. Thanks. How long do you think she'll keep us here? He said. The heating kicked on, rattling to life. That told me we'd be here a little while longer. Want to play a game? He asked. Like what? Dunno. How about singing a song? What song? He sang the first line of Return to Sender by Elvis Presley. To my surprise, I joined in. On the first chorus, death appeared outside my cell. I gasped, choking on air. Marcel, Robert said. What's the matter, bro? I was too busy spluttering to answer. Chapter 13. Death. My heart skipped several beats as Marcel hurried quietly to the bars. His slender fingers curled across the metal. There were stitches in his cheek. He'd been cut, and there were bruises on his right hand. Someone had hurt my beautiful Marcel. If I encountered that someone, they'd be meeting the business end of my scythe. He didn't speak, and I remained hidden from view.
Keep not speaking, I said, moving closer. Reach out, caress those fingers, kiss that olive skin. Tell him there is a better way for us to be together. I heard about what happened, I said instead. He remained still, not reacting. Tap the bar once if you're okay, I added. He tapped once. Good. You okay there, bro? Marcel's throat bobbed as he swallowed, his eyes sapphire lights stealing my breath away. I'm fine, he answered the other necromancer. Mouth's a bit dry. Okay. The singing I'd walked in on was over. Do you know when you can get out? I asked. Tap once for yes, twice for no. He tapped twice. I have to talk to you. He blinked. I know we're supposed to be staying away from each other, but I still want to help you with the Nick case. Would you rather we communicated by phone or email? A double tap for no. I couldn't suppress my smile. We can keep it strictly business. I haven't found Nick or a solution to the death sheen yet, but there is something else which isn't strictly business. He blinked. Can I see you tomorrow? I asked. Are you off shift then? He tapped once for yes. How does 9 p.m. sound? I asked. He liked the sound of that time. You're flat. I'll see you then. I tore my gaze away from him, hurrying out of the building into the cold air. Being in his presence brought me so much joy, yet far too much pain. I had no idea how I was supposed to sit and talk to him tomorrow without kissing him, without begging him to try this daisy pocket when I dropped said bombshell on his pretty head. Chapter 14. Robert tried talking some more, but I sat with slumped shoulders on the cold bench, all the wind knocked out of me after Death's visit. He had the power to do that, knock me for 6, send me into a spin. God, the whole time he stood there, I just wanted him to break into my cell and hold me, hug me against this fucking riptide. Robert gave up eventually, receiving clipped answers from me, my energy completely deflated. Footsteps. Emma appeared. Time's up. What did that mean? Time for you to go home and do better, she added. Your shift is over, and you will only be paid for the hours worked. Oh, that's what it meant. If you want to talk about tonight's events, feel free to come to my office. That couldn't sound any more insincere. I'd rather drink liquid cabbage than sit with her. I was okay, shaking a lot less. Built from sturdy stuff. Her services were not required. Emma opened our cells, then walked away. It took me a moment to gather the strength to stand up. Robert stood in my cell doorway, his arms folded. You okay, bro? I stretched, rolling my neck and shoulders. Yep. You? I will be when we get home. Shower, TV, vodka. Sounds nice. I got up and walked past him. What happened? He asked, following me up the stairs. What do you mean? You went quiet all of a sudden. Oh, nothing. Just wanted out of here. It's a depressing place. He said nothing on the walk home. We could have called a cab, but our building wasn't that far away, and it was nice to be back outside after a stint in the cells. Robert broke the silence between us as my key slid into my front door lock. Listen, he said. Let me sort out a meeting between you and George for this week, for you to talk things through. That made my temples ache, the dulled pain in my hand and cheek wanting to come back and party. Okay, I answered weakly. Great. Sitting with George, talking. The thought of it made my skin crawl, but maybe it was something I had to do. Pull on my big boy pants and face the music. Couldn't someone else face it? We're good, he said. Right? I nodded. I really am sorry about tonight, bro. His flat door opened, George hurrying down the hall in grey sweatpants and a white vest. Incredibly handsome. His skin a soft copper, fear splashed across his face. Oh, my God, he cried.
He crashed into Robert, the two men hugging with intense relief. George kissed his neck, held him like he used to hold me. "I was so worried," he breathed, then caught my eye. Once upon a time, I'd been Robert, on the receiving end of George's affection, his concern. A nasty kernel from the past ached with jealousy as I watched Robert's fingers curl into George's short, blonde hair. But the rest of me just wanted to get inside and wash the night off my skin under a hot shower. "Good night," I said, hurrying inside. "Marcel!" But I closed the door against their voices. My heart thrummed in my chest, my head pounding. I stripped off my clothes, leaving a trail of fabric behind me as I headed to the bathroom. Death, death, death. Despite everything that had gone down tonight, all the stuff with George, my immortal lover brushed it all aside to stand at the front, shining like a diamond, his magnificence the only thing that mattered. Creeping internal heat under the spray of water, a million memories of his touch. My cock stiffened, my body singing with desire for him. There was only him, nothing but him. I touched myself, lost in him, climaxing for him. "Oh, I love you so much." Turning off the water, my body moved of its own volition as my mind continued to languish in death. I dried myself off and popped more painkillers, injected necro juice into my veins. Slimy grey liquid flooded my veins, its nasty rotten potato stench wafting into my nostrils. Yuck. Dosed up, I got dressed and checked myself in the mirror. Blue jeans, purple knitted jumper, black leather jacket, silver hair swept back. Despite the stitches, the fatigue all over my face, I looked pretty decent. 4 a.m. The sun would be cresting the horizon soon. Really, I should crawl under the covers, get some sleep, not pick up my car keys, and head outside. When was love ever reasonable? I arrived at the gates of Oakthorne Manor, killing my engine. I took some deep breaths, contemplating turning back. Instead, I got out of the car and approached the tall gates, examining the fence keeping intruders out of the grounds. My heart raced again, but this time with sweet anticipation. Within that crumbling building was the love of my life. What was he up to? Thinking of me? Drinking some wine? Touching himself? Heat traveled to my groin. Go home. Too dangerous. Cold wind rustled through the trees and grass of the grounds. A shudder passed through me, my hands curling around the cool bars of the gates. Was he even in? I pulled, pushed, but the gates didn't move. Releasing the metal, I took a step back. What was I even doing here? But I didn't get back in my car. Thanks to the miracle of painkillers, complemented by a boost from the necro juice, I managed to clamber up and over the gates, landing into a crouch on the other side. My muscles told me I'd pay for that later. I had to see him. 9 o'clock tomorrow was too far away, the hours too long and crawling already. Wiping my palms on my jeans, I headed up the damaged road, breaking into a jog until I reached the oval courtyard with the possibly Greek goddess fountain, no water gushing from the jar in her hands. A beautiful Gothic building with a dark history of murder and betrayal loomed over me, forgotten on this hillside. For me, it wasn't a creepy ruin, but a place of hot remembrance. Movement to my left, then the glowing form of Pegasus appeared in the western garden. He looked at me, shaking his moonlight mane before getting on with some grazing. Our trip to Bristol, when the ruby blocked my memories, wasn't the first time death took me off on a romantic, Pegasus-drawn carriage ride in the sky. There'd been so many of them, and even rides on Pegasus's back across many, many skies. One of my favorites had been in the Arctic, taking in a unique view of the northern lights. God, what a sight that had been. We'd done and seen so much over the centuries. Before the terrible endings, there'd always been happiness. Amazing days and nights of seeing the world, of sex and love.
I wanted more. I wanted him. Guilt sunk its claws into me, gouging out chunks of my soul. The raw sting tried to turn me back again and again. I should listen, run before I saw his face. But then I'd only see him tomorrow, this inner heat rising once again, sending my reason into a nosedive. This is crazy. The front door was unlocked. Slowly, I pushed it open and slid inside, closing it quietly behind me. It seemed strange to make my way stealthily through the dusty, dark house. Why not alert him to my presence? I was surprised I hadn't caught his attention already. But I liked it, this sneaking. The careful steps in the dark, my eyes only somewhat adjusted to register the floorboards, the walls. A secret mission, something deeply erotic about it. I reached the hallway where his room sat at the end. Light shone around the edges of a doorframe. He was in there, listening to music. I moved toward the door quickly, slowing down on the approach. Sweat beaded my brow, my mouth dry, hands opening and closing. Afraid, excited, craving that face, dick rock hard in my jeans. Coming to a stop outside his room, I listened to the music. The voice of Patti Smith drifted toward me. I didn't know he was a fan. Cool. Her music was awesome. Her Trampin' album, one of my favorites in her catalog. Death was currently listening to Horses, iconic and also awesome. Should I knock, throw the door open and yell, "Surprise!" Turn around and get under a cold shower and then knit and drink my feelings away? I knocked. "What was that?" a female voice said. Who was that? Footsteps, the door opening, light bathing me, his angry face ready to attack an intruder. It softened, his golden eyes shimmering, calling to my heart. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Tears welled in my eyes, my lust taking a back seat. "Marcel," he said, his voice deeply rich and sexy and heartbreaking. He wore an open white shirt, black leather, and that ruby. As delicious as ever, his hair falling across his face. He raked the strands back with his left hand. "Your front door was unlocked," I said, my voice a dry rasp. Those tears broke free, a sob bubbling up in my throat. Don't. But the sob burst from my mouth. I tried to shield it with my hand, but I broke down. Unable to hold anything back, the tears were now twin waterfalls cascading down my cheeks. Death took me in his arms, holding me close. I locked my arms around his back, resting my cheek on his shoulder. His energy swaddled me in comfort, in safety. I never wanted to be free of him. "It's okay," he soothed, his hair brushing the back of my neck. "It's okay." Only it wasn't okay. Not one bit. I ended the hug, sniffling. God, I'm such a mess. He conjured a packet of tissues for me. "Here." I took it, turning my back to him as I blew my nose, cleaned up the damn snot and tears. Ready to be seen again, I faced him. "Sorry about that." "You never have to be sorry." Damn his reason-melting smile. He went to turn the music down, vinyl turning in the corner of the cracked bedroom. Cracks because of us. I held on to the doorframe for support. "I shouldn't barge in on you like this." He returned, the light of the bulb hanging in the center of the ceiling illuminating his exposed chest. "It's fine. What's the matter?" He went to touch me, pulling his hand back before it made contact. I don't really know." "I see." "After you turned up at the cells, I just had to see you again. Before tomorrow. I should go." "You just got here." An almighty sigh left my body. "This can't happen. Tomorrow shouldn't even happen. God, I rubbed the back of my neck.
You look so good.
A smouldering response, his tongue running across his bottom lip.
Hashiko.
You don't have to, he replied, taking a step forward. Stay a while. I can't. You came all this way.
I mistake, I said. Not thinking about... selfish.
He stole my ability to speak, trapping me within his molten gold gaze.
I have to...
He surged forward, taking my face in his hands. Sparks rippled across my skin, traveling to every corner.
Death.
So close, his lips right there, his breath on my lips, his body heat so inviting, providing more of that safety. My hand slid to his waist as I crushed my lips to his. More sparks, more heat, so wet and incredible. Tongue meeting tongue, a gasp passing from my mouth to his fingers in my hair, groin crushing into mine. I broke free for air, sucking in as much as I needed, returning to the hot collision of our lips. Without breaking us apart, he moved us, slamming me against the wall. A red blink of light against his chest, the ruby activated. For a moment it drew my attention, a warning and a protector between us. Stop, stop, stop. But Death's lips left mine, finding my neck. He lapped at the flesh, sucking to the point of exquisite pain. I held on to his rippling back muscles through the soft material of his shirt, every inch of me alight with desire.
Damn,
I whispered. He moaned against my neck, the vibration almost making me come.
Death! Oh, fuck. Yes.
A hand on my groin, rubbing my hardness through my jeans. He moaned again, fingering with the top button, then the zipper.
Oh, God, what were we doing? If that ruby slipped again...
I reached for his crotch, cupping that bountiful dick through leather, hungry for it to be inside me, whichever hole it wanted to slide into. Hand in my jeans, feeling me up. Pre-cum leaked into the fabric of my underwear, the pesky boxers blocking his fingers from my pulsating flesh. Death rectified the problem. Still sucking my neck, he tugged my jeans and underwear down with one hand. My cock sprung free, his fingers curling around my shaft. He brought his lips back to mine. I moaned into him, trying to do the same with his leather trousers.
Wait,
I said, pausing the kiss.
These are so tight.
He chuckled against me.
Are they always so tight? I asked.
You know they are. He ran his fingers through my hair.
This is a two-handed job.
I bent down slightly, getting a grip on his trousers. He wiggled a little to help, and they slid down along with black silk boxes, revealing his incredible rock-hard cock. He cupped my chin, returning me to his level. We were both around 6'2" in height. Kissed me again and wrapped his fingers around my cock. Made me gasp. He laughed lightly as I took his hardness in my hand and pushed me back into the wall.
Shit.
I stroked him, forming a pocket for him as he did for me. He took hold of my balls as he kissed me more intently, his tongue wrestling with mine again. Gently tugged on me, his fingers expert tools setting my skin on fire with incredible sensation. I realized I'd stopped working him, fingers still locked around his hotness.
Sorry, I said between kisses. His touch was just too damn distracting.
He answered by upping his intensity. I tried to match him, but he took my cock to heaven, playing with my balls, lips back on my neck, his rhythm geared toward maximum pleasure. My hand slid from his shaft as I approached the point of no return. He sucked harder on my neck. My toes curled, my breath hitched, grasping handfuls of his shirt. "Fuck!" I cried, my orgasm an explosion. I struggled to keep standing, gasping for breath as he released me. I pressed my back into the wall, so unsteady, feeling so fucking good.
Death took a step back, looking down at himself. His abs and hand were covered in me. He smiled, licking me off his fingers, scooping the rest of me off him. "You taste so good," he purred. Finding the strength to peel myself off the wall, I moved forward, kissing him. He steadied me, his hands on my bare hips. I tasted myself on him, a new wave of excitement coursing through me. But I wasn't here for me. I was here for him. Wrapping my hand around his shaft, I carried on from where I'd left off, stroking furiously, my turn to play with his balls. His shuddery breath spilled into me, driving me wild, giving my wrist and his cock the most frenetic workout ever. "Marcel, I dropped to my knees, taking him into my mouth as he spurted. Hot liquid ran down my throat, salty with a hint of sweetness. "Marcel," he breathed, a hand resting gently on my head. I sucked every last drop from him, gently kneading his balls until he was spent. He staggered backward, cock popping from my mouth. I got to my feet, body engulfed in euphoria. Our eyes met, and the ruby blinked. I ignored it, wanting more of those eyes, that smile, everything about him. But that damn red kept blinking, dragging me back to our fucked-up reality. We shouldn't be sweaty and satisfied, at least not together. I pulled up my jeans and underwear, still breathless. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Can I get you anything?" Still breathless, and not running away. "Glass of water, please." "Wine? Water?" He grinned. "Just making sure." He left the room, disappearing into the dark hallway beyond the open door. My eyes fell on the cracks again, on the hint of destruction our passion brought. And that was from one tumble of the ruby. Imagine what would happen if it wasn't there, those cracks free to spread into town. It didn't bear thinking about. Yet my body remained in the bedroom of peeling green wallpaper. I wasn't going anywhere. Not yet. Not when I could still taste him. Not when my neck throbbed from his love bite. Shit. I went to inspect myself in the large gilded mirror above the fireplace. Yep, he'd branded me good and proper. I touched the red mark, smiling, deciding to definitely wear turtleneck jumpers for the rest of the week. I liked it, though. His mark. It made me his even more. I should go home, I told my reflection. Just like that, I'd tossed the breakup rules out of the window. Messed with him, with myself, with the whole system I'd put in place. What happened to being selfless and moving on? It hurts too much. We'd been lucky. The ruby remained on the gold chain around his neck. What if we really lost ourselves and... Enough, I told the mirror. Just stop it. I wanted a moment to breathe, to think some more, to catch up to myself. Falling off the wagon happened all the time. Part of life, even for guys like us who should know better. I can't do this. Why did I keep speaking out loud? Regardless, it was true. Maybe George living 2 doors down drove me here, my emotional state not too healthy. Yep, I break up with my eternal love, only to have an ex-love spring up like a clown on Halloween. Not good for the heart or the mind. That shitty first shift back also didn't help. You just need to sleep, I told my reflection. A fish materialized in the glass, iridescent with amazing green eyes. Pretty. Wait a second. I yelped, jumping back.
"It is safe to be here, isn't it?" the creature asked. "You have clothes on, after all." "Oh, I thought... Oh, dear."
What the hell? I rubbed at my eyes. Are you really in there?"
"I am indeed. I do apologize. I thought you were death standing there. I am terribly sorry."
I blinked, rubbing at my eyes again. Talking fish?
A mirror-born fish, but yes, my name is Winnie.
What's a... Maybe I should have asked for wine. I went to sit in the one and only chair in the bedroom, gold with red upholstery, slumping into it. "Wow," I said.
"What's wrong?"
the fish asked. "Nothing," I replied. "I just need a moment."
"Take all the time you need."
Death returned at that moment, carrying a tray loaded with 2 glasses, a water jug, and some cupcakes. "Winnie," he said, "what are you doing?"
"I made an error in judgment, dear one. I thought you were waiting to talk to me. I should have checked before I manifested."
Death looked between us, taking the tray over to the bed. He took a glass and filled it with water, bringing it to me. "Are you okay?" he asked.
"That's a talking fish,"
I whispered, taking the glass from him. He smoothed back my hair. "Sip slowly. Are you sure you don't want any wine?" I couldn't take my eyes off the creature in the mirror.
"What is she?"
Death straightened, doing up the buttons on his shirt.
"I really cannot apologize enough," the fish said. "I'll leave."
"No," I blurted. "No, you don't have to." My eyes met Death's. "Can she stay? I want to know more." He took a moment to respond, hesitancy in his lovely gaze. "Marcel, this is Winnie," he said. "Winnie, this is Marcel."
"A shame I cannot shake your hand with my fins," Winnie responded.
I laughed. She laughed. It snapped me out of my shock. Death folded his arms. "It's nice to meet you," I said, getting to my feet. "Sorry for being all weird." Winnie was a very pretty fish.
"Think nothing of it," she replied. "I'm sure it's not every day you find a fish in a mirror."
I laughed again. "Not really, no." Death was smiling. "I never thought you two would meet."
"We might not have if not for my faux pas," Winnie said. "Can I explain what I am?"
"Go ahead," Death answered.
"We mirror-born are not born very often to the glass," she said. "No more than 5 every 400 years, our lifespan the same length. We move through the mirrors, companions on the spirit plane for those who need us."
"And that's all you can say," Death cut in. He didn't like any discussion of the afterlife with the living, even me. I gulped some water. "Consider my mind blown. Wait," my stomach lurched. "You didn't see... You didn't watch us."
"Never, Marcel. I offer complete privacy at all times."
"Thank God for that." "Okay."
"I'm not a voyeur, and I do not understand lust and love. It is not my business to know."
"Oh, okay." She swam back and forth.
"I will leave you alone. Apologies once again."
"Bye," I said.
"Goodbye. Lovely to have met you."
"Likewise." She faded into the glass. I drank the rest of my water. "Wow. That's Winnie. She seems like a nice friend to have." "She is." "Thanks for the drink." "You're welcome," Death said, his tense stance loosening. "Would you like a cupcake?" It would be rude to say no to the golden frosted yummies. Death loved gold. We sat together on the bed. He handed me some wipes to clean myself up a bit. Then I plucked a cupcake off the tray, slowly unwrapping the gold paper. "Did you bake these?" I asked. He nodded. "I did. I'm not sure why." "You're not?" He shrugged. "I'm not a fan of cupcakes. I just wanted to see if I could do it." A part of Death's fascination with everything. He loved learning, loved looking into the fabric of existence. The mortal world fascinated him. I licked the frosting. Wow. Perfection. "Do you like it?" I took a bite, getting a good balance of sponge and frosting in my mouth. chewed the sugary bliss, nodding enthusiastically. "I love it," I said. He smiled. "And on my first try." I paused my next bite.
"Your first try?"
"Yes."
"But the sponge is so light."
"Is it?" He picked one up, inspecting it. "I wanted to stick with a simple recipe, vanilla frosting, but gold in color. A simple sponge. I'm glad it came out light." He took a bite, chewing with a cocked eyebrow. "Not bad. Cupcakes seem to bring so much joy to mortals, at least those who enjoy them."
"We've had afternoon tea before," I responded. "You enjoyed— Wait, were there cupcakes?" He smiled at me.
"I much prefer the cucumber sandwiches."
Yuck, cucumbers were gross. I finished the cake, astonished by how perfect it was. 10 out of 10, I said, brushing the crumbs from my lap.
"Thank you, Marcel."
De rien.
I love the French. His knee bumped mine.
Merci.
I have to talk shop for a moment.
The spell of the moment wavered.
Okay. It turns out Leon has been using astral projection to visit you. A tricky thing to pull off, apparently.
I licked my lips. At least that answers that.
And Nick is after the Onyx Key.
Which he couldn't explain further. What the hell was this damn key?
Also, I killed another rogue, he said, just after we walked away from each other.
My throat tightened. And that answers that. The spell of the moment cracked wide open, reality seeping in. I don't know what to do. Damn, my eyes were hot again. Months and months of keeping the tears at bay, not wanting to give them up to George or anything. Now the seal was broken. Death turned to face me.
Which is why I really need to talk to you.
I barely heard him, falling into a ramble much like Louise. I thought I'd had it all figured out, made my decision for us, to protect Oakthorn and ourselves. I knew it would hurt, but not like this. I don't know how I'm supposed to move on without you. I just don't have the strength.
Marcel.
But I have to find it from somewhere. I can't come running over here every time I miss you, or I— Shit. The waterworks kicked in again. I'm sorry. He slid an arm around me.
Take a moment. I'm here.
I have to learn to not have you here.
I've never managed it.
I sniffled, facing him. Pardon?
Being without you each time was near to impossible.
Oh, God, the anguish in those chiseled features. I reached up, placing a hand on his stubbled cheek. I'm sorry.
He closed his eyes. Each time I waited for you, drifting, doing my job, hurting. Goodness, the hurt twisting my insides.
And I threw us away, I said.
Sorry?
You waited for me, walked away from your job, found us a special ruby, and what did I do?
You put this town first, he replied. You put others before yourself. I didn't.
Because you love me.
Yes, and you did what you did because you love me.
I do love you so much. I felt so weak, more tears streaming down my face. I just don't want to hurt anyone.
Of course.
That ruby isn't enough, I said. I'm sorry. I sound so ungrateful.
You don't. He rubbed my shoulders.
I hate the thought of you being alone each time.
He just rubbed me some more.
Fuck, I breathed. I really don't know what to do.
You can sit here and not know for as long as you like.
I leaned against him, resting my head on his shoulder. You're so sweet.
I know.
I chuckled, jabbing him in the thigh. And so modest.
Did you roll your eyes with that comment? I laughed again. Idiot. Cutie pie. That's not fair. Now I look bad. You're the one who called me an idiot. Fine, I huffed. You're a sugar pie. Nice, I think. Not sure how I feel about a pie made of sugar. Maybe I'll bake one. Gross. I see. So now I'm gross. I sat up, whacking him gently on the shoulder. Stop laying traps. It's not me landing the clangers. I snorted. Clangers? He laughed, beeping my nose. Cutie pie necro makes me wanna... He paused, searching for the next part of his weird shift into bad rapping. Sorry, that's my limit. 6 words is your limit. He held up his hands. I'm not destined for the hip-hop scene, I suppose. You got that right. Death showed me his gleaming pearly whites in a wide grin. His dimples melted my reason. I grabbed his face, landing a kiss on those plump lips. Shit. I pulled back. Sorry. Sorry for kissing me? Yes. Why? I like it. You taste like cupcakes. But you're not keen on cupcakes. He winked. You're an elite hybrid of cupcake and cutie pie. My cheeks flushed. I shook my head. Stop. I can't help myself. I loved this lack of seriousness, hated myself for snuffing it out with my next comment. What did you want to talk to me about? I asked. His expression shifted to something darker, his eyes losing some of their luster. A possible solution, an improvement over the ruby. Oh my God. What? He told me about his friend Yvonne, his mage contact, and the amazing bombshell of the daisy pocket. I sat there dumbfounded, struggling to compute. Really? Was all I could manage for starters. Really? Outside of time and space, hiding us from certain conditions. Our forbidden love. Exactly. I sat forward, drawing several deep breaths. Do you really think that's possible? Yvonne wouldn't lie to me. Are you sure? I'm very sure. Shit. I know it's a lot to take in. I sat back up. Taking a poltergeist. Destroying it. Jeff Hunt, he said the scumbag's name. The first hint of daylight glinted on the horizon beyond the fractured bay window. His crimes are unforgivable, he added. My chest hurt. But do we get to decide his fate? He took my hands in his. I haven't come to any decision yet. I'm right there with you. He kissed my knuckles. I wanted to cry again. We can talk. You can take all the time you need to think about this. I shuffled closer, pressing my forehead to his. Why are you so lovely? I could ask the same of you. I kissed him again. Can I sleep here tonight? I recoiled, stunned by my own words. I mean, what a terrible suggestion. I don't think so. Right, you're right. No, I mean, I don't think it's a terrible suggestion, he clarified. Oh, right. You sleeping here would never be a bad thing, Marcel. He ran the pad of his thumb across my knuckles. Thank you. But we can't have sex. Just sleep. He nodded, a lock of hair falling across his face. I reached out and curled it behind his ear. Just sleep, I added. And it's not even night anymore. It's not. We locked eyes, our lips tugging up into smiles. A beautiful, calm energy swirled around us. Safety. Calm. Home. You're my home, I said aloud, meaning to keep it on the inside. He kissed my hand again. I'm happy to hear we agree. What? You're my home, too. I kissed him, then pulled him into a hug. I don't know where we're going from here, but let's just say I'm not walking away again. I like the sound of that. Me too. Dangerous. I think we need to clean up a bit, though, I said. Do you have any spare bits and pieces? I do, including hot water and an abundance of toiletries. Cool. How else do you think I look this good? Cue a massive eye roll. It turned out Death had all sorts of toiletries stored up, along with a ridiculous amount of toilet rolls in a cupboard on the ground floor he didn't need to use. Is there an impending zombie apocalypse I don't know about? I asked. You never know when you need toilet tissue, Marcel. I killed the conversation quickly, helping myself to a shower and a toothbrush. He had painkillers too, so I popped some of those. Having cleaned up and feeling fresh, the first hours of daylight hit the window. I changed into a spare pair of Death's black silky boxers and a white t-shirt. As the fine material caressed my arse cheeks and my cock, a wave of horniness passed over me. There was something incredibly sexy about wearing your lover's underwear. He wriggled his eyebrows as he entered the room, fresh from the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair damp. It upped his attractive levels from scorching to something beyond volcanic. The V-cut beneath his abs drew so much of my attention, whetting my appetite. Drop the towel. No sex. No sex. No sex. He dropped his towel, then conjured a pair of gold pajama bottoms from the wardrobe, slid them on, sealing away his wonderful backside and dick behind a layer of silk. God, he wasn't making this easy. I slid under the gold duvet, scooting over to the wall side of the bed, hiding my hard-on. I normally sleep naked, he said, pulling a grey vest over his head. I remember. It was too hot under the duvet. But not today. Good. Fling this duvet off me and destroy these clothes, followed by my arse. I haven't told you the real humdinger, I said, voice a little squeaky. What is it? He asked, striding toward the bed. Fuck the humdinger. Fuck me. Couldn't he have worn something else? Those silk bottoms left nothing to the imagination. Yum. I rolled onto my side. George is here. George? Your ex? Yep. I filled him in. Your new partner is his fiancée. Bullshit, right? I'm so sorry. It is what it is. He pulled back his side of the duvet and slipped inside, keeping a safe distance between us as he turned to face me. I'm glad you're not hurt after that rogue incident, he said. I yawned, fatigue finally catching up to me. I'm sorry I kept everything from you, he added. The ruby, hiding your memories. The last thing I wanted was to deceive you. I would never... Please, stop. No bite in my tone, only softness. I understand why you did what you did for us, and I love you so much for it. I really do. I yawned again. You should sleep. I should, but don't beat yourself up anymore, okay? Okay. He beeped my nose. I giggled, wriggling my nose in response. Sleep well, he whispered. Sleep well. I can't believe I didn't hear you pull up outside, he said. What? My eyelids were heavy. You're excellent at sneaking up on a man. I'm that awesome. Now who's the modest one? He responded with a chuckle, the sound so soft and soothing. Moments later, I drifted into sleep. Chapter 15. Death. Not needing to sleep myself, I lay by his side as the day crawled on, watching him be somewhere else, lost in dreams. He looked so peaceful, so beautiful, a silver-haired prince from a fairy tale in my bed. What a wonderful surprise to have him here with me. But I couldn't allow myself to be content, at least not with any future happiness, for who knew what twist of the knife waited to kill our joy. At least he now knew about the daisy pocket, the seed planted. Whatever he wanted would be final. I cared for his happiness more than my own. I could only hope his final word gave me the go-ahead to make us a special place to love freely. Please say yes.
Chapter 16. I woke up to the sound of rain, blinking sleep from my eyes. Stretching my arms above my head as I sat up, I realized I was alone. No Death occupying the right side of the bed.
"Hello?"
I called, yawning. "Death? You there?" Winnie appeared in the mirror.
"Oh, hi."
Hello again. If he wasn't back before you woke up, Death wanted me to inform you of his whereabouts.
Her tail was like a series of ribbons trailing behind her.
He is getting breakfast, she said.
I thought he had an oven, I replied.
An oven, but not breakfast things.
Right.
Goodbye.
She vanished. Wait, you can stay if you... But she was gone. I checked my e-scroll and my civilian phone. It was 5 in the afternoon. What the hell? Just call me Sleeping Beauty. 2 texts from Henri on my civilian phone, one from Mum, and one from a courier company telling me I'd missed a parcel delivery, but it was with my neighbor. Which one? On my e-scroll was an email in reverse Latin about the ghost Phil. He was the husband of the rogue who cut me. He died in a car crash she'd caused, not of cancer. During her recovery, her mind broke from her grief, and she spiraled, becoming a rogue. Horrible. I also had 2 missed calls and a text from Robert. Shit, I'd forgotten about the whole meeting with George thing. He wanted to try for 7 tonight. I messaged him to say I'd call him back later. Death strode into the bedroom wearing the most beautiful teal shirt and his trademark leather trousers. He looked particularly radiant, his hair so glossy and done he could be in a shampoo advert, and everyone would demand 10 bottles of the stuff. "Hello, you," he said, swinging a carrier bag on his left arm. "I needed some provisions." "I can see that." "Did Winnie tell you?" "She did." He turned to leave again. "How does scrambled eggs and smoked salmon on toast sound?" "Like heaven." He threw me dimples and a wink. "Coffee and orange juice?" "Yes, please." "Good. Isn't breakfast at 5 p.m. wonderful?" "If your cupcakes are anything to go by, then yes." "I'll be back." He left the bedroom. I went to the window, taking in the rainfall, the stunning view of Oakthorn beyond these hills, the lake not too far away. Nice. I stretched some more, then headed off to the bathroom to freshen up and take more painkillers. I was hurting a tad. The bathroom was a large room with a freestanding bathtub, a shower cubicle, green tiles on the walls and floor, some of them cracked. It was clean, kind of tired, and pretty warm. The shower and tub had been added by Death, the rest of it remnants from the past. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and changed into my jeans and jumper again. Fiddled with my hair, which decided it wanted to do an impression of a dead bush in high summer. Opening the cabinet by the sink, I found some wet-look hair gel and worked it through my silver locks. Not a great result, but better than a wild mess. Satisfied, I returned to the bedroom and looked through Death's book collection, spotting an urban fantasy novel by Laurel K. Hamilton tucked in amongst older tomes. I smiled as my finger traced the creased spine. I loved me some urban fantasy reads, although it had been a while since I last kicked back and read one. My mind couldn't fully concentrate on the words, especially since George. Meeting with him? So not sure on that one. Death returned with the food. Once again, his cooking blew my mind. I patted my belly, comfy on the bed, with my back against the wall. Death, you give me so much life. Is that a joke? A really shit one. I rolled my eyes at myself. My point is, you make an amazing breakfast. Glad to hear it. He sat with me, sipping a creamy coffee. How are things with your new powers? I traced the rim of my mug, staring into the darkness of my black coffee. There's nothing to say right now. I feel them there, but they're not really doing anything.
The other 5 I can always call to easily, like picking up a pen, but these 2 newbies float around, dormant, you know? I suppose you will gain control over them at some point. I hope so, I said. I wouldn't even know where to start training with them. Well, for summoning a graveyard, I could stand in a cemetery and try waking the dead, but I don't really want to do that. I certainly don't want to test the resurgence again. Death nodded. I'm with you on that one. Where do you keep your record collection? I asked, changing the subject. He slid off the bed, kneeling on the floor to pull a box out from under the bed. Here? He removed the lid. Can I look through them? Of course. I joined him on the floor, going through his collection. A real eclectic mix of stuff, which I loved. I might be obsessed with Nick Cave, but I loved a whole range of musical genres. Patti Smith is my favorite, he said. She's awesome. Want to listen to some? Please. I chose the album Wave. I've never heard this one. He took it and put it on the turntable, carefully putting needle to vinyl. As the first track played, Death clicked his fingers. I know this one, I said, getting to my feet. Frederick. That's right. He swayed from side to side, singing along. I tapped my foot, enjoying watching him move. He worked those hips, twirled around the room, singing away. I clapped to the rhythm, enraptured by his liquid moves, how his body kept in time with the music, how he knew every word, even nailed the delivery with his honey-dipped tones. He spun to me, taking my hands, waltzing me around the room. I laughed, stumbling a little. He steadied me, a hand on my waist, our fingers entwined, eyes locked in a gaze of rising fire. As the song faded, he pulled me into a kiss. The next song kicked in, our lips still joined, his arms around me. You never fail to take my breath away. I became air, floating with the clouds, away from the suffering, the shitness of our situation. Nothing but his embrace. No threats, no drama, just us inside this dreamy bubble. But it wasn't real. Obviously, I understood that. However, within that heartbreaking grey lay hope, the possibility of a chance at happiness, thanks to mage magic. Daisy Pocket, could we really do it? I kept kissing him, holding him until my e-scroll buzzed. Damn it! I opened my eyes, removing my kiss from him. Sorry. It's okay. I hurried to the bed, snatching up the damn device. Robert? Hi, I said. I'm really confused, bro, he answered. Strange opening. About what? Well, I went for a drive to explore the town. I'm up at Oakthorn Manor. Wanted to see how creepy it was for myself, and I'm here staring at your car. Oh my God. Chapter 17. I couldn't speak. Marcel, Robert said. Marcel? Death echoed. Bro! I moved the device away from my ear, pushing the end call button. Marcel. Death's hands were on my shoulders. What's wrong? He's outside. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Who is? Robert. Your partner. He's outside. Death hurried over to the window to check. There's a blue car there, he said. That's his car. My e-scroll buzzed again. Shit. What do I do? Panic set in. Panic was never good. Death's hands were on my shoulders again. Tell him you come here to think. Get away from things. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. Can I say that? Of course. A layer of steel washed over me, rectifying my panic. You're right. I can. I will. I answered my e-scroll. Hey, I'm coming out. You're inside the manor? I am. Give me a couple of minutes. But, wait there. I hung up. You can handle this, Death said. I've been keeping you a secret, so I definitely can. That came out a tad too dark. Sorry. He took a step back, hands falling off me. I get it. I ask a lot from you. I didn't mean to start a thing. You haven't, Marcel. Then why did he look so hurt? The truth can hurt sometimes. I didn't resent keeping his secret, though. At least I didn't think I did. Your powers grow because he can't do his job. I shut down my inner voices. I have to go. I think I should go home, really. I think so, too. His tone held hints of sadness. I'll see you later. I'll come by at 9. Great. We can talk more then. He stepped forward and kissed me lightly on the lips. Until then. Yes, I breathed, wanting more. Instead, I turned and grabbed my jacket, hurrying through the manor and down to the front gates in the pouring rain. There went my hairstyle. What the hell was Robert doing here anyway? My necro partner got out of his car as I approached the gates, staring at me with folded arms. The locked gates didn't open. I took the hint and climbed over them, selling more of this lie. I landed on the other side. Bro, he said. Relax. I'm fine. I didn't ask if you were, but great. What are you doing out here? Thinking, I answered. I come here to take a break when things get too loud in my head. No response. No one ever comes up here, or so I was led to believe, I said. Still nothing, his hands disappearing into his pockets. Have you ever had a quiet spot you like to go to? I tried. He looked behind me, forehead creasing. Maybe a hilltop or whatever. Never a creepy house. It's not so bad. At least it's quiet. And full of rats. Not really. Eyes back to me. Where have you been? Here. All day? Yep. I fell asleep by accident. His face crinkled in disgust. In there? There are beds. That's disgusting, bro. You're probably riddled with bed bugs. I shrugged. I'm okay. Anyway, I really should head back home now. Yeah. His scrutiny remained on the house. You really like thinking in there? I do. I moved toward my car, jangling my keys. He turned to me. Weird, but you do you, bro. Sorry, I can't meet with George tonight. That sentence burned my tongue. No worries. How about Wednesday? Say 7? I'd rather drink donkey piss. Okay, that should be fine. Let's get out of here, he said. Wait, why are you up here? I asked. Exploring, as I said. Don't worry, this place ain't my vibe. You can keep it. Thank God for that. The rest of Monday rolled by with me sleeping more, waking up in the early hours of Tuesday morning with a nasty headache. Death had stopped by to find me snoring my head off. His words, written in elegant script on paper he pinned to my bedroom door, told me so. He also said he'd come and see me after my shift. But the end line of the note really made my heart flutter. With all my love, D.XXX. Damn. Just damn. Tuesday rolled in. I napped, got rid of my headache, knitted, thought about death, about the possibilities, the past, my love for him. I took necro juice and painkillers, but felt better, rested and somewhat content. Emma reminded me my shift was coming up at half pay, a cold email asserting her power over me. I replied dutifully, politely. Ugh. Louise stopped by. I taught her some French. She admired my blanket's progress, and we played a game of Scrabble, seeing as she could move those letter tiles around. Triple word score, she declared, slamming down a tile. I cocked my head, reading the long word. Really? Have you never heard of that word before? Nope. Kakaraphiaphobia is a fear of failure or defeat, she said. I see. Speaking of which, I think you've won. She tapped her beanie hat.
Me too.
I laughed as she counted up her score. Dad was amazing at Scrabble, always managing to kick our asses when we played as a family. Henri always came a close second, Mum and me floundering behind. We were more interested in the wine and snacks, to be honest. With Louise triumphant, we took a walk to the post office near my building to pick up my parcel from Mum. On the way, she told me she was back living with her mum as of last night. She missed her too much. So sweet. Back at my flat, I video-called my mum for a live unboxing.
Afternoon, mon papillon.
She blew kisses. Salut, maman. This is my friend, Louise. The ghost waved at my mum.
Hello, Louise.
Hi, it's lovely to meet you. Gosh, you have her eyes, Marcel. Such pretty eyes you have, Mrs. August. Oh, no, I sound like the big bad wolf. What's wrong with me? I'm just nervous.
I let her ramble until she came to a pause. You're good, I told her, going to pat her on the back without thinking. My hand passed through her. She looked down at herself, then at me. Sorry, I said.
It's okay,
she replied weakly.
Lovely to meet you too,
Mum said. With that slight awkwardness done, Mum settled in to watch me slice into the cardboard box. Where's Dad? I asked. Damn, how much tape had she used?
He's at the chemist.
Is he okay?
He is, mon papillon. He's picking up some hemorrhoid cream.
I didn't press her any more on that subject. And Henri, he texted me this morning about his uni work giving him wrinkles. She huffed.
Such a silly boy he is.
My brother could be a tad dramatic at times. Mum had sent me some of her homemade pastries, a loaf of bread, brie, some tea towels, 2 books about French cooking, and a couple of bottles of red wine. Awesome. Merci beaucoup, maman.
You're welcome.
Louise left half an hour later, and before long, after eating too many of Mum's croissants, it was almost time for my shift. What rogue delights awaited me tonight? A much quieter shift for the past couple of hours, lots of patrolling the streets around Oakthorn Lake. This is boring, Robert complained. I'll take boring over rogue drama any time, I replied. My partner had messed with the universe by complaining. Moments later, it gave us drama. Shit. Louise came running down the middle of a road close to her home, showing no signs of slowing down. What are you doing out after curfew? I called to her. She charged right for me, her teeth bared. I called up my binding magic, but Robert got in there first. 3 green rings locked her in place. She screamed, her jaws snapping. Robert ordered her to be quiet. I clutched my chest, stunned by the sight of her like that. And it only meant one thing. A rogue had control of her. You okay? I asked my partner. Yeah, the rogue's hold is weak. I drew my gun, eyes hunting left and right across every shadow. I released my scan power, searching for danger. There was a rogue hiding behind a car up ahead, a reanimated body with her. Gotcha. 3 o'clock, I told Robert. Crouched behind the roar of a car in the distance. I glanced to my right to see approaching headlights.
Surprise, fuckers!
The rogue woman cried as she leaped from her hiding place, her dead companion joining her. I fired, hitting her in the shoulder. She went down with a shriek, breaking out in laughter. The zombie dropped uselessly to the ground, her control of it clearly pretty weak. Her focus was on controlling Louise. A useless zombie was a mercy. Zombies could be real problems. Just ask Jen. I shut the Baker Street memory down as the car arrived, screeching to a halt. I turned to greet it, gun aimed at the tinted windows. Panting, a sliver of panic rising, waiting to see his face. It had to be him in the driving seat. All my instincts told me this was the moment he'd show his face, play whatever hand he had at the ready. The driver's door opened. A balaclava covered the figure's face. His face. It was a man. "Freeze, Marcel!" Nick cried. Yes, I'd been expecting him. No, that didn't stop me from fumbling my gun at the sound of his voice. Shock can really mess a guy up. Nick threw a potion, the vial smashing at my feet. It released a cloud of icy blue flowers into my face. My muscles tensed up immediately as I tried to shoot him, to move. "Fuck!" Robert barked. Louise screamed as my partner relinquished some of his bind. She quickly shut up as he restored it. I kept trying to move. Nick cackled, retreating into the car, revved the engine. Damn this mage magic! The car reversed terrifyingly fast before roaring forward. "No!" Robert yelled, breaking his bind again. Louise screamed. I heard her kinetic energy collide with Robert as the car plowed into me, sending me spinning through the air like a rag doll. I knew at once almost every bone in my body was broken from the impact. I landed on the asphalt, my skull cracking open, blood pooling beneath my head. Oh, shit! The car revved and came at me, wheels crushing me. Nick reversed, ruining more of my body, came forward again to take out my head. It popped like a grape, everything going dark. For less than 10 seconds, my thread of resurgence refused to let my body die, for my ghost to break free of my mortal existence. It fixed me, reformed my head and bones, restored my sight, every inch of me. Fixed up, I leaped to my feet, but Nick was gone, the scream of heavy braking somewhere in the distance. "Holy shit!" I gasped, gathering my breath. "What the fuck?" Robert stood to my left, the side of his face grazed. At his feet, Louise sat on her knees, weeping, free from any necrotic hold. "Lou, stop right there," Robert warned, aiming his gun at me. I held up my hands. "Easy." "What the fuck just happened?" "The Lich." "What the fuck happened?" he barked. "With you! And don't give me any crap." "Damn this. You're hurt. Let's get you—" "No crap, Marcel. Start talking." An explosion put a hold on things. Fire and smoke burped into the air over near the lake. Car alarms wailed, set off by the boom. Louise screamed. "No, Mum!" Had that been her mum's house? Louise jumped up, breaking into a run. Robert went to stop her, but I stopped him. He pointed his gun at me again. "The fuck is your problem?" "She's not a danger anymore. Let's go after her." "Don't move. Don't you fucking move." "We didn't have time for this. Let's—" "How are you alive?" "I can explain, but let's—" "Explain now." If he didn't have that gun, I'd so be kicking his arse. "Louise needs us." "Talk now." "Robert," the veins in his neck pulsed. "I said start fucking talking." Shit. My powers have grown. "What?" "I have 2 new threads. Resurgence, summoning. At the moment, I'm a tad invincible." "A tad? A fucking tad? I watched the Lich run you over repeatedly, turned your head to mush, and now—" He looked me up and down. "And now you're okay? You were put back together. Fuck." He winced, fingers reaching for the really nasty graze on his face. I pulled out my e-scroll. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Calling Emma. I have to." "What?" "Her rule. If anyone finds out about me, I have to tell her straight away." "You're sharing secrets with her now, eh?" he said with a snarl. "Yes," Emma answered. I explained. "Kill the rogue, send her to Sanctuary. Investigate the explosion, but keep your distance," she said. "I'm coming to meet you now with backup." "Yes, ma'am." She hung up. "What did she say?" Robert asked. "Head over there, do nothing stupid," I paraphrased. He sniffed, lowering his gun at last. "Fuck, bro. What the fuck?" I understood his reaction. "This isn't how I wanted you to find out." We dealt with the rogue, Robert planting a bullet in her brain, the pair of us sending her to sanctuary. The zombie stayed dead. "Come on," he said. He broke into a jog. I followed. "Glad you're alive," he added. "Thanks." We arrived at Oakthorn Lake, an enormous body of water ringed by a pathway. Fire burned behind a row of oak trees, separating the water from 4 cottages and a church on its eastern side. That church burned, some of the oak trees on fire, still standing strong. A scattering of burning rubble littered the area, the fire spreading quickly. We hurried around the trees, keeping an eye out for any rogues, for Nick. Had they been working together, him and that dead rogue? The church had been the source of the explosion, taking out all but one of the cottages now in flames. More destruction littered the ground, ghosts screaming at the destruction, crying their dead hearts out as they watched their homes and bodies burn. "Oh, no," I whispered. Where was Louise? There were other ghosts, too, laughing, pointing at the church, and howling with glee like cruel bullies in a schoolyard. Rogue ghosts. Rogues had done this on the possible command of Nick. Where the hell was Louise? I spotted her pass through the wall of the last cottage standing. "Mum!" she cried. "Mum!" Her mum was inside. Rogue ghosts mocked her, whining "Mum," laughing and dancing around the dead bodies, running through the flames that wouldn't hurt them. I clenched my hands into fists so hard my knuckles cracked. "What do we do?" Robert asked. "We wait for Emma." A rogue ghost spotted us, came skipping over.
"Well, well, well, a pair of
I slammed my bind power into it. Others noticed.
"Hey, leave him alone,"
one of them yelled.
"We'll fuck you up,"
Another added.
Marcel!
Louise called.
My mum!
On cue, Emma and the cavalry arrived. As she broke out of the throng of cars and vans with necromancers in tow, the fire brigade and ambulance services pulled up. I went to run for the non-burning cottage to help Louise's mum. Emma would probably bollock me, maybe dock more of my pay, but screw it. I froze halfway to the building. Death walked out of the cottage carrying a living woman wrapped in a white dressing gown, sobbing.
"What the fuck?"
Robert said.
She's floating?"
Floating? Huh? Oh, Death was hiding himself. Damn, not good. Now Louise's mum would be the talk of the town with her floating skills. What would she say? Could she see Death? Would Louise slip up and blow my lover's secret? Death carried Louise's mum toward the paramedics running down the path toward them. He lowered her to the ground, letting them take over, stepped back to let them do their thing. They didn't seem to react to the floating, only concerned with their patient. Louise fell to her knees beside her mum, sobbing.
"It'll be okay," she said. "It will be okay."
Necros got to work on the rogues, on soothing the terrified victims. The fire brigade battled the fires, everything loud and chaotic around me. I jumped into the action, sending rogues to sanctuary with Robert. Death was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 18. Death. Foolish move. The poor woman would be bombarded with questions about how she floated out of her cottage, but she wouldn't be able to answer with anything substantial. I had hidden myself from her and Louise. As far as anyone knew, a miracle carried her out of the cottage. Only Marcel saw the truth. After the explosion, I came down to investigate, encountered a massacre, innocent lives lost as they slept in their beds, victims to rogue chaos. But not Louise's mother. She was injured, her cottage damaged from the explosion. Her ornaments and windows were broken, and part of the ceiling had come down to crush her left foot. But she was okay. Scared and covered in dust, but okay. I had to save her. I couldn't bear her whimpering, her terrible fear. Leaving her to be found was the antithesis of my nature. I liked to help, and I cared deeply for living souls as well as the dead ones. The anguish of the newly dead called to me, pleading whispers pawing at me for help. To spare them from this mortal realm, let them have peace away from this limbo. No, not until things change. The daisy pocket might instigate such a change. I let Marcel get to work after handing the poor woman over, keeping back in the shadows, watching, ready to step in if needed. I wasn't needed. They were all capable, from the necromancers to the emergency personnel, trained to perfection, selfless and incredible. Pride for my lover swelled in my heart as I watched him in action. My special necromancer, I said. He'd always been special in whatever he did in his lives. During the first Elizabethan age, he'd starred in Shakespeare's Henry V as the Duke of Clarence. He knew the bard personally, and Marcel, or William as he'd been called then, performed for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth I. Met her afterward, where she thanked him for such a wonderful performance. That was the night we came together again during that period of time, a night of wine and sex in the dirty streets of London. A year later, after so many performances, after so much love, he died, again, drowning in the Thames after the boat we both sailed on sank. 20 others died with him. He'd wanted to try his hand at boat travel. No death this time, Marcel, I said. I won't lose you again. Chapter 19.
Take your head and shove it up your arse,
the rogue man hissed at me, bound in green rings of light within a sanctuary cell. Not really my kink, thanks, I returned. He sneered.
Let me go.
No chance, I'm afraid, but maybe you can help us. Robert and I stood together in the cell, my partner's greys patched up, by order of Emma as she dealt with the other new prisoners. I had no injuries, no bruises or aches and pains at all, my entire body fixed by resurgence. That issue hung heavily between me and Robert, awaiting further discussion. Tell us about the Lich, Robert said. The rogue's slightly translucent lips spread into a menacing grin. Green light stained his mouth, adding to the wickedness of his face. Well, I pressed. What do you have to say?
I like him. He's fun.
You're working for him?
Not really.
Then what? His eyes flickered between me and Robert.
He came to us and suggested we fuck shit up. We like to fuck shit up, especially if it hurts you lot.
He nodded at me, then Robert, the only part of his body granted movement by sanctuary necros binding him from outside the cell. That's it, Robert asked. He didn't ask you to join him?
Wish he had.
And he hasn't asked anyone else, I said.
Not that I know of. I'll be jealous if that happens. Would love him to be my boss. Well, until you spoiled my chances.
So these dead rogues may have been pawns in a grander scheme, a distraction as Nick built himself a rogue army hunting this onyx key. Was that his game?
You Marcel?
The rogue asked me. Why? That horrible grin again.
He told us about you, how you get off on killing rogues. That's your kink, right?
He moaned sexually, licked his lips.
You like the slicing and crunching, the blood in your face. Gets you hard, does it? Do you go home and wank, or go fuck your brains out with some nameless body?
He tutted.
Dirty, 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 dirty.
His eyes widened.
Dirty.
He began to weep.
Dirty necromancer. I wish I had your blood to stop this. Stop. I want to stop. I want to...
He broke down, crawling into his sadness and madness. I'm sorry, I muttered, even though he'd been part of a slaughter. We left him alone to cry. His future was out of our hands now. Building an army, Robert said as we headed back upstairs from the depths of the building. Do you think that's what's happening? I kind of do. And he's looking for a special key I have no clue about. We swiped our passes at the elevator, riding it back up to the top floor, meeting Emma in a room with a desk and too much beige decor. The window overlooked the charming gardens of Oakthorn Sanctuary, currently taking a pounding from heavy rain.
"Sit,"
Emma ordered us. We took our pews facing her. She had no laptop this time.
"Another interesting shift for you two," she said.
We both nodded.
"I'm beginning to think I have a pair of trouble magnets on my team."
She waved a dismissive hand.
"Excuse my nonsense. So, let us get down to it. Robert."
"Yes, Mum."
"Marcel's powers have grown. I want them kept under wraps for the time being. We don't know if you or other necromancers will follow suit, but for now, please say nothing."
She reached under the desk and presented him with a form and a pen.
"Sign this waiver."
Robert scanned the document. "I lose everything if I say anything?"
"Correct. We cannot have you jeopardizing our operation."
He picked up the pen. "What if it happens to a rogue?"
"Then we will deal with it. Sign the form."
He might have his issues with Emma, we both did, but he was also loyal, a necro through and through. Robert signed. Emma returned the document to wherever she'd fished it from under her desk.
"Now, I want to update you on the situation."
The ghost victims were being dealt with, treated carefully here at Sanctuary. The same went for the rogues, albeit differently.
"The consensus from the rogue interviews points to Nick instigating this violence," Emma said. "And this is only the beginning, I fear. Nick wants revenge, probably even more than that."
She sighed.
"I wish we knew more, and I wish we could clear that death sheen. And don't even get me started on the floating woman."
A groan this time.
2 ghosts sent to Sanctuary mysteriously, and now people are floating themselves out of almost burning houses. I really hate this town."
I had some answers for her, locked away in a treacherous little box. She looked back at the window.
"I also hate the rain. You can go now. Finish the rest of your shift."
"Yes, Mum," we answered at the same time. She said nothing more to us as we left. At the end of our shift, Robert and I went home separately. He wanted some space from me until Thursday's stint on the streets. Couldn't say I blamed him. He still wanted me to meet with George before then, though. The rain had cleared, a sunny morning passing by, though the streets were empty of the usual morning crowds. After last night's incident, many shops were closed, and the town's 2 schools were shut for the day. "But you're okay?" Dad asked down the phone. "Completely. I'm almost home now." "Good. Your mum's calming down a bit." She'd been in a complete state when she'd seen the church explosion on the news. I'd forgotten to call my family to let them know I was safe. "Please tell her I love her," I said. "Will do, son." "And Henri?" "He wants to talk to you," Dad replied. "He's not at uni." A rustle, and my brother came on the phone.
"You dickhead."
"Sorry."
"So you should be."
A heavy sigh.
"I didn't mean that. I get you're busy and would have gotten around to it."
A pause.
"It just freaked us out so much. We worry about you every second of the day."
"Henri." His voice cracked.
"I'll miss you so much."
"I'll miss you."
"I love you."
"Love you more." Sniffles.
"Dickhead. Making me cry."
"You're the dickhead for not being in uni."
"That's what Dad said."
"Dad called you a dickhead?"
"Basically, yeah. Where are you now?"
"Almost home."
"Cool. Want to go back to Dad?"
"Okay."
"Speak soon."
"Go to uni."
"Yes, sir,"
he answered sarcastically. Dad came back on the line. "I'll let you go, son. Death was waiting outside my building."
Okay, Dad."
I cleared my throat. "Love you." "Love you too. Call your mum later."
"Will do."
I let him hang up first, my eyes on Death leaning against the wall, his legs crossed, arms folded with a serious expression on his face. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Checking in." He pushed himself off the wall. I stopped walking, looking around for prying ears. "Thanks for helping Louise's mum." She was shaken up, but doing okay. I'd stop by the hospital later to see Louise. "You've given my boss a headache," I added. "Wonderful." He didn't smile or sound cheery about it. "Can we go upstairs?" "Sure. Are you okay?" "Let's just get inside." "You're worrying me." "No need to worry." He gestured for the entrance door. "Okay, let's go." Death paced my living room, clutching a glass of red wine. "I should have been there," he said, "before the explosion." He'd discovered word of my second death. "The Lich is back, and I should have known he was—" I jumped up and grabbed him by the biceps. "Stop it." He shook his head. "I can't help it. What if you didn't have that power? What if—" I kissed him to shut him up, then rested my forehead on his. "Don't think like that." Death took my face in his hands, his fingers and palms so warm, so comforting. "I worry about you every day." Barbed wire wrapped itself around my heart. "I'm sorry I wasn't there," he whispered against my lips. "Don't be." My legs were struggling with gravity, his touch and proximity overwhelming. "I need to sit down." He guided me to the sofa. He rubbed my back. "Can I get you anything?" "A cold shower? I think— should I say it? I think— shit." "You think what?" he asked. "I think we should go ahead with the daisy pocket." "Are you sure?" "Are you? It's not only about me." "I just want you." I ducked my head shyly. "Seriously, what do you want, other than me?" "I want you, so I want to do this." I laughed. "You sound so dramatic." "I always am when it comes to you." He leaned in and kissed my cheek. I touched the place his lips landed. "Nice turtleneck, by the way," he said. "Your fault." "Do you want me to do the other side to balance it out?" He wriggled his eyebrows. "How about no?" He pouted. "Spoil sport." "It's nice to see you smile." "You always make me smile." "You cheesy thing." I kissed him on his cheek. "Want to hang out this afternoon?" "Marcel, I will not be leaving your side for the next few hours." Bliss. Absolute bliss. We sat together, watching a couple of Star Wars movies because Death loved them. I knitted more of my blanket, enjoying his enthusiasm, how our hands kept clashing every time we reached for the popcorn. As the credits rolled on The Empire Strikes Back, Death turned to me, his eyes immediately snaring me in a seductive trap. I dropped my knitting, no need for words. He kissed me, hard, his hands groping, tugging at my jumper. "Take it off," I demanded, lifting my arms above my head. What an expert, peeling it from my body in one flawless move. Our lips collided again before he moved down my chest, shifting into a horizontal position with his incredible strength. I giggled. He kissed his way along my chest, drawing circles with his tongue, kissing crisscrossing trails across my skin. Goosebumps broke out, my nipples as rock hard as my cock. He kissed my swollen nubs, but paid more attention to my stomach, to my jeans. "Oh, shit," I gasped as he fiddled with the top button. "I want to taste you again." Pop went the button. "Taste me." I stroked the side of his face. "Please." He got my jeans and boxers down to my ankles with the same ease as removing my jumper. He assessed my dick, running a teasing finger up and down the shaft, giving my balls a tug. God, I love the perspective, my hardness resting against his face. What a perfect picture. He kissed the tip of my cock first, running his tongue across the slit. "Yes, absolutely," he purred. Death devoured me, going from gentle to full-on blowjob, working me with the warm, delicious pocket of his mouth. I dug my fingers into his hair, lifting my hips, writhing under the sensation. Oh, that feels so good, he moaned, the vibrations of his baritone shoving me closer to climax. This was safer than fucking, him doing this to me. It minimized the risk of me getting my fingers caught up in the chain again. But it wasn't enough. The daisy pocket would allow for so much more. End a bad soul for the creation of something awesome. We can do this. Death took me to the heights of pleasure once again. I came down his throat, whispering his name. He worked me harder, milking me until I couldn't take any more. Oh, my God, I pouted. Fuck, I forgot to visit Louise and her mum. It was suddenly 6 o'clock. He set my cock free, sitting up. That's your first words. He patted my thigh, licking traces of me off his lips. When are visiting hours over? It's not that. I'm supposed to meet George at 7. Ugh, trust him to ruin my afterglow. You're meeting George tonight? I dragged my jeans and underwear back up. I said I would. Shit. My plan was to get Death's dick in my mouth to return the favor, but I guess that was on the back burner now. Are you okay with that? He asked. No, but I think I should do it. Whatever you need to do to heal those wounds. I smiled up at him as he stood, a looming, sexy creature I wanted to pull on top of me. You're amazing. He shrugged. I know. I mock-huffed. Here we go. He caught me in his seductive stare trap again. I suppose reciprocation is out of the question right now. He got his cock out. I answered with my mouth, grabbing hold of his pert ass cheeks. He filled me up good, hitting the back of my mouth. I started slow, adjusting to his size. Gagged slightly at first, but quickly got over it. You okay down there? He asked, playing with my hair. I upped my game. I gather you are, he purred, thrusting lightly into me. I really want to fuck you, I replied with gobbledygook. Sorry, Marcel, your mouth is full. I pulled him out of me. Then fuck me. Dramatic pause. In the mouth. His wicked grin sent sparks to my balls. Are you sure? I slipped my cock out of my jeans. Give it to me. And he did, ball slapping my chin, his hands on my head like a vice. I had to stop a few times for breath, to not choke. He might be fucking me with randy abandon, but that didn't mean he didn't do my mouth with care. He always had been a considerate, incredible lover. I worked my shaft as he thrust into me, so fucking turned on. I came first, all over my jeans in messy spurts. Yes, he moaned. Fuck yes. Oh, Marcel. Oh, yes. He shot his load into me, cock throbbing against my tongue, pounding every drop into me. I glanced up, meeting his blazing gaze, his lips parting as he panted with pleasure. I released him, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Like that? He cupped my chin. Round 3? I really have to get ready to go out now. He pulled me into a hug. Okay, Marcel. We held each other for a good 10 minutes, enjoying nothing more than the embrace. When the clock hit 6:30, I ushered him out the door. I'll contact Yvonne, he said, leaning on the doorframe, his bottle green shirt showing off plenty of his bronze flesh as usual. Get back in here and do me on the coffee table. Okay. We're really doing this? Yes. I'll be in touch. Which reminds me, he conjured a gold business card with white embossed numbers on it. I loved his conjuring skills, happy they were still active after his power downgrade, a consequence of being off the job. What's this? I asked, taking it. My phone number. We've never exchanged numbers, which seems rather odd. What's with the card? Why not just put it in my phone? Marcel, sometimes a little bit of luxury elevates the mundane. I cocked a brow at him. You call this luxury? That's an expensive card, I'll have you know. I smiled. You give this out often? Only to extremely adorable necromancers. Oh, how sweet. Are you mocking me, Marcel Auguste? You decide. His smile, my God. Goodbye for now, he said. Touch me. See you soon. We kissed and he walked off. I watched him go, the pangs of longing stronger than ever. I can never let you go. Chapter 20. After entering Death's number into my phone, the card vanished. Done. Okay then. I stripped and hit the shower, getting hard again, wishing Death would manifest under the hot spray with me. Let him soap me up, pin me to the wall, and stick that delicious cock inside me. I turned the dial to cold. Dressed and ready to leave, I read a text from Robert wishing me well with his fiancée. I sent back a thanks, not really knowing what else to say. Then I called the hospital to pass on a message to Louise, telling her I'd visit tomorrow. A very nice nurse said she would pass that message on. Damn, what a crappy friend. I'd make it up to her. I left my flat, crossing East Square, on my way to the meeting of all meetings, a stone's throw away from my home. Showdown at the Old Mill pub. Didn't really have the ring of an epic western to it, but if George wanted to draw pistols, I'd happily play along, making sure I shot first. Okay, too much. I might be armed, but that was for rogues, not my ex. Sure about that? Seeing him stand up to greet me as I entered the pub flipped my stomach. My feet put in a request to get me the hell out of there. Nope, I could do this. I shook his hand, keeping cool. Would you like a drink? He asked. Red wine, please, I answered. Thanks. He got us drinks, and we sat in a far corner of the pub next to a window. I ran my finger across the rim of my glass as he nursed a pint of beer. He loved beer, especially those with unusual flavours. One of his favourite pubs in London served nothing but real ale, beer, stouts, any big brand lager, a swear word. In fact, they even had a swear box for such words being spoken out loud. Ghosts and the living sat together or talked at the bar, the humans drinking or munching on bar snacks. Quiet, customers keeping away tonight, but enough voices for a delicate blanket of noise to float above this awkward silence. Eventually, I broke the silence. I don't get you. He looked at me with those wide, heartbreaking, hazel puppy eyes, suave, cute. The dream guy, until he punched your heart out. Marcel, I'm really sorry about everything, he answered, leaning back in his chair. You deserved so much better. Yep, I deserved not to be cheated on. You did. Why, George? What did I do wrong? He leaned forward, staring into his beer. Nothing, not on purpose. I just... What? I drank some wine to calm my trembling. I wanted to throw the drink in his face, break the glass over his head. What? I pushed again when he didn't answer. He looked up. How is it? How's what? The wine. I know how much you love a red. Why do you care? I'm just saying. I wish you'd say what it is that made you fuck some other man. I said the last part too loud, a few heads turning our way. Pressure, he answered. Come again? Pressure, Marcel. You put so much pressure on me. Was I really hearing this? How? I never stopped you from doing the things you wanted. We weren't joined at the hip 24/7. That's not me. That wasn't us. You were so in love with me. A kernel of pain bloomed in my chest. And you weren't with me? No, of course I was. I gave him my best confused look as I sipped my wine. Still not too late to break this on his skull. "But you loved me too much," he continued. "You saw me as some kind of Prince Charming, and I couldn't live up to it. I got so scared." My fingers twitched on the glass. "Scared?" "Yes, really scared I was going to let you down, do something wrong. So I pushed the self-sabotage button and—" "Stop. Just stop. Marcel, are you seriously going to sit there and spout utter shit to me?" "It's true." He held up his hands. "I messed up. I destroyed our relationship because I'm an idiot." I wanted to punch him so hard. He got scared. I loved him too much. My life got blown apart because he's nothing but a coward. "If it's any consolation," he said, "Craig cheated on me. Robert helped me pick up the pieces. Be better." I had to get out of there. "Marcel?" My backside remained glued to my chair. "What?" "I'm sorry." I stood up. "I don't care. I don't want to hear it. You got scared? What do you want for that? A medal? Don't be childish. Don't fucking tell me what to do." Once again, I drew too much attention to this table. "Please," George said. "No, we're done with this." "But, you know what? As much as you hurt me, I'm glad we're over. I think we were a bad match. You went and got scared. I was too insecure about everything. I never believed I was good enough for you. Plus, well, my heart actually belongs to an immortal being." He didn't get to speak now. "Maybe we should have talked more, I don't know. What I do know is it's over. I've got some sort of closure, I suppose. Scared my foot. But why here? Why did you have to come back into my life with another new guy?" To my surprise, I sat back down. "I followed my partner here," he answered. "When I found out you'd moved here, I spoke to Emma about it. I was probably wrong." "No probably about it." "What about your big banker job?" I drank more wine, thinking about getting another glass. Deep breaths, not gulps. "I transferred to our Bristol office," he said. "I start tomorrow." I sighed, shaking my head. "I loved you so much. I love you, Marcel. I still do. Don't even try it. Not like that. I know those bridges are burned. Damn right they are. But we can, I don't know, heal now? Fist to face, knees to balls. Which did I start with? Do you love Robert?" "I do. He helped me so much. Until you get scared and fuck someone else again." "Okay." "Thank you for sitting back down," he said. The attention on us seemed to be fading. "Do you want another drink?" he asked. "Please," I answered far too quickly. He got up to get some. I stayed put, angry but still not ready to leave. "I hate that you're living here," I said as he sat back down. "But I'll deal with it. I'll be civil, say good morning or whatever. Don't expect much more than that. There will be no more sitting in pubs and stuff. We're over. We're in the past." "Whatever you say." He drank some beer. "I'm grateful for this chat." I looked at him, really took in this man I'd loved. There were traces of him still inside me, still hurting, even pining a little, shades of the past dying by the day. I couldn't forgive him, certainly not for a long time, and I wasn't happy about having him here or his other half being my necro partner. But after everything, after my many lives of sorrow and destruction, he paled in comparison. What was he compared to centuries of dying horrible deaths? Death. And George really couldn't compete with him. "I guess it takes guts to sit here and face me," I said. "Though I don't think you would have ever approached me back in London." I shrugged. But this is what it is. I can only ever be sorry, he responded. Thanks for saying it. He nodded. Of course. You live your life, I'll live mine. I sat up straighter. To hell with drama, especially this drama. Now more than ever, I wanted to prove myself and get back to London. Be such an awesome necromancer, I'd land myself a new London townhouse or something for said awesomeness. Maybe too far. It didn't matter about me working with Robert. Work and personal lives were separate entities, at least in this situation. I bit my bottom lip, a nervous pulse in my guts. Things are never that simple. So, Oakthorn, he said. Oakthorn, I echoed. Isn't this a bit too much downsizing for you? He chuckled. And you, city boy? As much as I didn't like this man, his voice retained its sweet, seductive power that had beguiled me outside my favourite East London yarn shop. Had no choice, I said. What happened? Emma didn't tell you? No, I saw stuff on the news about Baker Street, but not the full details. And you don't have to tell me anything. I took a sip of wine. I'm stuck here. You really don't have to tell me. A pariah, a fuck-up. I almost got Jen killed because... I'm not talking about this. Then don't. A soft smile. As long as you're okay. I shook my head, clutching my glass to my chest. I'm fine. I just really miss my family. And Jen. Understandable. This is a big change. One you can handle? I asked. For Robert, yes. Would you have moved for me? Don't even go there. That's nice, I said. I should be more pissed off, shouldn't I? Nah, he isn't dead. What about you? He asked. Are you seeing anyone? Was that a hint of jealousy I saw swimming through his eyes? Good. Not really, I lied. Oh. He drank half the pint in one go. I'd once flirted with the crazy idea of taking my revenge by picking up 3 or 4 guys at a club. We'd head off to a hotel and have ourselves an orgy, film it, send it to George to show him we could all fuck around. I decided against it in the end, probably for the best. One day, he added, some guy will make you really happy. Maybe. I glanced to my left in the direction of the toilets and jumped to my feet. My chair clattered to the floor. What the fuck? I cried. Leon West stood between the 2 doors, heading into the men's toilets. Marcel? George said. What the hell? Marcel, what's wrong? I really need to pee. I dashed across the pub, bursting through the door to find the mage standing over by the 3 sinks. Once again he looked like overbaked clay, his pale skin cracked, his auburn hair dusty-looking. What are you doing here? I demanded. I've come to warn you about Nick, he said. He's back in town. Ice flooded my veins. I know he is. You've seen him? Yes. Where is he? I don't know. He told me he was going to hurt you, then stormed out. Stormed out of where? I don't know. You don't know where you are, I said. I'm trying to figure it out. He released a shaky breath. But we're in the middle of nowhere, some dilapidated house. Astral projection is tough. Doesn't give me much time. I've been trying to help, but... He collapsed into a pile of dry leaves, which dissipated within seconds. Leon! Marcel? I turned to face George. Are you okay? He asked. I don't know. Do you need to leave? I nodded. I think so. Let me walk you back. I'll be fine. I brushed past him, hurrying across the pub, trying to figure out my next move. Nick stood outside the pub's entrance with a gun pointed at my face. He pulled the trigger. Chapter 21. Reflexes on point, I dove out of the way just in time, the crack of the gun assaulting my eardrums. Nick howled with laughter. "Surprise, Marcel!" I hit the ground, rolled, drew my gun, and popped off a shot. It went wide, but so did his second. Screams, commotion in the pub from a few residents crossing East Square. "Marcel!" George cried from the door. "Get inside!" I barked. Nick's eyes found my ex. "George? The one who fucked you over?" The Lich's laughter had become shrill since our last encounter. "This is too good." "Fuck you!" My next shot blew out his kneecap. He went down, screaming. I jumped to my feet, blowing a hole in his chest as a cold, crimson veil fell over me. "You fucked up coming back here," I said, landing another bullet in his left thigh. He wouldn't die, but he wouldn't go free either. "No!" he cried. My turn to laugh at the pathetic creature bleeding on the concrete. The chilly veil wrapped me in its dark embrace, making my boot land on his hand, crushing fingers, snapping bone. The Lich so vulnerable, so weak. I cocked my head to the side. I'd had enough of people messing with me, thinking they could come into my life and stir the pot. Sirens. The cry of Robert. I spotted him running across the square. "I should blow your head off," I said. "But I want you to talk." God, was he really stupid enough to end up like this? An arm locked around my chest, a blade at my throat. "I'm a multitude of threats, Marcel," a voice whispered in my ear. Nick's voice. I flung my head back before he slashed my throat open. His grip loosened. I dropped into a sweeping kick, sending him on his back, and fired 3 shots into his stomach before the clip ran empty. Robert arrived, gun on the other Nick with the smashed hands. "What the fuck is going on?" I demanded. The Lich I'd just downed laughed at me, spitting blood as an answer. Police arrived along with 3 new Necros and Emma, guns drawn. A multitude of threats. He'd clearly done something to split himself into various pieces. With Leon's help? "How many of you are there?" I said to both Nicks. The 2 parts of the Lich laughed at the same time. I winced at the sound. "Are you scared, Marcel?" The Lich with bullets in his guts grinned blood-stained teeth at me. "You should be. You're marked." He spat more blood. "You and your lover have interfered too much." "Shut the fuck up." "I thought you wanted to hear me speak." Emma arrived at my side. "Nicholas." "Emma, so good to see you again. How is my old house treating you?" She now occupied Nick's former residence on Maple Lane, literally over the road from East Square. "It's good to see you on the ground," she responded. "Ma'am," I said, "permission to speak?" "Yes." I told her about the multitude of threats comment. "Do you care to explain?" she asked the Lich. "Not really." "How many of you have you made?" No answer. "Did your mage husband help you?" Laughing, as if he'd won. The police arrived to help. "Take him in," Emma commanded, glancing to her right. "Take them both in." Chapter 22. Death. North Somerset facility, not far from the village of Wraxall. A black box, windowless, deep within a basin. Ringed by high glass walls infused with necrotic magic, a monolithic shadow crowning a buried prison for poltergeists. Wind whistled around the building in the towering hills. Now that the sun was set, the only light came from the lampposts along the road leading down to it and those few posts surrounding the building, only as bright as they needed to be, as if purposely weak to create a chilling atmosphere. Facilities were on constant lockdown, heavily protected, layer upon layer of security and robust engineering to keep the deadly spirits locked away from society. But I had myself a keycard, provided by Ivan, which acted as a skeleton key to this particular branch. From my position outside the perimeter, the terrible energy of this place thrummed around my edges. So much pain, so much rage I could release from here. Send it on. Let the living be done with it. A broken record, I muttered to myself. Hidden from view, I walked through the 5 security booths occupied by Necromancer guards, bypassing cameras, carefully stepping through the crisscrossed green lasers on the ground. Moving quickly, I used the keycard on a small door, a huge rolling grate fit for welcoming vehicles next to it. I entered, an empty truck on the right, a concrete gangway ahead of me. The cavernous room was spare of decor, pure concrete, necrotic energy hidden within it. Powerful stuff, a fascinating creation. I headed up a set of stairs to a mezzanine. Still, the rage of the inmates clawed at me, poked at my guilt. I'd made this happen, created this situation because of... And there was that broken record again. Steeling my defenses, I scanned the next keycard panel, pausing in the cold concrete corridor beyond. The collective rage and sorrow hit me like a toxic wind, forcing me to layer more defenses upon myself. Brush it aside. I carried on, working my way through door after door, corridor after corridor, descending multiple stairwells, bypassing so many security checks until I reached a huge cubic cavern of concrete walkways and black-tinted windows. The cells. So many cells. I stood at the top, catching my breath after another wave of poltergeist grief hit me. The muffled screams were deafening, as fierce as that energy, on the verge of overwhelming me. Be strong. The cavern hummed with the force of the poltergeists straining against their prisons, the structure powerful enough to keep them trapped. But what if one day it wasn't? Things failed. Accidents happened. If this amount of energy were to be released into the world, then... Stop thinking about it. Jeff Hunt resided on floor 70, cell 14. This top floor was 300, the numbers counting backward on the descent. And so I made my way down, passing necromancers on patrol, a silent invader. On floor 81, I stopped outside a cell, the pain within snaring my attention. A child, a girl of 9, a tragic end, a life cut short. Trapped here in her rage, forever in this darkness, alone, always alone. Even at her young age, all she wanted was to destroy, to bring down this place, to spread her suffering to the rest of the world. See what you do. See what you have become. I backed away, continuing with my mission. This was about Marcel, nothing else. Your own need burns the dead. Floor 70, cell 14. Here he was, Jeff Hunt. A vicious thing, his energy twisted and hate-filled, dripping with vile evil. No remorse, only thirst to commit more of his crimes. He wasn't the only one. I'd passed many of them, and more waited in the floors below. Souls with no capacity to reach redemption, to even dip their toes into better waters. They'd made this easier. The next stage required me to be swifter than I'd ever been before. I glanced in either direction of the walkway, the guards patrolling close but with their backs turned. In and catch him. I counted myself down from 5, drawing my scythe, the curved blade glinting hungrily. 2, 1... I slammed the keycard onto the panel, the door clicking open. The cavern immediately filled with wailing alarms and red light. The guards sprang into action as quickly as I darted inside. Scythe held aloft, I drew Jeff into my blade. His translucent form, more so than a regular ghost, barely registered what was happening. He made no sound as my weapon absorbed him. Guards entered the cell. "Where the fuck is he?" a man bellowed. My scythe vibrated, the poltergeist responding angrily to his new prison. You'll never be free. I slid past the guards, making my way back outside without breaking a sweat. Yet halfway to my waiting motorbike, I collapsed onto my side, sharp pains just about everywhere. The girl, The energy of that place, it gnawed at me, turned me inside out. It took me 10 minutes to get up and climb onto Pegasus 2. The girl, that poor little girl. But it was done. I had the ingredient to make the daisy pocket. I opened up Pegasus 2's speed to full capacity, eating up the roads down to London. Chapter 23. Both Nicks broke apart, collapsing into dusty grey petals, his mocking laughter ringing across the square. Shit! The police officers going to cuff him jumped back. The petals burst into flames. "Stay back," Emma ordered. The fire died, the petals gone. Mage magic. What the hell was Leon's game in this? He wanted to help me, apparently. I trusted him as much as I trusted George coming at me on bended knee again. "Baby," Robert said, running to his fiancée. They hugged, kissed. I made sure I looked away. Instead, I caught Emma's eye. She was not a happy bunny in the slightest, and I gathered I wasn't allowed to turn around and go home to my knitting and wine. Yep, I was right. Robert and I sat at Emma's desk again, awaiting orders as another shitstorm tore through the town's local media, quickly spreading to the national press. Nick was the star of the show, again, and he seemed to be seriously piquing rogue interest now. Not good. Emma barked orders into her e-scroll, insisting on a blanket of no comments, as if that would be enough to curb the tide of screaming headlines, of lich panic. Liches were deadly. Nick was deadly, and God only knew what lurked around the next corner. Public panic was inevitable. We'd found out from a mage working with the police that Nick had been split into different parts by a potion called Slicer, a powerful potion made of a certain type of tulip. The last case of its usage had been about 50 years ago, rendering a mage sliced bread after it went wrong. Suffice it to say, the stuff was on the banned list. "Excuse me," the High Warden said, sweeping out of the room. I remembered to breathe after she slammed the door. "This isn't how I wanted my night to go." Silence from my partner. "How's George?" I tried. "Fine. Rattled." "I bet." He picked at his fingernails. "All good between you two?" "I guess so." "You guess so?" "Time is a healer," I threw out, hating that particular adage. What's wrong?" He stopped picking, looking up at the window. "Nothing." "Tell me." A quick look my way, then he returned to his nail picking. "You confuse me." "I do?" "Yeah, bro. Big time." He cleared his throat. "When Nick mentioned your lover, who did he mean?" Shit. I'd forgotten about that." "Did he mean George?" he pressed. "Give me some damn credit." "Of course not." "You're not starting up again. I didn't just push you two back together." "Please don't even think of that. We're more than done." He sighed. "Then who?" Emma reappeared. "A Nick of many parts." She looked between us. "What is it? You both look odd." "Nothing, Mum," Robert answered quickly. "Just taking this all in." She nodded. "This town makes London look quiet." Robert glanced at me. Great, now he thought I was one dodgy necro. "These attacks on the town are to cause chaos, clearly," Emma said, sitting down. "But also directed at hurting you, Marcel, and the people in your life." My stomach dropped. My family? Would he really go for my family? Oh, God. "Security has been provided for your family, with the consideration of moving them to a safe house within a few hours, which your mother vehemently protests, but with the Lich having a mage at his disposal, it is possible he can find your family regardless of their location." I almost puked across the desk. "I have to talk to my family." "Of course. I have to go and be with them. They need me." "No, I need you here. They will be taken care of."
Here we can keep Nick confined to his playground, at least to a degree. Who knows where his other parts are? So I was bait. He will keep coming for you, she added. That we do know.
That would be a yes, then. She smiled at me, and it was a rusty rake dragged across my soul.
I know you're worried, Marcel. We all are. Starting from now, you will be provided with a 24/7 security detail. 2 police officers and 2 necromancers will watch your every move.
She made it sound ominous, and it kind of was. How was I supposed to see death or do anything in private now? Damn it! My hands were clammy, sweat pooling at the base of my spine. Dread was a toxin, a debilitating poison of the nastiest variety. The walls of her office were too close, the temperature stifling. I needed out, to jump in my car and race to London. I'd protect my family, not her, not anyone else. How dare she keep me away from them? How dare she play with my life and emotions like this? Does she want me to go rogue?
It's pointless you being here, Amos said. Consider yourselves on standby for now. You can both go home. Try to relax. Relax? Was she insane?
I performed my breathing exercises as best I could, struggling to maintain a calm demeanor. She would not see me fall apart.
I'll be in touch, she said.
Robert and I left together, Peter and Trish silently driving us back to our building, followed by a police car carrying 2 officers. As soon as we pulled up outside my building, Robert jumped out of the car and hurried inside without another word. He didn't trust me, didn't offer me any comforting words. Whatever. I had no room in my head for any more messes right now. Peter and Trish walked me to my front door. "You okay?" Peter asked. "I need a drink." "Don't blame you, mate."
"We'll be right outside," Trish added. "With those cops."
"Thanks," I said. "Take care, mate," Peter responded. "You too." Chapter 24. Rather than break down like I really wanted to, I immediately grabbed my tablet and video called my family. Henri answered first, sat at the kitchen table.
"Marcel!"
"Is that him?" Dad called. Hurried footsteps, then he appeared on the screen. "Are you hurt, son?"
"No. Are you?"
Henri and Dad both answered with a no at the same time. Mum entered the screen, her face like thunder.
"Mon papillon, they are telling us we might have to move."
"I'm so sorry," I said, eyes immediately welling up. "Oh, I'm so fucking sorry."
"Language," she responded softly, touching the screen.
"It's not your fault," Dad offered. "This lich bastard isn't your fault." I touched the screen, fingers on my mum's. "I can't stand this anymore. I want to come home."
"She won't allow that,"
Mum responded in French. I nodded. "I should just make a run for it." "You wouldn't get very far," Dad replied. "Don't be silly now." I wiped at my tears with the sleeve of my jumper, my chest riddled with knots. "I know. I'm just saying." Dad sat down, removing his glasses to rub the bridge of his nose. "At least they're offering us protection. What about you?" "I have protection, and I'm on standby."
"She's making you work still?"
Mum questioned with pure indignation.
"Yep, and I'm glad. I want to help fight Nick."
"What does he want?" Henri asked.
"Lie time?"
"I don't know. Some sort of power play, I guess. To hurt the world." It wasn't that much of a lie, though. Aside from the onyx key, I still had no idea what his goals were, other than my head on a stick.
"I hate him," my brother said. "I really fucking hate him."
Mum didn't admonish him for his bad language. Her eyes were on me, boring their way to my soul.
"What is it, mon papillon? There is something you are not telling us."
Ice shot through me.
"Maman,
Not here," she said.
"Not here."
Her mother's intuition had kicked in. My face was an open book to her, unable to keep any secrets from her all-seeing eyes. We'll be fine, Dad cut in. They'll keep us safe. I told them about the whole keeping Oakthorn as Nick's playground. Mum looked ready to explode, but swallowed her anger. Henri spoke.
I'm so worried about you. Don't worry, little brother. At the moment, I can't be killed.
Ditto, I said instead. But we can't let this lich get the better of us. I sat up straighter, their faces giving me strength, pouring the white-hot fight back into me. Our family won't be broken by that wanker. Shockingly, Mum laughed, no rebuttal to the swearing.
Quite right, mon papillon. Fingers crossed on finding his thingy, Henri added.
Phylactery, Dad said. Henri nodded.
That's the one.
We decided to play a game of charades to take our minds off things. It didn't feel like the same joyous event it usually did. Fucking lich. Somewhat reassured after spending time with my family, I sat with my knitting, drinking red wine, anxious for death's return, my gun right beside me. The TV played some drama, the volume low, the clicking of my needles louder. Nick. He had to be stopped.
Marcel!
I grabbed my gun and jumped to my feet, spinning to greet Leon, stood at my door.
Sorry for invading your privacy, he said. I don't have much time. It's hard to maintain a connection.
I kept my gun pointed at him. What do you know about the Onyx Key?
Only that it's important, he replied,
his amber eyes blinking rapidly for 10 seconds.
Nick can't talk much about it. In fact, he really struggles like there's some sort of block on him.
Just like death. So you don't know anything about it?
As I said...
He sucked in air between gritted teeth.
Shit.
Are you okay?
Hurts. Anyway, all I know about the key is Nick shouldn't have it. He's using Seeker potion to search for it, but I keep diluting them.
You're working against him. Why?
He narrowed his eyes. I hate him. I don't want him to find the key. Whatever it is, it can't be anything good in his hands.
You hate your husband? He bit his bottom lip, glancing behind him.
I'll try telling you the full story one day, but please know I'm on your side as much as I can be. I wish I could have diluted the slicer potion, but I can't dilute everything. I'm sorry. I couldn't refuse him.
How many Nicks are there? I asked, lowering my gun.
At least 8. 8? I'm sorry. I have to obey him. I'm selfish. I'm trying to figure out the death sheen.
He sighed.
I have to go. But you have to find the Onyx Key soon, because my husband is one determined prick.
Death's trying with Seeker.
Tell him not to give up.
You still can't tell me where you are, I tried.
I really have to go. Bye.
He turned into dead leaves. Leon, I said uselessly.
Shit.
Helping us? Really? I mean, he had helped, but he'd also trapped Death in Marigold before, and I wasn't about to trust the husband of our #1 enemy. Damn, this made my head hurt. What sort of hold did Nick have over him? And where the hell was his real body? I had to talk to Death. Now. Chapter 25. Death. I left the hidden market through the only exit, a hole in the wall leading back to Roman Road, with 6 new Seeker potions and the one potion that mattered the most. For us, I told Marcel in my head. I paused in the street, hidden from all eyes, taking another look at the white liquid glistening in the vial, going over Yvonne's instructions. She'd made the potion in less than an hour. For using Daisy Pocket, I had to find a safe location first to keep the doorway open. The Daisy I would see making this possible could be destroyed, along with the realm, but not easily. Next, I was required to think up the desired details of this special pocket. Once done, break the potion, and the creation will reveal itself.
There are 30 petals to pluck, each crossing into the pocket, Yvonne had said. 30 chances to enter.
A limitation to our happiness, then.
Another can be given control of the plucking of petals, along with yourself, she'd added. And if you get on well with your pocket, come see me again to discuss making a new one.
And another poltergeist? I wasn't sure how Marcel would take that, and returning to a facility didn't sit well in my belly. A man exited the tunnel, hurrying west, unaware of my presence. Nicholas West? The Lich was here in the city. The Lich who'd tried to kill Marcel. Again. Securing the potions in a pouch strapped to my chest, I followed him. His gait was awkward, slightly uneven. Any moment now, if he failed to slow down, he'd fall flat on his face. The Lich turned the corner, passing under a railway bridge. A car idled in the dark space, exhaust smoke cutting across the red glare of the brake lights. A train passed overhead, rattling noisily, startling 2 pigeons from the dark. Nick opened the car door, placing a vial of red potion on the passenger seat. I hurried closer to get a look at the driver. A silver-haired woman? Necromancer or rogue? Nick closed the door, not getting in, watching the car drive away. Did I follow the vehicle or the Lich? Confront him right here under the bridge? Break his bones, cut off his head, make his endless life nothing but eternal torture? He stood under the bridge for a few more seconds, another train rolling above. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and skulked off, heading back the way he came, passing the exit-only hole of the hidden market. After a couple of steps in pursuit, I hesitated. When I'd followed his husband into Marigold, I'd ended up trapped in a tangle of pink vines for my troubles, getting to Marcel too late the first time he'd died. I wouldn't fall for that again. With perfect timing, Marcel called my phone. "Are you okay?" I answered. "My God, shit has really gone down here." He told me everything. A nick of many parts, and Leon still doesn't know where he is. That's so annoying. A heavy sigh down the line. "Where are you?" "Still in London," I said. "I have it." Seconds of silence. "You do?" "I do." "It's really in your hand?" "Well, on my person." He laughed, then immediately switched to serious again. "When are you coming home?" "Nick's here," I said. "At least one of them. I'm watching him walk away right now." "Don't go near him," he cried into my ear. "I won't." I explained the red potion and the necromancer or rogue driver. "Promise me you won't." "I promise, Marcel. But I'm heading back to the market to talk to Yvonne. She might know something." "Please be careful." "I will." "Hurry back as soon as you're done." We ended the call as Nick vanished around the corner. I let him walk away. Unable to return to the hidden market through the hole in the wall, I returned to Barbara's house.
"Back again," she said. "Lucky me."
"Hello."
"Is everything all right?"
"Forgot to ask Yvonne something." I tapped my skull. A terrible memory sometimes.
"Happens to the best of us."
She let me go back through to the market. I got there as quickly as I could. She was alone, stirring a spoon in a fresh cup of tea.
"What's the matter?"
"I have to ask you something."
"Didn't you want to call me?" she said.
"Sorry."
"You didn't need to come back here."
"I'd rather talk in person." She picked up her teacup.
"Then talk."
"Have you ever worked with Nicholas West?" She glowered at me.
"Don't be so stupid."
"I saw him leaving the market." Yvonne put the cup down too hard, spilling tea over the table.
"He was here?"
"Yes, he left just after me." I explained what I saw, about the many parts of him and the red potion. "Any ideas what he might have picked up?" Her complexion paled.
"I'll look into it, and I can't believe you would think I'd work with him."
She shook her head.
The very thought of a lich makes my skin crawl.
I'm sorry.
I thought you trusted me.
I'd hurt her feelings. I do. I apologize. She sighed.
But I know you have to ask these questions.
I really do. The mage mopped up the spilled liquid with a tea towel she retrieved from under the table.
I wonder how he even got in here. The whole market is on alert for him, and he wouldn't have gotten past Barbara, let alone the protection magic.
Then you have a traitor here in the market, I said.
It appears so.
She bunched up the tea towel. Is there anyone at the top of the distrust pile?
Not yet. Leave it with me. I'll root the fucker out.
I don't want to put anything on you. She waved a dismissive hand at me.
As long as I can get in a punch, I'm good.
I couldn't help my responding smile. Just don't break them straight away. Yvonne blinked her amber eyes at me, her expression a combination of emptiness and shadows.
I need some time alone.
Of course. As tempting as it was to question the men and women of this place, I held back. Arousing suspicions, scaring off any lead on the lich would not do. I returned to Pegasus too. I had a lover to return to. Chapter 26. I practically tore my front door off its hinges, dragging Death inside. Hugged the absolute shit out of him. Bear hugs had nothing on my crushing embrace.
Oh, God. Thank God you're here.
He was bone dry, no hint of the downpour on him. Having the ability to tweak a small circle of the environment around him would do that. I'm here, Marcel. He stroked my spine, my port in a storm. My floodgates broke wide open again. I sobbed against him.
What if he hurts my family? What if he tears this town apart because of me?
Marcel.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Okay, I bordered on hysterical. I pulled back on the throttle, ending the hug.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
He conjured me some tissues. I chuckled, plucking one from the gold box.
Thanks.
Always happy to help. He tapped me on the torso. Shall we sit down? Take a breather?
I want to be out there looking for him.
I know. My e-scroll buzzed. A message from Emma. What is it? Death asked. I dabbed at my eyes and nose.
My family. They're on the move. She can't tell me where, but they're safe.
I broke down again. He held me until I stopped.
God, I'm a mess,
I said, cleaning up my teary, snotty face with more tissue. Never, Marcel.
You're too kind.
His eyes moved to the wine bottle on the coffee table. Do you mind if I pour myself a glass?
Go for it.
He grabbed a glass from the kitchen, filling it halfway. He swirled the liquid, taking a deep sniff of it before his first sip. Divine.
How are you holding up after the facility?
He refilled my glass. A morose experience. He handed me my wine.
Want to talk about it?
Not right now. It hit me then. We'd wiped out a dead man. As evil as Jeff Hunt had been, guilt still crushed my conscience. We'd still played God. I took a gulp of wine.
Damn.
What's wrong?
Thinking about a murderer.
Me too.
Have we crossed a line? I said.
Maybe. How many lines do you think he crossed?
Too many. So now what? Do we open the pocket here?
I looked around my very blue flat.
I suppose we'll have to now that I'm trapped. Can't be skipping off to your manor anymore.
It's not my manor.
Don't be facetious.
He raised his hands in defense.
Me?
Never. He offered me the cheekiest of grins. And you forget who I am, Marcel.
Oh, I never forget that.
He found that funny. I can hide you from the prying eyes of your guards. He could be seen when he wanted to be. as a hot guy dancing in a club with me in Bristol. Oh, memories. Or he could show his true self to the dead like he'd done with Louise before. Most of the time he hid, and he could hide me with his strange magic beyond the rules of this realm. His deathly perks, as he called them, though he'd lost some of them. Stick with me, Marcel. I'll always have your back. His golden eyes roamed across my body. Fuck me right here. I shook off my horniness. Maybe we should set up the pocket here, not risk leaving. I'm on standby for the foreseeable future. No one will see, he reiterated. It's not that. What if Robert knocks for me? I have to be here. I have to be alert and ready. My sigh came out so heavy that a rattle emitted from my throat. Death took a step forward. We can do this whenever you want. It doesn't have to be tonight. He sipped his wine. So frustrating. We were so close to having a place for ourselves, away from the dangers of our love. Wait, I said. Why don't we just test it? See if I can hear the door knocking or something. Yvonne told me to shape the realm with my desires. Excitement rushed through me. Then we could make that part of it. I know it's supposed to be outside of this realm, but maybe that can be a condition. Our rules to make, Death responded. Do you want to try it here? I do, as long as you want to. Desperately. The way he said that word quickened my pulse. Death revealed the white potion. It's such a tiny vial, I said. I know. Where shall we do this? Bedroom. He couldn't help himself, wriggling his eyebrows. My favorite place. Just get in there. Ooh, yes, Daddy. I snorted with laughter. You're a dick. You want my dick. You're a dick, I said slowly. All I hear is dick. You're dick obsessed. Eyes on my crotch. Only with one. Feel free to get on your knees. I led him to the bedroom, turning to face him as he lurked in the doorway. Do you think it'll make a noise? I'm not sure. Shit, maybe we should wait until we can get to the manor. If you like. What do you think? I asked. I'll follow you. Never do that. I'll always follow you. God, that voice. I couldn't take waiting. With everything going on, with a head jam-packed with anguish and fear, I needed him to take the edge off. I needed to feel him fully, to love him safely, to escape the torment of this situation. Damn my leaking eyes. There they went again. I sniffled, shaking my hands as if expelling a grief demon. Sorry. He came over and held me, kissing me on the forehead. Don't be sorry. I just can't stand this whole thing with my family. They kept attacking me, the fear for their lives. They should always be safe, never tangled up in my dangerous life. Let these wankers come for me all they want, I said. I'll push back. But my family? No, just no. They'll be safe. I blew out a long, shaky breath. I can never allow myself to relax into believing that. The moment I'm sure is the moment things go to hell. Marcel, maybe we shouldn't do this. It's crazy to be thinking of sex and fun and all those things right now. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Oh, there's plenty. He cupped my face with one hand. You are an amazing man, Marcel. You are brave. You are resilient. You are beautiful. His voice came at me as a soft, warm wind. His eyes sparkled with golden starlight. And you don't have to do anything you don't want to. We can wait. We can talk. We can sit and watch trash TV. We can lay in this bed and I'll hold you through your pain. I'll always hold you. I'll always be here for you, no matter what. Death broke me down again. Shit, I squeaked, back in his arms. I'm the king of waterworks right now. At least you're king of something. I chuckled, the sensation a relief against the onslaught of sobs. Let's do it. Only if you're sure. I was so sure. I really needed a balm against the chaos. Anyway, I said, we really need to talk about the onyx key in the pocket. He ran his tongue over his top teeth. If I can. Fingers crossed. I pointed to the corner opposite the window, then moved the bedside table out of the way. I closed the blinds. Now, what do we want for the pocket? Sunshine and ocean, he said. A coastal home with a swimming pool overlooking the beach. His fingers gently tapped the glass. Sounds great. No rain, no storms, no sun damage, but a place with moonlight and stars, where days and nights pass in accordance with this realm, where it is never cold. Sounds so good. Wonky time would make my head hurt. A place where we can hear the door of this flat knock, the intercom buzz, or our devices ring. We want those devices to connect on that side too, a place of comfort and vigilance, somewhere to speak secrets I cannot reveal here. I nodded along with his words. Does that sound good? He asked. It does. And a gigantic bed. He reeled off various descriptions of furniture, of what the beach house should look like. Sometimes he fell silent, putting things together in his mind. A pocket to love safely, with no consequences, he said, and anticipation quivered in every corner of my being. After around 15 minutes or so, he said, I think I've told it enough. Okay, whenever you're ready, I whispered, hands balled into nervous fists. Please don't go boom. Chapter 27. Death. I sensed my creation within the glass vial. Heat kissed my palm, pulsing and ready to be unleashed. A strange sensation drifted through me, telling me I was a master, a creator of a new place of peace and beauty, a place to take my love, to be free of dreadful rules and suffering, and hidden from the eyes of the council. I knew in the depths of my heart that this was true. With no more thoughts left to consider, I tossed the vial into the corner, the glass breaking on the soft carpet because it was ready to. White petals puffed upward in this room that smelled so richly of Marcel's caramel scent. My cock stirred at the anticipation of enjoying his skin, of taking him without fear, spending as much time on his body as I liked, to kiss away his pain, to take him away from his fears and the darkness of our reality. If only we could be together at my palace. Every cycle I wanted to take him there. It was a magnificent place, my true home. I missed it greatly. No. There was no heavy boom, no sound other than the puffing petals. They landed in a neat line across the gap between bed and wall, sinking into the blue carpet. A green stem grew out of the floor, a yellow disc coming to life, white petals bursting out of it. Moments later, the air changed, a rectangular doorway rising like a sheet of water in the air. The daisy sat on the door's left side, white petals spread wide and ready for plucking. Marcel inched closer to me, our arms pressed together. Wow! I know. I slid an arm around his waist. We did it, Marcel. You did it. For us. He planted a soft kiss on my lips. I melted into him for a fleeting moment, elated just to have him close. As he pulled back, his blue eyes glittered as sapphires caught in sunlight. I knew for sure then that destroying Jeff Hunt had been the right choice. This was really happening. My smile stretched my lips to their fullest grinning capacity. Chapter 28. I bent down to get a closer look at the daisy. It seemed so fragile, as daisies always did. But weren't they really robust flowers? I wasn't clued up on floral matters, but they always seemed deceptively tough to me. I straightened, turning to face Death. "When shall we pluck?" He smiled. "Switch out 2 letters for a different one, and that sentence will sound so much better." A voice loaded with sexy deepness to make my groin all hot. "Really? We haven't even crossed over yet," which really doesn't sound sexy. "I'm ready when you are." "Go for it, Mr. Plucker." Again, swap out some letters. "Just pluck it." Laughing, he removed the first petal. He took my hand, interlocking his fingers with mine. This is happening. This is happening. We stepped through the portal into a new world. Balmy air and a night sky full of stars and floating daisies caught my attention first. The flowers drifted across the sky like clouds, not hindering the starlight view but enhancing it. Weird and completely awesome at the same time. A full moon glistened like a huge jewel against the inky expanse, bathing the coastal pocket in amazing lunar light. We stood on the deck of a beach house, the only building on a beach of pure white sand. Ocean waves gently licked at the shore, reflecting the moon and stars and daisies, rolling like liquid light. It stretched into a distance that didn't exist, much like the beach. There wasn't anything beyond what we could see in this strange little realm, and I loved that. "Shall we explore the house?" Death asked, his hand still in mine. "Absolutely." He'd created a white beach house with lots of panoramic windows and doors to immerse us in the surroundings. Wooden decking wrapped around the house, walkways to the various points of interest. On this south side of the building, facing the ocean, was a huge outdoor swimming pool, complete with a stocked bar and bar stools. Tea-light candles in crystal holders twinkled away, lined up around the pool edge. "I like the way you think," I said, eyeing up some wine bottles. The rippling portal also sat here, no daisy on this side. Leaving didn't require a pluck, only entering. To the east was another deck with comfortable chairs and a table with an umbrella. Candles burned in repurposed jam jars, adding to the romantic ambiance of this special place. Pretty. The north deck had more furniture, more candles, and faced falling daisies. They cascaded like a slowed-down floral waterfall, marking the north edge of our little world. The daisies in the sky were the river feeding these falls, which made me think they were in some sort of permanent loop. Finally, we reached the western deck, which pretty much looked the same as the others, with candles and chairs. "Now for the house," Death said. A very modern house, with clean lines, lots of gold and white with ashy slate floors. Open plan with a kitchen in the east, a living space spreading across the north and west sides with a super corner sofa that looked bigger than the entire floor space of my flat. The south side housed the bedroom, a bed that could sleep like 20 people, complete with gold silk sheets. There was a bathroom, too, with a gold bath, sink, shower and toilet. Every faucet and pipe in the beach house was gold. "Mr. Gold," I said, giving his hand a squeeze. "Of course." He lifted our joined hands, giving mine a kiss. "You did good," I said. "Really good. This place is massive." "I think I'd like to live here." "Me too. And it's so warm." "Too warm?" "Nope, the good kind of warm." His smile hadn't dropped the whole time we'd been here. I loved to see it, though it failed to unknit the rotten tension inside me. "Shall we start testing?" I suggested. "Let's do it." We tested the phone and e-scrolls this side first. They worked pretty well, though the signal on both was pretty crap, to be honest. When inside the pocket, the devices ringing on the other side, the sound reverberated through the sky like a warning, as did my intercom buzzer and any knock on my door. Good. We needed to be aware and alert at all times, ready to spring into action back through the portal. Standing by the swimming pool, Death undid his gold chain, carefully putting the ruby on the floor. He then took me in his arms and kissed me, instantly trapping me in lust. We kissed with frantic passion, our lips colliding harder than ever before, our hands groping at clothes, pawing at faces, an act of hot desperation. Death broke away, putting a stop to it. "What?" I gasped. "What's wrong?" He licked me off his lips, smiling. "What?" I said. "The world isn't breaking apart." I looked around, nothing changing. No cracks, no shaking like back in his bedroom. "It works," I whispered. He put the ruby back. "I'm still not taking any chances." "Agreed. Now can we get back to kissing?" He smirked, conjuring a belt into his hand. Black leather, a shiny gold buckle. "Are you going to spank me?" I asked, my fingers drawing circles on my stomach. "Do you want me to spank you?" "That depends on how naughty you think I've been." I cringed. "God, sorry, that's so shit." "What is?" He slid the leather through his closed palm, licking those incredibly sensuous lips. He could spank whatever he liked. "Me talking like that," I answered. "I like it, but I wasn't thinking about spanking you. Not right now, anyway." "Oh? Then what?" "Let me show you." With slow, deliberately seductive steps, he approached me. I licked my lips, every inch of me tingling. "Take off your clothes. Slowly. I want to enjoy it." Though I blushed a tad, I gave him a show. He liked a show. I remembered many times when he asked me to strip for him, sometimes to music, sometimes to the sounds of rolling waves and a deliciously warm breeze like this place. He tied the belt around my wrists, tightening the buckle as much as I could handle, locking my wrists in place. I shivered with pleasure, butterflies active in my belly, my skin a landscape of incredible sensation. Every breath from his lips to my skin set off a chain reaction of desire across my nerve endings, sent electricity to my balls, heat dancing inside my rock-hard cock. God, it was pure magic, pure sex and wonder. He held my arms above my head with one hand, feasting himself on my neck, lapping at the skin, nipping it as his other hand explored my chest, teased my nipples, fingers slowly working their way down to my pubic hair, curling within the soft silver tuft. I glanced down to see him play with the hair, gasping as his knuckles brushed against my shaft. "Fuck," I moaned. He released a moan against me, sucking wetly, kissing, licking, biting harder. "Oh, my God," I panted. "Oh, my God." Death touched my hardness, wrapping his fingers around my shaft, held me in a warm pocket. No stroking, just holding. I thrust my hips, needing to feel the friction, something more than his teasing. He kissed my neck some more, keeping his hand still as I pumped. "Don't come yet," he purred into my skin. My knees buckled. He caught me, releasing my cock to hold me flush against him, my bound hands above my head. "Shit," I breathed. "Sorry." "Are you okay?" "You literally made my knees go weak." I like that. I wanted to ask him what he now had in store for me, but I let him take the lead, the mystery hotter than the knowing. He scooped me up into his arms so quickly that I squeaked like a mouse. He laughed and kissed me, carrying me over to the bed, laying me down gently. I giggled, my wrists still bound in the bed, resting on my stomach. "Get on all fours," he commanded. I obeyed, shuffling up the huge bed, presenting my naked backside to him. "Spread those legs more," he said. I wiggled, arse in the air, slowly parting my legs wider for him to get a real explicit view. He moaned pleasurably, then unbuttoned his shirt. I watched him over my shoulder, propped up on elbows and knees. His turn to give me a show, taking his time to reveal acres of bronze flesh, the 2 golden ring piercings in his left nipple, one in his right, those gorgeous abs, the whorls of dark hair on his toned chest, that amazing cock. "You're all mine, Necromancer," he winked, blew me a kiss. "You know it, Death." I purred his name as sexily as I could. He enjoyed it, climbing on the bed. I shuddered, ready to be taken. He cupped my buttocks, giving them an appreciative squeeze, a little spank. "Nice," he said. "So nice." He positioned himself to face my booty, kissed my cheeks, running his tongue slowly across the skin, around my crevice. More teasing, more driving me wild, so I strained against the belt a tad, though not really wanting to be free. I liked being at his mercy, squirming under the sensation of my cock leaking pre-cum over the gold sheets. His tongue moved from cheeks to crevice, a wet surprise between them. "Oh, God," I softly exclaimed. A song popped into my head, one Jen and I used to love dancing to in nightclubs. Lots of provocative dancing and booze-fueled twerking. The song in question, Kisses Down Low by Kelly Rowland, never landed me a man, but it certainly got Jen some attention on a couple of nights. She twerked so much better than me. I hummed a few bars as Death worked me with his tongue. He paused, taking his special kiss away. "What was that?" "Nothing." My lover returned to his work, pulling me apart for a deeper plunge, moaning into my hole. I squirmed at the vibrations, at the throbbing in my cock. He moaned harder, burying his face into me, devouring me to the point of climax. I couldn't touch myself, but that didn't matter. I was skipping toward the edge. Come. He stopped immediately. "What? Fuck!" The sexy wave recoiled, leaving me aching and frustrated. I collapsed onto my face, grunting. "You can't—" "I can't what?" he questioned. Summoning strength from somewhere in my weakened body, I turned to face him. "Not yet," he said. "Let me take things further." I moaned. "Please." He grabbed my hips and lifted me onto my knees, ran a finger across my crack, pushing a finger in, just the tip. "Fuck me," I pleaded. "Gladly." He didn't move to act, though. "You always like to tease." He gave me a spank. "Please fuck me," I begged. "Please, I can't take it anymore." My body was rife with need, so turned on it hurt. "All in good time," he answered. "Now, fuck me right now." "I think you're making too many demands." A blindfold appeared in his hand. "What?" He spread himself across my back, his lips suddenly brushing my face. "Shh." The silk blindfold covered my eyes, plunging me into delicious darkness. Oh, God. Yes. He kissed my cheek, his body leaving mine. Fingers on my shoulders, massaging, moving lower, working through my knots, melting tension into puddles of pleasure. When he returned to my arse, coolness surprised me. What was that? Lube. Yes. Another finger tease had me straining harder against the belt, my dick wondering when we'd be having some lift-off. Death lifted my hips again, spreading me like he did before. Yes. Not a finger this time at my hole, but his dick. My toes curled as he ran the head of his cock up and down the slick crevice. Fuck me. Head coming to a stop. Here we go. He pushed his cock into me, his fingers digging into my flesh. I groaned as it broke through the initial barrier of pain, sliding deeper, greeting my G-spot in a friendly bump. My cock and balls throbbed together in happy synergy. "Like that?" Death asked. "So much." I wiggled my backside in appreciation, mind blown by his girth stretching me.
You always fit so well."
He gave each arse cheek a spank. "The perfect fit." And then he moved, rocking his hips slowly, sliding in and out. Friendly bump after friendly bump of the G-spot, rather loud moans dragged from my throat. Slow and deep, slow and deep. "Right there," I breathed. "Just like that." "You feel so good," he replied. "So fucking good." He ran his hands up and down my back, the blindfold still hiding his face from me, thrusting harder, upping his fuck game. "Yes, yes, yes." Hands on my shoulders, he pounded into me, flesh slapping flesh. A frenzy inside me as those friendly bumps became collisions. Grunting, sweating, panting, him and me, the bedroom filled with so many sweet sounds beyond the ocean and the breeze. This night ours to be joined in passion without consequence, without any risk of the world breaking open or the ocean rising up to kill me. Sex without the sorrow. It felt so damn good. "Yes!" I screamed, allowing myself to be lost in wild abandon. Pound, pound, pound. Closer, closer, closer. My balls tightened, my skin alight with exquisite heat. "Oh, yes!" I came, hands free, so hard I thought my dick would implode. Crying his name over and over, the belt strained to the point of breaking, my body a conduit for endless euphoria. Death didn't stop, fucking every drop out of me, his hands moving back to my hips, thrusting his way to climax. A roar exploded from him as heat shot into me in amazing bursts, each pump releasing so much of his load into me. He fell across me, grabbing me by the hair and turning my head to gain access to my lips. Devoured my mouth greedily, still inside me, cum still oozing from his dick. "You are amazing," he whispered. "More like you were," I countered. "Wow." Death removed the blindfold, then unbuckled the belt. "Freedom," I joked. "For now." "Promises, promises." "Absolutely." Another kiss. I liked his weight on me, keeping me pinned to the silk. "All your cum might have got me pregnant," I said. "With or without a uterus." He laughed, kissing me again. "Your hot backside just knows how to draw the semen from my body." He rolled off me. I rolled on top of him, spreading my sticky nakedness over him. Semen's not a sexy word. I bumped his nose with mine. "Your semen is sexy," he replied. "Thanks. So is yours." I nestled my face into the crook of his neck. He wrapped himself around me. "We did it," I mumbled. "We had sex without the bullshit." "We did." "Thank you. I really needed to be fucked like that." He kissed my neck. "Happy to have helped." I drew in a deep breath, drifting happily through this temporary contentment. "I love you, Marcel." Another layer of bliss spread over me. "I love you too." I stroked the fine dark hair on his chest, lying on my side with my head on his shoulder. He stared up at the ceiling, his hair a wonderful spill beneath him on the pillow. "What are you thinking about?" I asked softly. "The onyx key." I sat up, propped on my elbow. "Shit, we were too busy banging to perform the biggest test of all." He angled his head to face me. "You sound incredibly dramatic." "I have my moments." He touched my face with the back of his hand, then sat up, adjusting the pillows to support his back. I followed suit, ready for the truth. "I can talk about it here," he said, stretching his mouth. "Anything to do with the key and the council are blocked to your ears, to my mouth, at least in your world. The rules were changed here, and what the hell was the council?" "Shut up and listen." "I have a palace in the spirit plane," he continued. It's my official residence and the source of my power. When I embrace the throne inside it, I am the true death with all my abilities to hand. A brief pause. My power is also watched, governed to a degree, by a council. They watch the balance of life and death, make sure we do our jobs, that every life and death is accounted for by myself and life.
There's a life?
Yes. She is my opposite, her palace hidden in your skies. My jaw hung open for a few seconds. Do you want me to stop? He asked.
No, ignore my shock.
Tell me if you need a moment to process things.
I'm fine,
I said, throat tightening.
Keep going.
I mean, it made sense, really, having an opposite to death, because that's what life was. But, wow, what did she look like? Was she anything like him? Death continued. The council is hidden and protected in a realm far beyond here and the spirit plane. One I briefly saw at the dawn of creation, never allowed to return because the business of life and I isn't there, but here. The council has no direct influence over anything, passive watchers, more or less. Everything else, the joys and horrors of your world, are left to time and nature. And before you ask, there is no living embodiment of those two elements. I really needed some water.
Why not?
That's a question for the Creator, I suppose.
The Creator?
The divine energy that made the universe.
You don't know who or what that energy is?
He shook his head. No, I was made with life, told my purpose by the council, and off we went to execute our duties. Apparently there are other realities with different rules, but I'm not sure how true that is.
Whoa,
I whispered. I know. Do you need a break? I swallowed.
Keep going.
The council does not control me as much as they'd like to. They send their wraiths to threaten me, to try and convince me to return to my work, but they simply do not have the power to force me.
Wraiths?
I questioned. Creatures of the council's realm. Messengers, slaves. Quite creepy.
Oh.
Are you okay?
I nodded, keeping my lips sealed.
I'm not sure if the council can actually help with our curse, with them being so passive, he said, sending sharp jolts of pain to my chest. But I want them to find a way. They tell me loving you is an imbalance because I'm not made for love, only for my purpose. Therefore, the forbidden nature of it creates such a reaction.
That's such bullshit, I replied. And really cruel.
I know.
There's no more to it than that?
As far as I'm aware, no.
So we're really just doomed?
I kept that to myself, feeling the distress in my chest, an iron ball growing and growing, never to be cut free until it killed me.
Damn this. There had to be more. There just had to be.
Doomed. Forever doomed. At the beginning of my time, I was told there were two keys, one onyx, one copper. The onyx key undoes creation, while the copper key maintains it. My stomach rolled.
Okay, that's... wow.
I know.
Undoing is a scary word. Shit.
He nodded. The copper key is in the council realm, sitting in the lock of existence. They watch it. They do not touch it. It's not for them to do anything with because creation is done. The other lock is empty, and it must stay that way. This was seriously making my head hurt, but I didn't cut in. The onyx key, being so dangerous, is hidden in an unknown location, Death said, leaning forward a tad. Always moved, always tasked the living to hide.
The living?
They take it somewhere, hide it, forget it, then go about their lives.
They use people like that, I said, angry at the idea of it.
It's the safest action, Death answered. It keeps the key a secret.
Why is there even a key like that? Seems like a bit of an own goal.
He cocked his eyebrow. A soccer reference?
I guess.
Do you enjoy soccer, or football, as you'd call it? I sat up straighter, crossing my legs under me. Let's not diverge into sport. There's a key for balance, he said, the concept being the right to undo, to change things. Change? Wouldn't it destroy the world? Yes. Shit. Wine? No, thanks. I massaged my temples. Then that's what Nick wants. He somehow found out about the key and he wants to undo the world. But how can he know this? And how can he use it if the council realm is protected? Death shook his head. I don't know how Nick knows, but the key will give him access to the council realm. How? And why doesn't it do that for the people hiding it? Because they are, for want of a better term, manipulated into hiding it. Nick actively seeks it. That's the difference. So the council wants me to look for the Onyx key and bring it to them. We don't know how many others share Nick's knowledge. He wouldn't be able to tell Leon these details, but that doesn't mean there aren't others like Nick out there. Damn it! He touched my back. This seems so stupid, I added. Why have this flaw in the design? Should existence need to be changed, then it can be. That's the line I was spun at my creation. And the copper key would give Nick the power to create after he's undone things if he wanted to. There is no true master of existence other than the creator, he answered. My forehead creased. That sounds like a cop-out to me. Maybe it is, but change is the point. The right to change or trigger an ending. Things evolve, nature shifts. The Onyx key is no more than that. Still seems like an own goal. And then what happens to you in life? As long as there is life and death, we will always be around. Change. Things were already changing, like my powers, because of death. I put this to him, adding, Is that definitely just because you're not active in your job? Yes. There's nothing more to it? Of that I'm 100% certain. Tension spread through my skull. What about us? Why do we always find each other? Love trying to find a way, he suggested. But not really winning. He put his arm around me. We should take a break. I rested my head on his shoulder again. How am I always reborn? If I die, why don't I stay in the spirit plane? He took ages to answer. Unfinished business sometimes brings a soul back. Not always, but in your case it does. Reincarnation? You could call it that. So love is trying to find a way. We are supposed to be together, but it keeps going wrong. Or you are a test for me, one I have to endure until I accept my place. That was like taking a spear to the gut. I couldn't speak. Did he see me as a test? If he was really honest, is that how he truly looked at me? God, that sucked. It all fucking sucked. But were we meant to be something else other than doomed? Where was the truth beyond the damn trees? Destined to always find each other, a business unfinished. So why the pain? I really need some water. I swung my legs off the bed, scurrying naked to the kitchen. Marcel, Death called after me. One sec. But he followed me anyway, wrapping his arms around me from behind. I leaned back into him as I drank the cold, liquid relief. I don't see you as a test, he said. I love you, no matter what. I believe we're meant to be together. I truly do. I took a breath after drinking. I love you too. But your mind is playing with you. I don't remember you moving me on each time I died, I said, or ever being in the spirit plane. Because you're never truly gone, he answered. But why can't I remember you moving me on? Because you're never truly gone, Marcel. It becomes a blur, a gap in your soul. God, my head, I complained. I'm sorry. It's so stuffed. I was so done with talking, with being a sponge for new info. Desire took me over once again. Stuffed like you stuff me. I turned in his arms, taking his face into my hands. Fuck me again. Processing these details could come later. For now, I just wanted to come. He crushed his lips to mine, then took my hand. How about a pounding in the pool? Sounds nice and wet. After being bent over the edge of the pool, screaming my head off because I damn well could, I took some time to enjoy the pool. Watched him swim, waving my hands through the warm water, making gentle waves. Kept the onyx key stuff on lockdown. We really had to get the key or kill Nick. God, what a saga. I drank in the ocean and the sky, those weird daisies, the peace this place offered, one ear on constant alert. Death finished his swim, resurfacing, pushing his wet hair back, wiping those lovely eyes. Enjoy that? I asked. Immensely. He circled me, bobbing up and down. What are you up to? I asked with a giggle. Just admiring a masterpiece. Cue a groan at the cheesiness. I don't think so. You are to me. Always have been. I'm sure I've been prettier. He grabbed the back of my neck. Don't ever say that. I'm... A wet finger to my lips. Stop it, or I'll spank you. He grabbed my right butt cheek, pulling me closer. Again? I breathed, so ready for it. Always. Screw it. When would we get another chance at such a quiet night? We fucked on the sun lounger beside the pool, me on all fours again. He was all for having me in this position tonight, and I happily accommodated his wants. I did love me some doggy style. The sun came up in a blaze of pink, chasing the moon and stars away, the pocket transforming. The daisies above were brighter as the golden sun took control, the white sand revealing its true beauty and the ocean beckoning with turquoise wonder. I ran down the short stairwell leading to the beach, warm, soft grains kissing my feet on impact. I twirled, death right behind me. He caught me by the waist, spinning me, lifting me in the air. God, my giggles felt amazing. Race you to the water, I said. Okay. Sunlight intensified the bronze of his skin, took his beauty to new heights. After 3, I took off. Cheetah! I beat him to the water. He rugby tackled me, taking me under the waves. We surfaced, laughing, kissing. A water fight ensued. We wrestled, kissed, spent a morning having so much fun. The most fun I'd ever had with the love of my many lives. Soon this bubble would be popped as I dealt with my job, with the information he'd revealed. At least I now had a clearer picture. But what about death now? With this daisy pocket solution, would he get back to work? I wanted to ask him, almost did, but drew the zipper back across my lips for the time being. After playing in the ocean, I made coffee, and he made amazing scrambled eggs on toast. We sat on the west deck, enjoying a lovely breakfast and the view, wearing nothing but our underwear. The temperature went up as the day rolled on, but not to evil levels of heat. More like exquisite warmth with no risk of sunburn. Yay! How about a beach walk? He asked. I should get back soon. I went for a beach walk anyway, hand in hand with death to walk off the eggs. The world-shaking ring of my e-scroll had me running back for the portal, only just catching Emma's call. I'd left the damn thing on my bed back at the flat. And so ended the Daisy Pocket delights. Damn it. Chapter 29. Emma told me my family were out of the country, the location a secret. It hurt as much as it gave me some relief, and the news helped me nap in Death's arms for a few hours back in the flat. Come late afternoon, pretty well rested, I finally did my duty as a friend and visited Louise at the hospital with my security detail. Death returned to the manor to continue with his search for the key. We decided to link up again after my shift tonight, return to our pocket for more free loving. "Do you mind waiting downstairs?" I asked Peter. We were on the second floor with elevators and stair access, twin doors leading into the wards. Me, Peter, Trish, and 2 women cops, all armed to the teeth and ready for some serious action. "We are waiting right here," Trish intervened.
"Even that's making too much of a concession."
I didn't try to argue because Trish loved to lecture me about my safety, and my ears couldn't take any more of it. Fine. I pushed through the twin doors into a long corridor stretching left and right. To my left, I spotted Louise standing outside Ward 25, halfway down the corridor, her beanie hat a beacon, quickening my step. She smiled when she spotted me, taking a few steps forward to greet me. God, if only I could hug her. "How are you doing?" I asked. "How's your mum?" I offered her the big bunch of flowers I'd bought. She took them gratefully.
"These are lovely," she said. "Thank you. Mum's sleeping right now. I don't know how I am."
She seemed a lot more translucent than normal, and her eyes were red from crying. "I get that." She stared at me for a few seconds, her bottom lip trembling. I really wanted to hug her. God, the stupid ghostly rules were so unfair.
"Why us?" she said. "What did we do to deserve this?"
She sniffled.
"You could say that about anyone, about everyone in this town and the ghosts the Lich ate. But still, what did me and Mum do?"
"Us being friends probably has something to do with it," I said. She shook her head.
"Please don't say we can't be friends anymore."
"I wouldn't want that," I answered quickly. "But Nick will do anything to mess with me and the people I care about." I wanted to tell her about the key, that Death and I now had ourselves a special place, but this wasn't the time for it, and even thinking about discussing the onyx key in this realm gave me a jaw ache. What about Emma? Sometimes I really wanted a fly swatter to squash wayward thoughts.
"We'll both be staying at Sanctuary for a while," Louise said. "Mum's not too happy about living with loads of ghosts, but there's no cottage left to go back to. But she'll be okay."
The utter defeat in her tone stung. It wasn't fair, none of it. "And what about you?" I asked.
"I'll be fine."
There was zero conviction in her voice.
"Sanctuary is nice enough."
"But it's not home." Not helpful. Her sorrowful eyes held me in an uncomfortable stare for half a minute.
"No, it's not. Home is tainted. This whole town is being spoiled by the Lich. Nowhere is really safe, but Oakthorne always seemed like a safe place. Not a big city like London or Bristol tucked away from major drama. Now it's the epicentre."
She started to cry.
"I'm sorry, Marcel. I really appreciate you coming here, but I need you to go. Not out of my life, only for now. There's a lot in my head, and I need some time to think."
I hated this. I understand completely.
"We're still friends. We'll still do things together. Just give me a week."
I felt responsible for her pain, when the blame firmly sat with Nick. Still, I couldn't help but think I'd dragged her into this mess by being her friend. At the same time, I didn't want to walk away. "I'll come see you in a week," I said.
"That would be lovely," she replied. "Sorry for all this."
"Not at all. Taking time out is never a bad thing."
"Thank you for understanding."
"You take care. Give your mum my best wishes." With that, I left her alone. I wanted to help, to be there for her, and giving her space was helping. When she needed to talk, I'd be there. If she wanted to talk about something else, I'd be there. We might not have been friends for very long, but I knew Louise was a special person. "Done?" Peter asked on my return to the elevators. My e-scroll buzzed before I could answer, as did his. "Hey, Robert," I said. "I'm outside." "What?" "There's been a murder, and the ghost is missing." Oh, no. Oh, hell no. The ghost wasn't missing. It was lich food. Chapter 30. Death. Another Seeker potion. Another failure. My euphoria countered my frustration. Nothing could hinder my happiness. Marcel and I were free to love, to make love, to enjoy our time together now. Nothing else mattered. Well, it did matter. Nick mattered. The safety of the onyx key did too. Yet they were somewhat diminished at the mere thought of Marcel's touch. I tried the potion again, pouring purple liquid into the bowl. Nothing. A small mirror on a stand joined me on the dining table, Winnie swimming in the glass.
"Elation suits your face," she said.
"Thank you."
"Your happiness makes me happy."
"Thank you again."
"I just worry."
Her fishy form glimmered in the mirror. "I know you do."
"But I like the sound of your pocket," she added. "A little slice of paradise."
Like my palace and the surrounding grounds, I knew she missed terribly. So many mirrors there, so much more freedom. "I'll try to show you," I said.
"Thank you for the kindness, but keep it for you and your love."
"Well, if you change..."
"It seems we have a visitor."
She flicked her tail as warm air licked at the back of my neck.
"How many of those potions have you been through?"
An airy woman's voice drifted into my eardrums. Wonderful. "Hello, life?" I stood, turning to greet her. Skin a radiant dark brown, hair as pale as snow, eyes a silver to rival my gold. Life always wore billowing white dresses, forever fluttering in some personal upward breeze that seemed to follow her around. A calming, ethereal presence, there for every life, spread across this mortal world as I should be. We shook hands, her skin and bones as light as feathers.
"A beautiful girl has been born to parents who have tried for a child for so long,"
she said, showing me her pearlescent teeth.
"How beautiful."
Indeed, and I felt deaths happen by the second, another ghost to join the mass of others trapped with the living. Violent deaths, peaceful deaths, a plethora of tragedy and welcome relief from suffering. But it didn't change anything. The daisy pocket didn't change anything either, at least for now. There had to be a better solution, and if life was here to speak for the council, she was only wasting her time.
"Oh, and here come some triplets," she added.
Life's aura was too dreamlike for me. I found her a little unnerving, to be honest. "As nice as it is to see you," I began. "There can only be one reason you are here, and I don't want to hear it." She cocked her head to the side, placing a hand over her heart.
"You feel your duty as I do. You understand it, are drawn to it, and suffer for your denial. You are weakened. You bestow power on necromancers who should not rise to such strength."
"Please stop," I interjected. "I know all this."
"No, Death. Can you please stop?"
"Is the council desperate enough to send you to do a wraith's job?" She cocked her head to the opposite side.
"I come of my own volition to try and end this nonsense."
I returned to my work. "I have a key to find, a lich to stop."
"Terrible business,"
she spoke behind me.
"As is your insistence on being human."
I tensed. "That's not true. I insist on loving one."
"And killing many others for your selfishness."
"I would suggest you leave,"
Winnie cut in.
"With respect."
Life's laugh came out shrill.
"Silly little fish, loyal to a broken immortal. He is only dragging you into woeful depths you have no need to explore."
"Again, please leave,"
Winnie said. My opposite walked around the table, facing me once again.
"Death?"
I looked up. "I have nothing to say."
You are always the center of attention. The mortals know of you, want you back. They never even think of me. They take me for granted. Why wasn't she leaving?
They take many things for granted.
As do you.
Please.
We were made to serve a purpose, not to brood and whine and love and cry and all of those things the mortals enjoy and suffer. You are a vessel for the end of mortal life, nothing more. You have to stop. You have to take a step back and understand, truly understand what you are doing. There can be nothing more than what is written for us. Why do you fail to understand this?
I approach the end of my patience. I fail to understand why Marcel and I are so bad for each other when he keeps being reborn to find me. Why I feel these things and have the capacity for love.
Because you are designed to be compassionate.
That's not enough.
Being death should always be enough.
Her personal breeze dropped, the fabric of her dress hanging unremarkably.
I know you must hurt more than I can comprehend, but so do the dead. Give them the spirit realm. Give them an afterlife. You have no right to deny the order of things.
I slammed my fists on the table, rattling the bowl and mirror. And you have no right to say anything to me. Get out of here! I bristled with rage, fingers itching to curl around the handle of my scythe. I would never hurt her, but she stoked my fury with her meddling. Her silver eyes narrowed, and she stepped forward, pressing her body against the table.
How far you have fallen to have the audacity to raise your voice to me?
I held her gaze. Leave.
I can smell your destitution.
Her breeze returned, and she vanished with her teleportation. I missed mine. Finally, the tension in my body eased. She was right to call me out on raising my voice to her. I hated I'd become this thing, that I'd fallen so far. Denying the dead their rightful afterlife did sting, yet it was the only thing I had to make a point. A point none are taking.
Are you all right?
Winnie asked. I sighed. I should get back to work.
Do you?
I cut off the hope in her tone. This work, I mean. I tapped the edge of the bowl.
Very good, dear one.
Her hint of disappointment hurt. I used the next potion, watching the liquid closely. A puff of petals, a vision of darkness and rock, of a half-naked man in a cave, sat there in his jeans, hidden from the world. A poltergeist. John, I said as the vision in the bowl shattered. Had John been the last mortal to hide the key? My chair clattered on the floor as I jumped up. I called Marcel, but he didn't answer. I sensed for him out there in the town. He was on patrol, so I messaged him instead, letting him know where I was going. And then I was on Pegasus 2 again, racing to Marigold. Chapter 31. I ducked the bricks thrown by the rogue, a real close call for my head. In another life, he could have been a star cricket player. Robert killed him with a bullet to the skull, then bound his ghost immediately. You good? He checked. Yep, you? Yeah. Pushing rain-drenched hair off of my forehead, I started chanting the words of our release thread of magic with him. The rogue ghost went on his way to Sanctuary in a burst of green light. Fucking hell, Robert complained. Not only were we dealing with a murder and a ghost clearly eaten by Nick, but rogue activity seemed to be increasing over the past half an hour or so. Random attacks on ghosts and the living, reports of rogues hailing the Lich's name coming through by the hour. Nick's popularity was spreading fast. Oakthorn was now on lockdown for the living and the dead, every necromancer in town on patrol and ready to kill, further support on the way from other towns and cities. And my security detail had been removed by Emma, all focused now on keeping the town safe. My palms had never been so sweaty. Robert and I were over in a residential street close to Center Square, dealing with a call from a rogue attack on a house. Unfortunately, we didn't get to the scene in time. A dad of 3 now dead in his front garden, his wife and kids wailing inside. "I'll go to them," Robert said, nodding at the house. Which left the new ghost to me. The pale-skinned, bald guy sat beside his soaked body, the rain intensifying from drizzle to drenching about an hour ago. He'd had his throat slashed, the murder weapon lying in the wet grass inches away from his corpse. "Hello," I said. He sobbed into his translucent hands, dressed in a blue dressing gown with "Best Dad Ever" printed in white letters on the back. God, this was horrible. "Hi," I tried again. "I'm so sorry for what's happened to you, but I need you to look at me." He did, wrapped in devastation. "He killed me." "I'm so sorry." Where were you? My wife called." His eyes shot toward the house. He jumped to his feet. "My wife? My kids? Oh, shit. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?" The man now wandered close to the edge of rage, understandably. However, I couldn't have him going off on one with his kinetic energy or veering into poltergeist territory. Given the circumstances of his death, the poltergeist threat was high. I readied my bind magic. "Please, sir, can we please talk for a moment?" Eyes back to me. "My family..." "My partner is talking to them now, and I need you to talk to me. What's your name?" "I want to be with them." He took a step toward the house. "Keep it cool. I completely understand. You can be with them as soon as we talk." Mercifully, he glued his attention to me. Not wanting to beat around the bush, I opened with, "I have to get you to Sanctuary. Your family can join you. It's not safe for you or them to be here." Another glance at the house, then back to me. I'm really dead." "You are. I'm so sorry." "I'm dead." His shoulders sagged. "I'm only 33. "I'm sorry." "I'm dead." "Will you work with us?" I asked. "Let us help you." "You failed to help me not be dead," he muttered. "I know, but we can help now. We can keep you safe." I pulled my e-scroll from my pocket to call Robert outside and get things moving. "Sanctuary will be safe?" he questioned. "Yes, very safe." My civilian phone buzzed in my pocket. "I'm Dennis," the ghost said. "I'm Marcel," I responded, the buzzing in my pocket stopping. Dennis looked down at his body. "I don't even remember feeling it. One minute I was outside, trying to stop that rogue from getting in. Then I was this." He pulled at his dressing gown. "Why us, Marcel? What did our family do?" The million-pound question I was sure would be asked again and again over the next few hours. I checked my civilian phone quickly. A missed call and a message from Death. Oh my God, John the poltergeist and the onyx key. I fired back a message telling him to be careful. Damn, if only I could join him. But I had my hands full here. "My family," Dennis whispered. "My family needs me." Boo! Nick popped up from behind the neighbor's garden wall, a gun drawn. He shot me in the shoulder, sending me onto my back. My head and spine collided with the ground, the pain making me see stars. "Fuck!" I roared. Terrible screams ripped through my skull, so blood-curdling, the kind to make my heart race in the bad way. Head spinning, I sat up, then got to my knees. "No!" I cried, fumbling for my weapon despite the agony in my shoulder. "Leave him alone!" Hands resting on the garden wall, Nick leaned forward with an open mouth too wide for any normal human. His jaw dislocated like a snake's, the inside of his mouth stretching to the point of tearing his sun-kissed cheeks. His green eyes were bugging out of his head, his fingers clawing at the wall. Feeding. Dennis howled in pain, his form breaking apart. Fracture lines spread across his body, unable to move. I fired off a shot at Nick, missing. Damn! I tried my control magic, the green energy bouncing off Dennis uselessly. "No," I cried. "You can't have him." "Marcel!" Robert yelled, shooting Nick in the guts. The lich didn't react. Robert fired again, but Dennis only cracked further, Nick untouchable in this moment. Commotion. Voices.
"For the lich!"
a woman cried. "Take cover!" Robert roared. I turned to see two women, rogues, running for the house with shotguns. They both pumped the guns at the same time. Oh, shit! Running on a cocktail of adrenaline and terror, I managed to roll to the street-side part of the sturdy garden wall. The guns went off, momentarily drowning out Dennis's screams. Bullets hit the windows, shattering the glass. No, not the family. Two more shots at the wall, bits of brick spitting overhead. Thankfully, Robert took cover at this wall in time, too.
Come out, little necromancers, or we'll blow your heads off."
Cackling.
"Actually, we'll do that anyway."
The first piece of Dennis broke away, hurtling into the wide mouth of the lich. The rogues shot the wall again, spraying more brick. Shit! I went for a shot, aiming my gun over the wall and firing 3 bullets. A scream. "Liz!" one of the women cried. Robert looked at me and sprang to his feet, firing. I mirrored him, wincing in agony, emptying my clip into the rogues. Together we'd made a bloody mess in the street. We locked a ghost each in a bind. Dennis's screams turned me back to him, my fingers reaching for a fresh clip. But I hesitated, frozen by the horror of a half-formed ghost, pieces flying off him quickly, vanishing into Nick's hungry jaws. Within seconds, it was over, every piece of Dennis suddenly torn from the garden and into the belly of the wanker. Nick's mouth slammed shut, instantly returning to normal. He patted his bleeding stomach, unbothered by his wound. "Delicious!" He sucked in air between bloody teeth. I loaded my clip at the same time Robert did. "Go to center square," Nick said before coughing up blood. "Fuck you!" Robert blew his face off. The lich exploded in a burst of dusty leaves. Another Nicholas copy. Robert checked me over. "I'm okay," I said. "You've got a bullet wound in your shoulder, bro," he protested. Dennis's wife appeared in the doorway. Poor Dennis. His poor family. That was the first time I'd seen Nick feed, and I prayed it would be the last. The pain Dennis must have been in, and all those ghosts the lich had eaten over God knew how many years to sustain himself, churned my insides. "Get back inside," I called out. The woman closed the door. Children's faces appeared in the broken window, Dennis's wife dragging them away. They were safe and alive, none of them killed by those rogues. At least that was one win for the time being. "What?" Robert snapped into his buzzing e-scroll. "You're fucking joking!" He looked at me, his forehead creased. I waited. "Fuck!" he yelled, and ended the call. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We have to get over to Center Square now." He gave me a look I didn't like. "What's going on?" I grabbed his left bicep. He bit his lip, then broke free of my grip. "He has your family." Chapter 32. Death. John sat in his usual spot on a rock in a cavern deep within the darkness of Marigold, the most relaxed poltergeist in the world. He looked up as I let him see and feel me. A pale, bearded man wearing scruffy blue jeans and nothing else, his black hair a buzz cut. He was a fugitive, responsible for destroying a farm near Bath with his rage, but then managed to temper his fury and hide out here. "Hi," he said, with no feeling in his tone. He'd been murdered on a sightseeing trip in London for nothing more than £5. A rotten tragedy. "Hello, John. I'm here to talk to you about something." "What's that?" And here it begins. "I don't want you to get upset with me, but it's about the Onyx Key." His head snapped around, his face twisting into a nasty snarl. "Watch your fucking mouth!" "The key."
Deep and far away, he screamed, kinetic energy coming out of his mouth like visible shock waves. The cave shook, tiny pieces of rock falling to the ground. Please, John, I don't mean to upset you. His rocking became more violent. No key, no key, no key, is no key, is no key. Not for me, not for me. The same embargo affecting me clearly worked through him, even in death. You can't tell me, I responded softly, making no sudden movements. I understand that, but I need your help. Key, not the key, not the key, not the key, he rambled. Would you come with me? I asked. That pulled the trigger on his rage. John screamed, throwing his head back. Kinetic energy exploded from him, hitting me like a flying boulder. I flew backward, slamming into the cave wall. No! John cried. No fucking key! This deep part of Marigold boomed, cracked against his deadly rage. John! But the chamber caved in around my head, burying me in rock and dust. Wonderful to see the task go so well. Chapter 33. Center Square may as well have been 1,000,000 miles away, despite being 5 minutes down the road. I felt like I was crawling to get there. In that moment, I'd forgotten Dennis and his family, consumed by mine. My family? How the hell did Nick have my family? This wasn't real. It just couldn't be. I got my answer as we slammed into 2 rogue men blocking the end of one of the 5-roofed shopping arcades feeding into the main open-air square. Guns in our faces, big grins on theirs. Well, hi, the guy on the left said. Welcome. Beyond him, the square was packed with rogues and ghosts held against their will, even a couple of reanimated dead. At the center, near the fountain, I thought I saw my mum on some sort of raised platform with a dirty white canopy protecting it from the rain. I tried to shove through the rogues, getting 2 guns pressed against my skull. Try that again, Right Guy said, and I'll paint these shop windows with your brains. Not before I rip your jaw off. Get the fuck out of my way, I seethed, ready to kill every single rogue here. That couldn't be Mum there. It had to be a trick, another lich game. Easy, Robert said, taking me by the shoulder. Keep your boy in check, Left Guy demanded. We ain't here to play. He giggled along with Right Guy. Their eyes were wide, pupils dilated, full of madness, dangerously close to the edge. Are you working for the lich? Robert asked. I shook his hand off my shoulder. Of course they fucking are. Left Guy smirked. Nick's a good man, wants to give us a future, says we don't have to change just because society says so. Could I vault over these wankers and get to the platform? Maybe not with the sea of rogues between me and it. That's not Mum. Where the hell was Emma and the other necros? Yeah, Right Guy chimed in. He says blood magic is a conspiracy made by dirty, lying cunts. He growled at me. Like you, trying to make us the bad guys when it's you lot. Always you killing us and thinking you're gods. Says we're the truest of the necros, Left Guy said. Because we embrace the nature of our power by not shooting that mushroom shit into our systems. That made no sense. But then why would it? All Nick had to do was spin some lies, then feed them to extremely vulnerable minds. Easy. And he managed to pull it off right under our noses. We were shit. Our whole operation useless against the lich. He's got plans for you, Right Guy said, eyes on my shoulder wound. Hurts, does it? Don't suppose you want to tell me what those plans are? Everything Nick was doing was to cause chaos while he looked for the key. And I knew what his plans for me were. Death, death, and more death. Left Guy nudged Right Guy in the ribs with his elbow. Not telling you shit, he proceeded to giggle, quickly pulling himself back in line. Right Guy sniffed deeply.
waiting on the word.
Was that really Mum there on the platform? I'll take it from here. For a moment I expected to see Nick as I spun to the sound of a voice. Only it wasn't his voice. It wasn't even a man's voice. Emma! The High Warden looked deadly serious. I think we need to have a serious discussion. Why weren't the rogues reacting to her? And why was she alone? Ma'am? Robert spoke for the both of us. She lifted a hand to silence him, then drew her gun, pointed it at me. Drop your gun. Ma'am, Drop your gun immediately. Both of you. Fuck you, bitch, Robert clapped back. If you want to see your fiancée again, I suggest you obey my command. Emma wasn't on Nick's side. She had a plan. I just knew it. God, please don't let her be a traitor. Robert dropped his gun first, seeming to be on my wavelength. I quickly followed. Move, Emma ordered. Very good, one of the rogues yelled. Very good? What did that mean? Was she in league with them? Are you hard of hearing? Turn around and move, she ordered us again. And don't try anything. Not everyone can recover from bullets to the head like our Marcel here. What's going on? I asked. Move. The rogues parted for me and Emma, but blocked Robert. Don't think so, one of them said. You're our prisoner. Love it, the other declared. Don't be crazy now, the first one warned. Too late for that. Keep moving, Emma said, close behind me. And keep your hands where I can see them. The sea of rogues and ghosts was silent, parting for us as we headed toward the platform by the fountain, a marble bowl with a clock tower climbing out of it. The newly built platform reminded me of medieval gallows. No! I screamed as the horror became clear. My family were on that platform, on their knees, wrists bound, mouths gagged, faces covered in cuts and bruises. Marcel! Nick stood there with them, dressed in a well-fitted navy designer suit. I surged forward, only to be cut off by a rogue. Back off, Emma warned her. He's with me. But of course, the woman responded with a snarl. There were steps leading up to the platform. Emma pressed a gun into the small of my back, forcing me up them. She has a plan. She has a plan. She has a plan. I burst into tears, reaching for my dad. He was the closest. The glass of his spectacles cracked. The frame twisted. Dad, Mum, Henri. Tears streamed down Mum's face. She mumbled, Mon papillon, behind the dirty rag in her beautiful mouth. A happy reunion, Nick said. My head snapped to him, my chest rumbling with fury. What are you doing? Me? He poked himself in the chest with his index finger. Me? What am I doing? I think that's a question for you to answer after all the secrets and lies. Emma pushed past me, her high heels clicking on the wooden slats. She joined Nick, her gun still on me. It'll be okay, I told my family. Everything will be okay. Will it now? Nick asked. Does it look okay? Does it look like you're in control? He swept an arm across the square. The power is not in your hands. He clicked his fingers, and a rogue came up the stairs to join us, wrapping chicken wire around my neck. How do you like that? The man whispered, a not-so-sweet nothing. The wire bit into my skin and throat, one tug away from cutting off my air supply and possibly my head. Shit. I looked at Emma, waiting for her to do something other than point her gun at me. Confess to your High Warden, Nick intoned way too cheerfully. Spill your deathly secrets. Laughter rippled through the square. Damn this. Emma watched me silently. Nothing, Nick said. Cat got your tongue, or rogue got your neck in a tizzy. More laughter. Nick smoothed the lapels of his suit jacket. Then allow me to reveal all. Oh, wait, I already did. He paused for effect. I gave him zero reaction, the tears for my family, no one else. She knows you've been canoodling with death, that you've been keeping things from her, and I know that yours is a forbidden love. He winked at me. But we'll keep that to ourselves for now. Emma didn't move, didn't so much as twitch. What about you, High Warden? Nick said. Is there something you'd like to say to your necromancer? She lowered her gun. Your betrayal hurts me. She spoke with such iciness, I was sure the relentless rain would freeze. Nick nodded in twisted sympathy, throwing his arm around Emma. She recoiled slightly. Are you working with him? I asked, struggling to get the question out. I'm protecting the town, she answered. Nick released her and clapped his hands together. Your boss is right in what she says, though I still see myself as your superior, Marcel. He winked again. I like how it feels. Anyway, these are dangerous times for this shithole of a town. Emma here is smart to keep her dogs at bay. Emma stared at me like she wanted to hang me upside down and skin me slowly. You're probably wondering where the cavalry is, right? Nick asked. I didn't give him the satisfaction of answering, plotting to save my family. I have you all by the figurative balls. Nick came closer, getting right in my face. I fucking win, Marcel. The piece of shit licked my cheek. I recoiled, snarling at him, going for the attack. The chicken wire stopped me. You really have no idea how defeated you are, Nick said with a laugh echoed by the crowd. I can't be stopped. I'm here to change things, to lead the uprising. A lie. He wanted change, sure, but zero interest in the rogue cause. They were only a means to his end. And here it begins, Nick continued, addressing his congregation. The opening ceremony for the Uprising Olympics, when we finally show these bullies where the real power lies. That got him some cheers, a huge round of applause. I wanted to puke, then kick him in the balls. Nick began to pace back and forth on the platform. Marcel here has been a thorn in my side like no other. I've been working so hard for you all, trying to figure out the best course of action to help your cause. If it wasn't for him, he jutted a thumb behind him at me, I would have been ready to strike earlier, but he meddled, he hurt me, and he hurt you. The crowd seethed with rage, quickly whipped up into a frenzy. All it took was one part bullshit and a lot of mental vulnerability from the rogues for the Lich to create such messy discourse. Chaos to hide within, a chaos that would spread like wildfire. His death marks the change, the Lich continued. The end and the beginning. And I'm giving him to you to tear apart, along with his disgusting family. He sneered, spitting in my brother's face. Henri whimpered. I went to move again, the rogue pulling on the chicken wire. My rage bubbled in a saucepan, left on the highest heat, rising quickly, ready to spit and boil. Wait. Summon. Our necromancer here seems to be resistant to death, though. Some special power keeping him alive. That was that secret out of the bag. So you'll have to try and try again. He laughed. They laughed. Allow me to demonstrate. The chicken wire loosened. Nick charged at me, the glint of steel flashing. It happened so fast, the blade driven into my neck with terrible speed and force. I gasped in surprise, my family howling behind their gags. My jugular! He hit me in the jugular! Nick yanked the blade out. I staggered forward, clutching the stream of blood gushing from my wound. In pain, yet drifting, quickly fading as I bled out. I collapsed, the world spinning, everything going black. Dead for mere seconds. I recovered, pushing myself onto my knees, the gunshot wound in my shoulder healing along with the one in my neck. Alive. Again. Collective surprise from the crowd felt like a heavy wind attacking the platform, a chorus of exclamations and shrieks. Nick grabbed me by the hair and tilted my head back, flicking at my neck. "See? All better. This is an opportunity to really make him suffer, to see if he has more lives than a cat." My family's sobbing broke my heart again and again in an endless nasty loop. Summon. I closed my eyes, playing the only other card I had, calling to the thread of summoning. I really should have tested it, got the hang of it rather than being afraid of it. Not helpful. But the thread responded, taking hold of my body. I shot to my feet, knocking Nick backward. Green energy erupted from my fingertips, from the rest of my body. It exploded out of my eyes, my mouth. Even without a mirror, I knew I'd lit up like a firework, a figure of bright green light. "What the fuck?" Nick cried. Necrotic magic rushed through the ground, hurtling toward the cemetery, arriving at each grave, waking up the dead. The long dead, the recently dead, some of them skeletons, some of them partially rotten or the fresh corpses of ghosts still living in the town, empty now, mine to command. I saw them, a vision of the cemetery playing across my mind, felt them reverberate through my bones. Come to me, bones and flesh and dead. Come to me. Come. Nick tried to touch me. My magic pulsed, resisting his touch. He recoiled with a yell somewhere outside of my light. The dead forced their way up and out of their graves, marching across the cemetery as soon as they were free. Come to me. This thread of power was nothing short of incredible, intoxicating, too much. It pushed against the necro juice in my system, wanting to break me, to turn my mind to mush, such power not designed for my body. Too bad, I told it. You're mine. Nick tried touching me again, getting another pushback for his pathetic efforts. I heard phones screaming, commotion from the crowd. "Sir!" a man cried from somewhere. "What is it?" Nick barked, panic in his voice. My family. What if he hurt them to stop me? Should I shut this down before he did? "The dead are marching." "What are you talking about?" Nick snapped.
"There's a video," a woman cried. "Show him the video."
"The cemetery's awake." Chapter 34. Death. Battered, racked with pain, I crawled out of the rubble, snatching tiny gasps of dust-choked air. John was gone, maybe deeper into Marigold, the path down there blocked off under rocks. At least the route out of here wasn't. I sat for a few moments, gathering myself together. The pain quickly faded, no damage done. Even being a diluted, death was vulnerable to being hurt. I still couldn't die under cave-ins or any other means. That didn't lessen the stress of being buried alive. John reappeared, passing through the fallen rock, his head bowed, chest rising and falling. "I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry." I stood up. "Don't worry, John." He kept his head down. "I'm going to do something now, and I want you to know it's for the best interests of the world." He looked up, offering me the smallest of nods with no questions. I suppose he owed me one. John didn't so much as flinch as I drew my scythe, simply stood there with no emotion, no sound as I drew him into my blade. "I'll see you free once I'm done," I whispered. I had a plan. Seeing as a discussion of the Onyx Key wouldn't be possible, I'd see what his presence would do to affect the Seeker potion, if at all. It was worth a try. Failing that, I'd have to take him into the Daisy Pocket as a last resort. But first I reached out for Marcel, sensing him running toward the main town square. Panicked. About what? It was time to temporarily pause this mission. My love needed me. Chapter 35. These were no shuffling dead. Each one of them marched like warriors, fueled by my power. It didn't take them long to arrive, and the longer they spent outside of their graves, the stronger they became, absorbing my will. The first skeleton attacked a rogue, followed by the others, charging into the crowd. I smiled at the drama, the flooding of the square by my army. We can all play these games, I thought at Nick, who was shouting something I didn't quite catch. The dead attacked, brutal soldiers against the living. Their punches and kicks were vicious, any retaliation unfelt. If they were shot or shoved to the ground or took a kick to the face, they got back up. Their corpses were powered by this intense magic. A loud bang threw me off, my magic wavering. Tremors through the soles of my feet, the platform rocking. Nick laughing, people screaming, car alarms wailing, a strange shift in the upper hand, aka me losing it. Shit! I tried to recover myself, but my grip was loosening, my concentration drawn to the plumes of smoke in the distance. Fire! Explosion! "Stand down, Marcel," Nick spoke behind me. "What?" "There are explosives set all around the town," he said. "The Necromancer Jim was the first casualty. What happens next is up to you." Shit. "I have people locked up in the lower school. Children, adults, a whole load of victims waiting to go up in smoke." The brightness of my light dimmed. "You can't win. I already have, Marcel. You're going to be far too busy to worry about the Onyx Key." He kept his voice low. "If you don't stop right now, I'll bleed your family dry. They won't be getting back up like their special necromancer." "I'll kill you." He laughed into my ear, his face almost touching the fading magic. "Good luck with that." "I will. I'll clear the death sheen and—" "Stop right now, or I'll start with your pretty little brother." The threat was potent enough to end my magic. It collapsed, forcing me to stagger back into the lich. He took me by the biceps, his grip like iron. "Good lad." The fighting ceased, the army of dead retreating. Or trying to. "Wipe them out!" Nick bellowed, hurting my eardrums. The crowd of rogues unleashed upon the walking corpses. Without my magic to galvanize them, they took the attacks with no reaction. Pummeled and torn apart, bones and flesh ripped and tossed in some completely fucked-up massacre that brought bile to the back of my throat. I failed my warriors before our relationship even got off the ground. "I have my own army," Nick whispered, his lips nauseatingly close to my ear. He drew his blade across my throat, cutting killing deep, and threw me to the ground. "Destroy them!" he commanded his rogues again. "End this perversion." Perversion? Really? Coming from a lich? What a crock of steaming shit. "Marcel!" Death leaped onto the platform, sliding into a crouch. My throat was already healed, my life restored. I just needed a moment to gather myself, to not fall apart at my mum's muffled howls. "I'm here," he said, stroking my left cheek with the back of his hand. "It's so good to see your face." A mistake to speak, Nick turning to face me with a wicked grin. "And so he arrives." He pulled out a potion vial filled with red liquid, tossing it at me. It broke on Death's back, streams of red vines rushing across him with crazy speed, briefly bathing his body in red light before disappearing.
"Oh my God!"
someone called.
"It's him! It's Death!"
"Surprise!" Nick said. Chapter 36. Death. The mage magic stripped me of my cloaking, directly exposing me and my essence to the ghosts in the crowd. The ruby's magic held firm, but wasn't enough to hide me from those who needed me the most. I felt them feel me, react to my presence. They moved closer to the platform, reaching out for me.
"It's him,"
one woman said.
"Please set us free," a man pleaded. "I have to move on. I can't take any more."
Their voices burned me on the inside, screaming in my head, in my ears. Begging energy engulfed me, a terrible desperation flooding my resolve. I could always manage to keep it at bay, but not now, not with this surprise. Marcel got to his feet as I hunched over, a hand over my heart. The pain of their pain manifested physically, tearing through my chest. My lover's hand landed on my back. "What's happening?" he said, the fear in his voice sickening, and I couldn't turn to him, move from this position.
"The truth," Nick spoke. "The reveal of a coward and his foolish priorities. Namely, Marcel." Murmurs from the ghosts, more pleading. "Death and the Necromancer are lovers." I roared at the sudden influx of sorrow from the dead. "You heard me," Nick yelled. "Death would rather fuck this mortal than take care of you."
"Shut the fuck up," Marcel bellowed in response.
"But we're not quite done. There's one more twist in this sordid tale."
"Stay away from him," Marcel again.
"Theirs is a doomed love," the Lich added, and tore the ruby from my neck.
Chapter 37. It played like a movie scene, one so shocking you're desperate for the remote to make it stop, only for the remote to be lost down the back of the sofa. This isn't happening. Nick slammed the ruby to the ground, repeatedly stomping on it until it cracked, its redness turning to clear glass. Dead. Broken. Death and I were exposed, right there for the consequences to come and get us. Everything slowed down, my hand still on Death's back. So many voices, so much confusion. My eyes landed on Emma, my brother, my parents, moved on to the man standing on the steps, held back by a rogue. Robert, wide-eyed, nostrils flaring. "What the fuck, bro?" The ground shook violently, throwing me to the side. I lost my balance, falling to my hands and knees. The platform wobbled, the wood splitting. I grabbed my brother as he toppled backward, pulling him into me. "I've got you," I said. I had to get my family out of here. A crack split through the square, rogues leaping out of its way. It reached the buildings on the north side, splitting them open as if an invisible cleaver had been swung upward from underground. Windows exploded. A bakery roof collapsed, taking the rest of the building with it in an explosion of red brick and glass. Explosives! Oh, God, they'd be set off by this reaction. The platform collapsed. I held on to Henri, rolling with him, taking the brunt of us landing on the wet concrete ground. Shit! The ground shook harder, another building coming down. Chaos. Just what the Lich wanted. How did he know about the ruby? I mean, he knew about Death and me somehow, as he'd said something about seeing us before this cycle, so why shouldn't he know that little slice of info? Someone in the hidden market? Yvonne? Oh, God. A stampede roared too close to us, bodies falling over the broken platform, leaping, tumbling, rolling. Any moment now we'd be trampled to death. But a piece of the platform still stood, a possible shelter. With one arm around Henri, I dragged him closer to it, with the plan to take my parents next. Before I could get him under there, the ground split beneath me. My brother screamed behind his gag as I shoved him out of the way just in time. The ground took me instead. Chapter 38. Death. Forbidden love in action. The town paying the price while I lay in the ruins of the wooden platform, ghosts surrounding me, pawing at me, my vision filled with them. Thunder boomed, lightning clawing across the darkening sky. If I didn't act now, Oakthorn would be lost for good. I couldn't allow that to happen. Forcing myself to my feet, I called upon all my strength, all my deathly power to resist the onslaught of ghosts. Pushed them back, brushed them aside no matter how much their pain was mine. It worked, removing me from sight and presence again, breaking their hearts, igniting their grief. I wept for them, tears hot and agonizing down my cheeks. But I wouldn't back down, allow this curse to win, and the dead would not get what they wanted until I did. Look at what you're doing to them. Because of selfishness, because you love when you should not. I tore out of the square, weaving through the pandemonium, heading for Marcel's building. Nick's laughter permeated my mind, somewhere back there. The laughter of victory. I'll kill you. Marcel's square was heavily damaged, shaking, floodwater encroaching on the library from pipes bursting from the cracks in the ground. But his building still stood for the time being. I tore the entrance door open, hurrying up the stairwell to his floor, kicked his door open, dashing for his bedroom, plucked a daisy petal, the doorway rippling like a stone dropped in a pool. Bursting through, the sounds of the realm behind me thundered in the daisy-speckled sky, only to stop seconds later. The pocket offered me waves of calm, and the mortal realm took a breath. Chapter 39. I landed in the narrow crack on my side, thankfully stuck within reaching distance, face pressed against rock. It scraped my face and hands, biting through my clothing as gravity and the quaking ground tried to break me loose. God, how far down did this crevasse go? And then it stopped. Just like that, the shaking and the rising storm were over. What happened? Where was death? An hour later, I was rescued from the crack, pulled into the fresh air and heavy rain by some awesome firefighters. "Mon papillon!" Mum cried as paramedics got to work on me. "It looks like nothing is broken," a guy paramedic told me. They put me on a stretcher and fixed an oxygen mask to my face, wheeling me to a waiting ambulance. My family was safe, hurt, traumatized, but alive and being taken care of by medical staff. I looked up to see Mum reaching for me, anguish all over her olive face, being directed with Dad and Henri toward another couple of ambulances. My strength broke, their sobs bringing mine to life. Tears leached from my eyes, a flurry of needles jabbing my chest. I wanted to leap from this stretcher, run to them, hold them for hours, never let them go again. But I was loaded into the vehicle, the heavy door slamming shut, and then I was whisked off to the hospital. Before I knew it, I was in a bed by the window in a fully occupied ward for 8, watching rainwater stream down the glass. No phone to hand and no e-scroll. No information because the hospital staff were too rushed off their feet to talk. The hospital beyond capacity after the disaster. Caused by you. Around 1:45, Emma arrived in my ward, stitches in her forehead, her silver bob completely disheveled. I sat up. "Mum?" She stood at the foot of my bed, her aura arctic. "Nicholas West came to me 3 days ago to inform me of the explosives he'd had put around the town." Straight in there. No time for bullshit formalities. "That turned out to be a bluff, aside from the one at the gym, which was empty at the time." She folded her arms. "I did my best to protect this town. What choice did I have but to pander to the Lich? Mass destruction? I had to bring your family to him, to call off my necromancers for the safety of Oakthorn." Shock kept my mouth shut. She shook her head, her eyes hard, never leaving mine. "He revealed details about you and death. I didn't believe him, not at first, until I started to piece things together." She grabbed the bars at the bottom of the bed, leaning forward. "He gave you the accelerant Type B, didn't he? He is the one who killed those rogues and sent them to Sanctuary. And he's your lover. Not only that, but—" Emma stopped, pushing herself backward. "I can't believe I'm asking you this." I lay there, my tongue useless, eyes and ears from my fellow ward patients tuned into her voice. Emma didn't seem to care. "You find each other again and again," she continued, "and then devastation follows. But this time you tried to fight against it, to hide from your recycled fate." A heavy sigh. "You played with fire, and now Oakthorn suffers." She came to the side of my bed. "I have never been so disappointed in my life, Marcel. I cannot believe the secrets you have kept." "Don't you dare speak," she snapped. I don't want to hear your voice. Oh, so no chance of explaining my side of the story. What a shock. For your deceit, you will be moved to a secure area until I and my fellow High Wardens decide the next course of action. My cheek flushed with irritated heat, my stomach lurching in surprise. What? The Lich remains at large. There are rogue uprisings spreading through towns and cities, all in his name. Oakthorn is heavily damaged. There are so many casualties, and many are calling for your head. She looked me up and down as if I was shit on her high heels. Videos of your resurgence power and the cemetery you summoned to life are online. Word is spreading about you and death. Congratulations. You're famous. So now I have to protect you when all I want to do is bash your skull in. I took a breath to fire back, only for her to call out, "Now you can come in." A figure walked across the ward, a ghost with his head bowed. The head of... "Oh no," I gasped, sitting up straight, pulling on my IV tube. "George!" He came to stand at the foot of my bed with her, rippling with sadness, his hands clasped together before him. He said softly. Pain throbbed in my head and chest, a gurgling in my guts. "George?" He closed his eyes, shaking his head. "He was killed driving back into town from Bristol," Emma spoke for him. "Innocently on his way home from work, only for his car to fall into a collapsing road, a broken underground pipe skewering his head." "Please don't," George countered, not opening his eyes. I struggled to breathe, to do anything other than stare at my ex. "Robert is inconsolable," Emma added. "He is being held in the psych ward, heavily sedated. Thanks to you, we may lose a good warden to rogue madness if we cannot help him." "Do you ever shut up?" George stepped in, his eyes firmly open now, hands curled into fists. "How insensitive do you need to be?" "I am relaying the facts to my staff member, who carries the blame of your death, Mr. Barrons. If you object, then please—" "I do fucking object," he yelled. "This isn't Marcel's fault. He would never want to do anything to hurt anyone." "Yet he did," Emma responded. "The Lich did this. He—" Emma hit him with bind, the 3 green rings shutting him up. "I do not need to be lectured, Mr. Barrons." I couldn't manage further words. "You will be moved within the hour," Emma said, facing me. "My family will remain under my care." That was enough to set me off. "Your care? Your damn care? You don't give a shit about them. You brought them to the Lich. They could have been killed." Hitched breaths, heated fury spreading across my skin. "How could you do this?" She remained cold, hints of her own rage glinting in her pupils. "No, Marcel. How could you do this and still try to play the victim?" "I'm not. I know I've screwed up, but nothing. You are a danger, a risk we cannot allow to walk freely, knowing he can cause so much suffering again." Oh my God, this damn High Warden was the worst person ever. And yet you handed the town over to Nick. For its own good. You... Enough, Marcel. No, it will never be enough. You're cruel, and you fucked up just as much as me. You need to be locked up too. Silence! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! My hate exploded out of me, volcanic and terrifying, my shouts burning my throat. Fuck you! Nurses hurried into the ward, trying to calm me as I swung my legs off the bed. Fuck you! They wrestled me, jabbed me with a sedative, and secured me to the bed. I slipped into fake serenity, trying to fight for control, to let my boss have it, to scream my lungs out until I brought the building down. But they took me away through hospital corridors, putting me into the back of a van without a single word. Chapter 40. Death. I tentatively stepped out of the pocket. No reaction. Slowly, I moved into Marcel's bedroom, the permanent caramel scent intoxicating. How much distance did we need for the curse not to react? Miles? Feet? Certainly not an entire realm, judging by the lack of activity. I glanced at the window, rainwater streaking down the glass, blurring the chaos and the lights of East Square beyond. Look at what you have done. Look at the mess. Look at the death. Always pain. Never hope. I refused to succumb to my inner voices, no matter how much truth they spoke. Affixing a gag on them, I searched for Marcel, my senses hunting him across the town. He wasn't here in town. Extending them, spreading out beyond the perimeter of Oakthorn in every direction, I found him heading east, in a vehicle, not moving. Sedated? I'm coming. I ran to the front door, then paused, hand on the handle, hesitating. With no ruby, there was no protection. Even me being outside of the pocket put everyone at risk. I backed away from the door, taking out my phone. I tried calling Yvonne. Nothing. I sent her a message, every muscle tense, the dial of my fear turned up to the highest point. What do I do? What do I do? The only thing I wanted to do was go after my love, but that option was out of the question. I tried Yvonne again. Nothing. Unwilling to waste any more time, I pulled the door open only to be met with Leon West, the clay-like astral projection version of him, at least.
"Marcel,"
he said, not seeing me. I revealed myself. Get inside.
"Oh,
Get inside, now. He obeyed.
where?
He cleared his throat.
Where's Marcel?"
He needs my help. I gather you know what's happened to the town.
"Was it you?"
He asked. Us, your husband. I gave him a quick explanation.
"Oh, no,"
he whispered, horrified.
"those poor people."
Save your concern. I have to get another ruby. Do you know how to make one quickly? Yvonne was clearly dragging her feet, or she had betrayed me by giving Nick the red potion from the hidden market to reveal me to the dead. He closed his eyes.
"Bollocks.
What?
I can make you one, but I don't have the ingredients here. You'd have to go to the hidden market for them, and then you'd have to find the real me."
He opened his eyes again, revealing sadness within those amber depths. I'm trying to reach someone there. Clearly I'd have to take Pegasus and fly down to London and storm into her tent.
"I'd be careful with the mages there," he said.
Are they as deceitful as you? I responded.
"I'm sorry for everything."
I don't want to hear it, Leon.
"If I knew where Nick was keeping me, I'd tell you. I really want to help, but it's so hard."
He scratched at the side of his head, that sadness contorting his features.
"If only my mum were alive."
Your mum?
"She was one of the best mages who ever lived. I hated that she had to work in the hidden market to put food on our table. That crap was beneath her. Yvonne Barker. Man, do I miss her so badly. She was so strong, even after losing her twin sister when she was a kid."
What did he just say? Yvonne Barker. Twin sister. A murdered sister. Leon nodded slowly, his form beginning to crack.
"Barker is my family surname. I took West back when I was actually besotted with my husband, before he controlled me and killed my mum."
Yvonne Barker. This couldn't be.
"Yes, my mum. He killed her to control me. Threatens me every day, tells me he'll make me suffer for a year if I betray him. He can do that, but he's also blinded by his love for me. He actually believes me helping Marcel escape our house on Maple Lane was an accident."
Yvonne. The same Yvonne. They share the same amber eyes.
"I'm a coward for doing his bidding," he added. "But I also have to work from the inside. exploit his love, you know?
A heavy sigh.
I feel so ashamed.
Yvonne Barker, I said aloud again, following up with a description of her. He looked as puzzled as me.
Yes, that's my mum. Died 5 years ago. Did you know her?
And there we had it. Your mum is not dead. Your mum made me the ruby. I'm always in contact with her. The mage paled, shock hitting him so hard I thought his projection would fail. He held on.
You can't. No, she's dead. He showed me her body. So many pictures. A video. It's the last thing I see every time I close my eyes at night.
He lied to you. Your mother is alive, and I need her right now.
But, no, he didn't.
Your husband is evil.
How could I?
He clutched at his chest.
How could I be so stupid? How could I have believed him?
The poor man. What a devastating turn of events.
I'm going to puke,
he said, and he broke apart into a pile of dead leaves. Leon West was the son of Yvonne, and Nick was plucking at the strings of Leon's grief to keep him in line. Or so he thought. I didn't see that coming. And what did Yvonne know? What was her part in this? Had she been told the same story? Nick and Leon West weren't exactly private figures, especially with them both being wanted by the authorities. So what did she know? What was her story? I hurried back to the manor, ignoring the destruction done to the town with guilt in my heart, focusing my full attention on my 2 tasks at hand. Task number 1. I poured Seeker potion into the bowl, then dipped the tip of my scythe into the purple liquid. It smoked, curls of mist wisping upward, releasing minuscule petals into the air. A different reaction to this. The vision hit, a burst of images. John on a plane. John taking a rather adventurous holiday to what looked to be the Himalayas. Tell me more, I said. The images failed. I tried again, seeing the same things. Nothing new. Come on. On my 3rd attempt, the images moved through the peaks, darting back and forth, spinning, becoming nothing but a blur until they landed on Mount Everest. The key was somewhere on the world's tallest mountain. Where? At what point? I used the last of my 6 potions, finding nothing new in the visions. I still need you, I whispered to my blade. The poltergeist stayed quiet, calm. You'll be back in Marigold soon. Thank you for this. Task number 2, acquire a new ruby, buy more Seeker potion, and reunite with my Marcel, and interrogate Yvonne. I ran to my horse. Pegasus understood we would be flying to London tonight. After a brief stroke of his flanks, I climbed onto his back, and he took to the sky, hooves galloping through the air. Marcel. I needed him with me, to be able to hold him again. The anguish of the ghosts stirred within, a new stain of shame upon me. All that pain, all that grief. I slammed doors against it, resisting the pull to be their death. I am made for Marcel only. My inner conviction didn't sound so sturdy. Chapter 41. Another hospital bed in a windowless room of baby blue walls and ugly grey flooring. No TV, no books, only dim lighting, sat up in bed alone in eerie silence. I had no clue where I was, and no one had come to check on me since my arrival. Is anyone there? I tried for the umpteenth time, expecting silence again. A speaker crackled in response.
Do try to relax, Marcel. You are here for the long haul.
Emma's voice sent a jolt through me, the sedative still in my body keeping me from raging. Emma, Nick, my family, my powers, Oakthorn, death. Every element crushed me under a titanium weight. Too much to handle, a web I couldn't untangle. Where am I?"
"In safe hands," she replied. I saw no speaker, no sign of anything in the clean lines of this room.
"My family," I said.
"The outside world is not your concern anymore."
"You can't keep me locked up," I countered.
"Evidence to the contrary," she replied.
"You can't," I said pathetically.
No response, only the silence once again.
"Emma!"
Silence. This wasn't happening.
"Emma!"
Nope.
"Emma, please."
Oh, God, this really was happening. Necrotic magic came to my fingertips in a swarm of green sparkles. What the hell? The speaker crackled.
"Marcel?"
The sparkles spread across my body at an alarming rate, brighter, brighter, crackling, shifting my body from solid to light, lifting me off the bed. Huh? How could it? The eighth thread of power. Teleportation. Through a burst of blinding green light, I left the warmth of the bed to be deposited into the cold night, fell to my backside, dizzy as hell, stomach lurching. Deep breaths. Easy does it. I blinked against the darkness, eyes trying to catch up with the sudden shift in my surroundings. Outside, in a field, the ground was wet, but no rain falling. It looked like there were trees to my left, a tall building to my right, many lights flicking on in its windows. A siren wailed, commotion from the building. How far away was it? Possibly less than half a mile, and clearly where I'd been held. Teleportation? Seriously? My heart hammered in my chest, terror in my knees, along with that damn sedative. Floodlights came to life on the building's roof. Shit, no time to figure out the new power. I had to get away from here. Barefoot and freezing in a thin hospital gown, I ran for the woods as fast as my almost jelly legs would carry me, praying to the high heavens I wouldn't be caught. Damn my life. This concludes Death Enraptured by Richard Amos, narrated by Cooper North. Copyright 2023 by Richard Amos. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Richard Amos and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.